to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
It's a lovely Wednesday morning right here in Lagos City. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show this morning. My name is packed show ready for you today, but we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. Of course, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio today is
Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing this morning?
Well, we can't complain. We always come with the positive flow. So we expect today to unfold
And it
unpack.
didn't rain.
Well, it didn't rain, but it drizzled. But we're going with that. Great things are going to happen. So let's
Is
jump
it
into
the
it.
rain or the rain? Which of the rain?
I like the fact you said if it's the rain or is it the rain.
Yeah.
So it could rain two ways. It could rain money,
Yeah, we
money,
know. You
or it
always
could
know
rain
the
the
rain.
real physical rain.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I'm having this feeling that today's going to be financially quite interesting and
I
favorable.
believe so too. It's happening.
And
Yeah.
because what I'm seeing in the
It's
papers
happening.
gives me a lot of hope for this country. For the first time, it says that we're exporting fuel
To the
to the
United States.
Oh wow!
How do you feel?
Can you see me smile? It means that so we can do something and get it right.
Yes.
But-
Historic.
Yes, but there's a
Story
but to it.
first.
There's
When
a
we get to the story, I will tell you what the but is.
All right.
Okay.
There's a hook to it. When we get there.
Debbie, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel very well. I'm good. I don't look like what I'm putting on, anyways.
You
So,
don't look
yeah.
like what you're putting now. What does that
You know,
mean?
when people actually wear black, it's like it feels like they're sad or they're trying to mourn or something.
But I don't think so. I think black
Yeah,
is
I don't think so
excellent.
too.
Black is powerful.
Yeah.
So for me, what makes colors, right, quite important is that it sets the mood, most definitely. But like she rightly said, what you wear should come secondly after the way you feel. But again, they say you are dressed the way you dress. You see the way you dress, you're dressed.
I don't
Dress
think
the
in
way
this
you want to be
context.
So at this point, I wouldn't say anything about morning. I would say you look good, nice dress. I was just complimenting
you.
you before we started the show. Like, I didn't get the memo.
Oh,
right?
what memo?
Which designer made it so possible?
Should we go there?
Anyways, let's go straight to it.
All right, today is going to be quite an interesting show. We'll see what we have on the headlines this morning, and then, of course, we'll see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning, from Business Day paper to the Guardian to the Vanguard. You name it, we'll take a stop at all of the front pages of the papers this morning, and then we will at 9 a.m. be looking at what we have on Business Morning with Deborah Eze, and at 10 a.m. we will be going to the big story to see what the big story is, and at 10:30, of course, we'll see what we have on the social media streets with the social listening segment. So it's a packed show, so you should stick around with us on this fun ride.
Yeah.
Let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Banks must announce CEO 3 months before exit of outgoing one, and this is according to the Central Bank of Nigeria. And then better glass insurers lead Nigerian stock rally as gains swell. Sad one in Mandalas. Traders won millions in losses after Mandalas fire. This is in Lagos Island. And in South Africa, the South African rand muted as investors focus on local CPI and interest rate meeting. These are some of the headlines this morning that we'll be taking a look at. But I don't know if we should start on this.
I think we should start with the fact that people lost a lot of investment. It's a sad thing because most people actually go as far as selling their land to invest in businesses. And it's also even more of a sad thing where you know that those who are responsible for making sure that they can stop a fire, if they notice it, find it difficult to get there on time. Now, I'm not throwing a shot at the fire service, but again, I'm just calling them out one way or the other. If the fire got out of hand, again, they can't do it alone. It's supposed to be a partnership. If it got out of hand, someone saw something. Why not on time inform them? If they inform them, how come they didn't get there on time? You see, these are the kind of reasons, these are the kind of things that would make you begin to ask yourself a question, which is, are we taking responsibility? So I'm not going to just throw them under the bus. I'm also going to look at that area based on business environment. It's very clustered. Okay, even if the fire brigade guys are supposed to get there, and the road's quite accessible, people just dump things around the area. This will now lead to the fire actually engulfing the whole building, taking over people's property and then send people back. I'm sure right now, whoever it is that probably has his or her savings in that place will probably in the hospital right now, battling a heart attack. It's not something to smile over, even though people know me as much as I'm being known for my words of sarcasm, but I can't even use anyone this morning.
Yeah, it's
a painful thing, really. It's a painful thing.
The fire at Mandalas, it's something that is very cyclical now, because every month, let's say every 5 months, we always hear about fire in that part of Lagos, and it's really, really sad. It's sad because people tend to lose millions. I come from a family of traders, so I really understand what any of them is actually going through right now. You can never recover from this kind of loss. No matter how you want to go around it, you would never recover from it. But apart from that, I saw a video of the UBA Bank and some of the members of the staff trying to jump down from the high-rising building from one of the windows. That really got me. You said something about the fire service. When I said the institution in Nigeria does not work, it felt like, Debbie, you're being too emotional or too extreme. The institutions in Nigeria does not work because something as little, because fire service should be the least amenities that you should be able to, please hold on, you should be able to give your citizens. Something as little as a fire service coming to people's rescue. We don't have that. Rather, I'm trying to run from my life. There is fire, and you are asking me to jump from an uprising building.
Can you imagine that?
Look, do I not rather stay back and let the fire do whatever it wants to do, rather than jumping and breaking my leg and not sure if I'm going to recover? So apart from the traders, we can see that even the 9-to-5ers actually had a taste
of it. Yes.
So it's really sad. We need to do better.
So when I say I wanted to jump in, it's just to reiterate one thing. I keep telling people, if you're going to have a building, right, there are some key major indicators that will enable that building pass the fire check, right? In this country, people take that for granted. Individuals, if I even go to the government, I want to point fingers at individuals, which also includes me too. You have a building, whether you work in the building or you're a tenant or you own the building. Look, it is mandatory that you have a fire escape point, 1, 2. And that you make sure that fire escape point doesn't have anything obstructing it. I took my time to really read,
on fire safety.
Exactly, the points that the fire service will want you to have. And also have This is their staff. So I'm not going to throw them under the bus also, like I said. They have their staffs that go from company to company to go check and see what's your fire drill and your fire placement like. Okay? If you are the kind of person who you find a way to evade that, when the time comes, don't cry foul.
Yeah.
In this case, the fire obviously has started slowly. Now, that guy you saw jumping out of that window, if the fire escape, right, was not locked and the key not thrown away, I'm sure they could have used the fire escape. And fire escape has been designed such a way that you go in, either you drop straight from the pole, or there is a direct emergency stairs that leads you outside. Far away from the smoke from the fire. That's how those kind of buildings are designed. And if you look at the building that guy was going to jump out from, it's a modern day building. Not necessarily built today, but you should have all the fire checks, emergency checks and everything. Fire extinguisher, alarm. These are the indicators that will show that this building has passed the fire test or fire safety test. So the question now is, who would you say is at fault? The fire service people. Look, you cannot have, it is impossible, and I'm going to speak for them now. It's impossible to have fire station on every street in every state. It's impossible.
One thing
However,
let me let you.
having said so, we should have, and make sure it works, free, constant phone call line, which they have, but sometimes always engaged. So this one can call and say, look, there's a fire going on. And if you see fire service truck coming, don't start acting like someone who's irresponsible. Leave the way. They are more important than the bullion van that you see. Even more important than the ambulance. Should I shock you why? Because they will stop fatalities from happening. So they will no need for what? Ambulance. The fire service job is that's why you go to America and they ask you, what do you do for a living? Said, I'm a firefighter. They respect the gift to you because you have gone above safety for yourself, even though it's quite important, but you have the idea of this, willing to give the ultimate price, pay the ultimate price for the safety of others. These are the kind of training that fire service people have. You want to say something?
I just wanted to speak on, you were talking about the companies having a point where they could fire escape and all of that. But I also need to maybe highlight the fact that many of these companies, how many of them actually really train their staff for a case of a fire incident? That's also another thing that I think is lacking because fire drills, because we often have for the companies that have fire safety and all of that kind of emergency, but they don't even really train. So I remember back then we used to have in where I used to work, we used to have this constant time from time to time fire drills, and people were always
taking it so lightly.
So people were always very lackadaisical about it. But then you understand, because there's a part of the company to do their own part to make sure that they educate the staff. There's also the part of staff to also actually take this thing seriously, because you never know. But then back to Mandilas and Lagos Island, this thing of fire has become a thing. And I think it has to do with how clustered the place is. So with the way it's clustered, it also makes these incidents become a thing. We talk about fires, we talk about what's the other thing that's constantly happening, buildings collapsing. It has become a thing, and that is our biggest market. So there needs to be something done. I know that this will mean that many people might have to move away from, because I have some of my some people, what do you call them, people I buy things from, traders, that I've complained about having to move from maybe some places that they marked for demolition, and they complained about the side they have to move, and I'm telling them, but it's Lagos Island, who locate you, you're good. Which is better, to be there and then you see a case of fire like this is so tight, there's no way out, or it collapses. So I'm saying they need to realize that life doesn't revolve, because I think they have this attachment
to the place,
to that place.
So having said so, I will agree with you 100%, because when you see that your livelihood most definitely is your livelihood, so it means a lot to you. There is a big tendency that those other areas that makes that livelihood, rest assured, might be overlooked. There's a part you're not even looking at, which is this. You see, even the most secure building on this planet is not impregnable when it comes to fire. What really can ignite fire? It could be an electrical problem. It could be someone just being lousy. Anything at all can spark a fire, and if it's not noticed on time, it becomes a fire outbreak. However, in an event where you leave your house, for instance, and you're going somewhere, you don't pray to have an accident, which is why insurance is important. And I can tell you, most traders don't have insurance over their goods and services. Most traders see that why wasting money? I can put that money.
That's another conversation.
Exactly. I can put
another
that money,
angle.
I can put that money into something else. So why am I saying this? Is that so we said it happens every now and then. What is the plan to be able to get back on track with your business?
So let me just add, because I used to work in an insurance company.
Insurance angle.
I used to work in an insurance company, so I must just add that there is for areas that have, so we have areas that are called it's been how many years, but we have areas that are called very liable to risk. High risk areas. So usually, I'll be honest with you, it's not covered. So we have many people. So so buildings like this will cover it. But those places, you know that the likelihood, because normally what I covered, fire, flood,
your life,
So for buildings, for properties, fire, flood, collapse and whatnot. So areas like, the market side of it is not covered, because I remember there was a time my uncle was like, okay, so it was valued around millions, and our underwriter said,
nope,
it's not, because it's high risk. So normally, even you as an insurance person, when you're underwriting it, you cannot, it won't even fly. So it's not like those people. That's why I just advocated for them to move, because it's not going to be covered. There's no two way around it. It's not covered.
So if I'm correct, we have places like this big market in Ojo,
Alaba International,
not Alaba, and Trade Fair. They don't go through the same thing.
Because so it's probably
it's not as as much as
but it's properly planned.
Well,
don't you think so?
Let's just hope that they really they find a solution to it, because for me, when I saw that fire engulfed in Mandalas, I didn't even like flinch or okay, they'll be fine. Yeah. My heart just went to the traders. Because I know that you people are not coming out from this thing, you'll be fine. That's when he was talking about the insurance. I was like, nah, it's not. It doesn't work for traders. So you'll be fine. But I just hope that the government actually come up with a solution.
They were able to what's it called? They were able to
contain the fire.
8 people.
Okay.
8 people. They were able to save them. 8 people. I don't know if there were a number of people. I don't know if there were a number of people that passed on in the fire or whatnot. We don't have those details yet. Yeah, but did you guys realize that last night we had because I did see some media houses who went to cover, and they were even attacking them. And this obviously will be some of those boys that wanted to go and steal.
One of the videos that I saw, it didn't look like one of the boys. It actually looked like one of the traders in the market. So when things like this happen, just like when we're talking about safety and all of that, fire exits, you really do not know how to act when you are in chaos. You get what I'm saying? Because if you are the victim, you're angry, you hate everybody at that point. You get what I'm saying? So I think that man was a trader, and I just lost something, or maybe somebody I know just lost something.
Was it the
and
one
then
where the man was saying
yes. I'm trying to contain something here, and then you're bringing a camera to my face, and I just lost something, or my neighbor just lost something. So I saw that, and I could totally understand. And this is not me advocating for, when you actually say a press person, you should respect them. But when people are actually going through loss, there's chaos, pandemonium, there should be a certain way to act around them.
I
So
think
yeah.
it's interesting to hear you say it's a trader, because I thought
He's
he
a
was one
trader.
of those boys
No.
around because of the mannerisms
Yeah.
that followed. But really, our hearts go out to all the people who lost their properties and people who had to go through a terrible day yesterday, because yesterday Mandela's fire was terrible. I saw a tweet from a young man that said Lagos 1 0 that
Yeah.
started the day avoiding flood in Lekki with his vehicle. He managed to come out to work, and then in the afternoon he's fighting fire. In the evening he's jumping down from a building, and I said, what
Oh my
a
God,
day.
what a day.
What a day. You see, when you say Nigeria will happen to you, Lagos, it's just
But you know, funny enough, all that flood that happened here on this side of Lagos didn't happen on the mainland.
okay.
I you know,
Okay.
it just felt so good.
Why
when I got to the
why do you
mainland,
feel good?
But then,
Yeah, like, you're not like you're all. We don't experience things like flood.
So you're happy about the unfortunate situation.
well,
do
the
we
outside
get
of my
happy when
face.
you're facing and traffic when they
Yeah, it's been a while though.
when they have to block? Do we
It's
get
been a while though. It's not every Eke market day that rain falls and you get to swim.
Look at Deborah. Look at that.
whichever happens. The good thing is that we just prepare for the worst.
You prepare.
Hope for the best.
Mm.
Hope for the best.
Well, let's move on now. The next story says banks must announce CEO 3 months before exit of outgoing one, and this is from the Central Bank of Nigeria. I think it's a good move. 3 months before exit, it's not too much to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So we
totally
don't get
agree.
Surprises.
Because banks has to do, when you hear banks, people's money. Because it's not just about the people, the board of admin. It's about the customers themselves. So if I'm going to have another CEO run affairs of my money, I have to be sure that I can trust him to actually do it. So I think it's good. Let me see what you can do in 3 months before we can now finally announce that, okay, you're now the new CEO.
There's a part that we're not seeing. Yes, it's good that people must announce their exit, and at that level, you are at not just a managerial level, you are almost at the director's level. Decisions made around you will definitely trickle down and affect the lives and livelihoods of those, not just who work in the bank, also those who have their monies in that bank. And of course, CBN, who obviously gets to trust you, knowing that, look, you have done what you can and you're not liquidating. However, there's the part that we're not seeing, which is this. There is some other financial constraints that they wouldn't want people to announce that the CEO is leaving. Because when there's a gap in that area, okay, trust me, a gap creates a loophole creates a gray area. A gray area creates room for someone to steal money.
Wait, maybe they're leaving, they're
So,
appointing somebody.
That's what I'm telling you now. So the reason why it has not always been like this is because they understand that once there is constant talk about a particular thing, especially at that level, okay, there are some certain risks involved that doesn't favor CBN. So CBN said, no, this thing must favor us. It must favor those who have their money in this bank. I can tell you, even with this announcement, trust it or not, it will still remain the status quo. Remember, most banks have, if not all banks, they have things that make them, unique and keeps them within that shroud, that secrecy there, because they know that for what it's worth, if as a bank, and I know that my CEO is leaving, right, and you announce that CEO is leaving, or maybe you get somebody in place immediately, it will affect those who have accounts in those banks. I'll be asking myself, are you sure this bank doesn't want to pack up? Am I sure that this bank doesn't want to, or maybe CBN tell me, look, we want to merge you guys. The banking sector is so fragile and so important that one false move, you could just see mass removal of accounts and closure of accounts. Remember what happened when VDM and a certain bank had an issue when he got arrested in that bank? There is a amount of tweets that were going around. What does that tell you? The banking sector is very, very, very critical and very sensitive. So for CBN to have said this, they've seen that this has become so prevalent over time, where there's always a gap in between the new CEO appointment and the one that is leaving. Once they came up with this. However, when two elephants fight, they say the grass suffers. And let's see and hope that our bodies will be secure when one CEO is leaving.
But for me, I think it's a good one. But looking at what you're saying, actually, it's just like announcing your engagement, and 3 months before you are ready, doubt and all of that creeps in. So I see where you're coming from, but I still think it's good for transparency reasons, because if you're going to announce 3 months before you leave, we can then sit down and say, okay, what did you do? Did you get certain things right? Making it ready for whoever is going to
for the
succeed.
bank, for the CEOs themselves, the banks are already aware.
Yeah.
So what the conversation now is that the banks, because if you are the CEO and we are with the bank, we already know it's already a thing within the bank, because there's a succession plan. But the conversation is that the banks must then announce.
Yeah.
Which is
that
the problem
Valentine
is leaving. I think for transparency reasons, it makes sense.
Banking system is not like politics, where everything must be put outside there.
Of course.
They know. Do you know how sensitive? If, for instance, I have $1 billion, in a bank, which means that, look, your money is helping that bank to stay alive. What if I decided to put my money in that bank because of the person who I believe is the CEO of that bank? You see how delicate it is. In announcing that he's leaving, right, and there's a window, it could create a lot of panic. There might be some level of, shroud, or put it this way, secrecy around it. If not, you could just simply move, and then all the customers will move with that person. So
with the example that I made, but I still think for transparency reasons, because this is money, it's a good call.
Well, all right, let's go on a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders to make informed decisions. Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review. We'll start off this morning with the Business Day paper today and see what we have on the front page of the paper. The big story here, this one excites Valentine. It says Nigeria ships petrol to United States in historic thrust. 2 more Dangote shipments en route. Crude supply remains major hurdle. Big news out of Nigeria. I like seeing Nigeria in a good light.
Most definitely.
And then on page 30, it says banks to unveil new CEOs 3 months before incumbent exit. We already spoke about that on the headlines. And still on page 30, inside Nigeria's debt equity binge. On page 31, in the world of aviation, why Lagos airport upgrade must fix 9 systemic flaws. That will be quite a read, interesting read and insightful read. But let's talk about the shipping. Nigeria shipping petrol to United States I like how they tagged it, historic first.
So before I jump into the fact that is a win-win for Nigeria, let me also, pinpoint the fact that most politicians will now jump on this and say, it happened during our own tenure. Some will now decide to use it as a campaign tool to prepare for 2027. I didn't mention any names. So.
What do they have to do with this?
I was thinking it was going to say, I keep saying Dangote doing a lot of work. That's what I was waiting for.
I'm coming there. Listen, before you talk about something, you prepare a soft landing.
Okay.
Having said so, Dangote is still doing
the Lord's work.
So in that light, before Dangote finally got that permission, or before he finally got the permit, and then he started, building whatever he was building, and finally got to that level surely the government played a major role in it. You know, you can't do anything at that max, at that level, if the government doesn't give their own, you know, give their own pass to your project. However, you know, before now, we've always seen Nigeria exporting to maybe neighboring countries, exporting to other countries, but not
the West Coast and other,
exactly, in particular the United States. But the reason why I'm saying this is a good thing for Nigeria is we are not quick to jump on some bandwagon like every other country will, where we say, okay, fine, they're slamming us with visa restrictions, let us reciprocate. In this case, I believe our business people understand that what will drive this nation and drive us well, it is the private sector. This part will even interest you even more. Do you know that the fact that Dangote could have achieved this, the fact that he achieved this, it means that he has broken that jinx. That we might be at loggerheads diplomatically, diplomatic, you know, not barrier per se, but, you know, gray area within Nigeria and the United States, based on the visa angle, based on some other restrictions, creating 41, not creating, but putting 41% import duties on, you know, Nigerian goods and whatever services.
import levy.
Exactly. However, in the midst of all that, do you know what might have taken Dangote to have pierced through, signed the deal, and implemented it in such a way that it is not hitting the papers? Which means this has been in the talks for a long time. And there's something we're not seeing, ladies.
What's that?
Do you know that sometime last week or last 2 weeks, there were videos circulating in social media where we saw Dangote trucks in China? So, excuse me. So I can tell you, it's very possible that, look, the United States government could have said, we cannot allow China to keep on getting the best. I would not be shocked if they actually called Dangote to come. Just prove the point. And can you also give us, can we buy some fuel from them? Because they might not necessarily need the fuel. Just to prove a point. So this way, they put China in check. You see, the thing about these global issues is way beyond just talking about it. There are other things going behind the curtain that we are not seeing. America, as a country, wants to make sure that they are still the leading economy. It is even a sad thing to hear that BRICS is coming up to counter the dollar, knowing that China is already doing business with Nigeria, boycotting the dollar. Do you know what that means? What it means is that if they fold their arms, right, other African countries will be doing direct business with China, thereby making America a second world economy. They don't want that. So even if it means them, you know what, we'll do business. So even if you just give us one truck of fuel, let it hit the papers that, oh, we are now buying fuel from the largest economy in Africa, which is Nigeria.
I think one of the things that excites me the most about this this shipping, this historic news, is what one trader here says. It says the U.S. market happens to be one of the most competitive market when it comes to their fuel market. You know, very regulated. So if Nigeria and the Dangote refinery, because now we say Nigeria, if Nigeria and Dangote refinery can ship to the United States, they can definitely ship anywhere else in the world. And one thing this also does for us, it also stamps our country, Nigeria, as a leading country in the emerging market. I mean, we talk about the emerging market every time we talk about the BRICS, that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. But we also know that you can't mention these countries. Yes, we mentioned these countries, but when you're talking about the emerging market, you cannot mention Nigeria when it comes to oil and gas, when it comes to our Nollywood industry, our industry, when it comes to fintech, with the likes of Flutterwave, with the likes of Facebook. So now, oil and gas, we've all already had our name, but with this, it just takes us from this level to the topmost level, and so it's a good one for Nigeria.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to say something?
No.
Okay, however, as much as it's a good one for Nigeria, we should also understand that, look, the idea of a Trojan horse is not put in the dark.
Can we just look at the good side and not
What's
have
the Trojan
to
horse
bring
here?
virus
So I will
into
tell you,
this?
it's good. I mean, that's why we are broadcasters. What we do is we balance it up. We've seen the good part. Let us now begin to wonder why. Why is it that they accept it? Don't forget, there are a lot of.
It's business.
Hold on,
It's
hold
business.
on. So business from country to country, once you're crossing any border, both governments must be aware. Otherwise, you see that smuggling, don't you know?
Sure.
So, having said so, the question is, why did they accept, right, fuel from Nigerians? Think about it. Don't forget that so many times they have tried to impose some certain things on us, like same-sex marriage. We knocked against it. Like, send Venezuela prisoners of Venezuelan prisoners from America to Nigeria. We said no, we don't want that. But yet they still said, okay, we'll still buy your fuel.
Yeah,
Think about
because it's like I
There
said,
is
it's,
something.
They've spoken about
they
don't
don't
forget
have
about
propaganda
the
in
integrity
everything.
of Dangote's
Fuel.
it's said. And for years now, even while we've been a top crude exporter, we've been importing the refined product. So for once, we had somebody that completely transformed the market.
Yeah.
And we talk about the integrity every time of the products coming out of the refinery. I don't know why. Whatever thing aside, if you have good business to offer me and a good product, I will buy from you, especially if I have the buying power.
And
So-
like the US oil and gas fuel market is really difficult to break into.
So you think,
So for Nigeria, why not? We are definitely going to accept it. So they see something that is good, they want it, and definitely I'm going to give it to them.
So you think
So
there's no
there's no
Trojan horse.
propaganda, there's no virus.
There's no Trojan
No.
horse. We should not worry about
No,
somebody coming and using it against us.
at all.
Oh,
No.
Sure.
Goodness.
Please, I want to say
For
something.
now,
I want to say something.
okay.
Our next shipment, please, we should put cameras around those trucks so that they don't come and say, look, you know what? While fuel was being exported to this country,
You have trust issues.
Yes, I do.
Oh my God.
Then during the transportation, they found drugs or something, or you know what? The money, please,
Interesting.
Dangote,
They
you
should
guys are
put-
doing great.
In fact, we should make it a
Yes.
spectacle,
I
an
know what I'm
occasion,
saying.
a ceremony.
Let me tell you, see. So just-
Shipment ceremony.
Thank you. Before we jump to the next story, very quickly. You see, when something is coming to you and you're feeling good about it, look, be smart. Trust but verify. Because I told you.
This is a typical Nigerian.
Yes, because I told you. When they now realize, what can we use to hold down Nigeria? Okay, no, let us accept to buy something from them. While we're doing that, they will now come and throw something that
You
they say,
don't
look,
have to build a propaganda on everything.
We have to
well,
look.
my
well,
God.
let's just
Look
be
and see
cautious.
what we have on
We
other
trust
papers.
On the
the
Punch
business,
newspaper.
but please, let Dangote be watch with their watchful eye. I make
Noted.
Sure, you know,
Got it.
Noted.
because
Got it.
because they're doing the Lord's
Work.
Got it. To read more on these stories, especially on the front page of the Business Day paper, we talk about why Lagos Airport upgrade must fix 9 systemic laws, but you have to grab a copy of the Business Day paper. You just have to, if you want to read, get more insight into the stories, well broken down business stories, or visit www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories and also be a subscriber for our premium subscription. That's where you find more detailed analysis, interviews that you will not get anywhere else, only on Business Day paper. Let's move now and see what we have on the Punch paper this morning.
Okay, so at the top left, it says Tinubu returns to Abuja after cutting short Paris leave. It says Tinubu returns to Abuja after cutting short
Very
Paris
short
leave.
stay.
Just stay. Maybe he said feeling the heat from Nigeria. Say, okay, come back. You know, and then here again it says, that's middle top. It says NAMA pushes for tariff hike, airlines kick. That is NAMA. Well, sounds fun, right? But it's the fact.
Doesn't.
Okay, so over here it says Army arrest notorious IPOB commander in Imo State. The major headlines at the middle says FG unveils agri reforms, moves to create 21 million jobs. Says FG unveils agri reforms, moves to create 21 million jobs. Page 2, you can see that one. It also says below that, it says fresh incentives will boost food production. Free Nigerians from seasonal dependency, says Shatima. And then here, AFAN, others endorse measures seek timely intervention. Women farmers tax FG on loans and others. I think this is quite interesting. FG unveils agri reforms, moves to create 21 million jobs. The question is, hope these jobs will not be ghost workers.
Well, like for the agricultural sector in Nigeria, I think the government, they are not doing enough, but they're actually doing better than other sectors.
Why?
Yes, because I've actually heard of agricultural programs that actually see the light of the day, especially in the rural areas. When it comes to culture, if the government says, oh, this is going to like create certain number of jobs, they come through with it. And this is statistics backed. So yeah, I think this is a good move. And I'm very sure that if it's monies or empowerment that this is going to, come from, it's really going to like get to the masses. I'm very sure.
Please, what's your 7-point agenda as the Minister of Agriculture?
We'll talk about that after the show.
I was going to say, okay, come through, Minister of Agriculture.
You know what I'm saying? But I think it's a good thing. Want to say something?
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing. If FD unveils agri reforms and decides to moves to create 21 million jobs, which means hopefully for what it's worth, we will see young people who obviously might not have had the opportunity of going to university, but willing to carry out some good skilled work within the agricultural sector.
Well, you'll be shocked at the number of young people that are actually into agriculture.
So what I mean by
really,
this,
really shocked.
so what this means is that, you see, it cuts across, it creates room for labor. And when I say labor, not just those who are into the agribusiness that would tabulate numbers, but those who actually say, look, I want to work with a tractor. I can drive. I might not have, a university degree, but I can drive a tractor. There are a lot of young boys out there who can easily multitask, drive tractors, do other things, operate the lawnmower, and all those other things. So this will create room for them. And the question now is that not just say we're employing them, let us also see that there's also what we call a multipliers effect. On Industry Focus yesterday, we spoke about multiplying effect. If Debbie knows how to do this thing, right, we want to see that she gets 10 other people who will be willing to learn from her. So as she retires, those ones follow through and get other 10. If Lizzie knows how to get this thing done, we want to see that in less than 6 months, right, she has incubated enough to be able to now say, I'm recruiting 10 other people, right, such a way that once I'm leaving that seat, is not void of skill, is not void of talent, rather is it void of capacity. Because one of the reasons we have in this country really is capacity, which is human ability. Having said so, multipliers effect to create that ripple, generation that will help our GDP keep rising. Otherwise, we'll see ourselves investing in these 21 million jobs. By the time they are done, they jackpot.
Well, I must say, for the agricultural sector, the government is actually really trying. Because look at it, the non-oil export is actually what is actually increasing our GDP over for the past August. It's actually the non-oil export, and that is non-oil export. That is agriculture. So I think we shouldn't poke holes in this. They are doing a good job in that sector, and it can only get better. Like I would say, but are they doing a good job? Absolutely, they are.
I think the only thing that will add to this conversation is 21 million jobs, fantastic, but no, it's actually realistic,
very realistic,
because we're talking about across Nigeria. What's our population? Let's start with that. So if we're saying 21 million, that's look, the percentage it's quite a low percentage. So I'm more concerned in seeing that amongst this 21 million people that will be employed, we know that our youth population is over 60% of our population. So we want to see that this 21 million jobs, this youth population happen. They need to be a part of it. And I know it's not just for the agricultural sector, because we need a youth population that's also really interested in agriculture. And I like to say it every time that beyond, when people think agriculture, they think there's so much money in that sector. There's so much money, and we young people, we care about money so much. We care about things that bring money beyond the work. I think if it's the money, let the money be a drive. I tell young people every time that when we talk about agriculture, you might not necessarily need to be on a farm planting the soil. You could be an influencer. Yes, you could be the one that goes to these farms, films, creates content, shows people what's possible, shows people what's happening in Abeokuta, the farm. There's so many arms to this thing. You could be the bridge between the people. You talked about the transporters. You could set up a little transport company where you're the one that helps them to transport from Borno State to XYZ, using your expertise with your education to be that person that is now bridging the gap and making transport seamless for. There's so many
angles.
There's so
It's
many
interwoven,
sides
really.
to being a part of this agricultural sector, because we all young people, I'm also speaking to myself, we all need to be a part of this transformation.
How I believe that those, so no matter the sector that you're in, once you can identify the opportunity in front of you as agricultural reforms is taking place, you already know that, look, it's going to be a multi-billion naira investment. No matter the sector that you're in, whether you're in the financial sector, whether you're in the health sector, whether you're in media like us, every sector has a role to play and tap into it. I think to agree with you, just be wise enough, identify opportunity, tap into it, and begin to create wealth from that angle. Those in tech can come in. The other day I was watching on TV, I saw, this young guy, right, helping his grandmother to make sure that what they were cultivating, right, was going well. This will interest you. He was operating a drone that was moving around the farm, spraying, insecticide or whatever it is. That is tech.
That's how to incorporate technology.
17-year-old boy.
Incorporating technology.
And then again, his younger brother is also into media. He was the one recording and packaged what they were doing and put it on social media.
Look at that.
So what has he done now? Their grandmother's farm has created 2 different business on one end. I was looking at the comments and people kept on saying, look, can we get your brother to come work for us on so thing? What about you? I like the fact that the angles in which you took those recordings and those camera shots made a lot of sense. Can you create content for me? They're already getting jobs out of agriculture. Next story, please.
Let's move and see what we have on the last paper today, because we're running out of time.
On the Vanguard, we're just going to take 3 stories, and one of the stories says experts disagree as presidency says inflation will drop to single digits. Do you agree with that?
I think they should leave.
Do you see
Baba
that?
alone. Baba knows what he's doing. We shouldn't be in a hurry to begin to complain. Because are they jealous because he went on rest tree? I'm sure these experts are opposition party. I'm not saying I'm APC. I'm just saying for once, let us give him.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's give him a break.
Should give him a break.
Let's give him a break and say, okay.
But he just came back from France. I think he has had enough break. So we are not leaving him alone.
Give somebody a break. Don't try to create breakage.
Oh my God. All right, another story says NIN to SIM linkage reduces fraud, boosts national security.
Take it again.
NIN to SIM linkage reduces fraud, boosts national security. And that is Tinubu speaking.
Well, that might be true. Why? Because see, when you look at it very well, if SIM cards and communication across board, right, is looked into very, very well, I can tell you for a fact, it will be difficult for people to scam other people. Yes, now that we have AI, it's very easy now. So if they put more eye on that angle, I believe that when they take your name and they take this other one and link it together, they can easily fish out whoever it is that's trying to hide within that angle to defraud somebody else.
What about a situation whereby more than just a NIN can actually link several SIMs?
Which is why to mitigate that, the communication angle has to create more bridges, more gates at the same time to now with, like when you go to the bank and you want to withdraw money. Before now, all they tell you is give us your checks and they hope that the camera will see your face and you go. How many people walk in there and the camera can actually capture them very well? So banks don't tell you, but they're losing money a lot. So they now created that biometric system where if you come in, even if the camera sees your face or not, once you put your finger on their system, your BVN and your NIN will show. So tell me now, although, wait a minute,
You know we don't have
We
time.
actually
We're running out of
Sorry,
time.
I was gonna say. Anyway, I'll leave that for another day. But
Yes,
even
let's leave it for
biometric with
another
your
day.
thumb, right? In the US, people are, right, covering their thumb prints to fit into other ones so they can create.
This is not Hollywood, though.
But let's go.
This is not.
So let's move and quickly see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the bdtv breakfast show. See what we have on the cartoon of the day. Perhaps Asuko or Para have cooked up something interesting for
He
us
always
this morning.
comes with something.
Look at that. Do you see that? So that's
Since building party.
ruling
2027
party.
Okay, ruling party.
Yeah,
It's a ruling party.
2021.
Not building. Ruling party, 2021.
He's already thinking about.
Wait a
I think
minute.
that is the president.
I think he's on the
So we
sleeping.
don't know who that is.
Okay.
We don't know. We
don't
know.
know who that
I know who
is.
that is.
Because I don't know why you say you don't know.
You know, so but then again, interesting. You know, it's interesting. to
I
see
know who that is.
Okay.
And the person is the president of Nigeria.
It looks like him,
And is
but it's not.
laying
I say it
down
looks like him.
very well.
Is that
It's laying down.
2027 or 2021?
Is that 2027?
I think that's 2027. He's
to
obviously
2031.
thinking about being the president in
Elections.
2027 elections already. So that it's really clear. That's what he's thinking about.
So
he's
it's
not thinking
basically
about
saying
inflation.
even in his sleep,
Yeah,
it's
it's still his
them
birthright,
engaging,
and he's going to
still
be
looking
there.
at APC.
Yeah.
You know.
But on the contrary, I believe that for what it is.
Oh, it is
they are-
ADC.
It's
ADC.
Right.
They are actually dragging.
So we can tell that. Look,
Okay.
that a particular
They're
party.
literally trying to drag the
The
stem
P.
of
They are
the
trying
P
to make it DC.
So
So he's thinking about it.
So they're trying to unseat the ruling party. That's what it simply means here.
Yeah.
But then again, even at that, you say you know who the person is. I don't know.
You have to tell me something that I don't know because I'm beginning to suspect you.
But whichever it is, I mean, Asuko has a great way of always.
Of course,
putting
he
these
does.
things. Those who know, they know. But at the same time, we hope as one party trying to unseat another party come 2027, let's not unseat Nigeria.
I really hope he has a good night's sleep because I can't
I doubt
imagine
it.
thinking about this through the night when you should be sleeping. Get your beauty sleep, please. All right, we have to go now. 9 a.m. is Business Morning with Deborah. Please stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obunna. On this day in 2011, the first Occupy Wall Street protest was held in the United States, as some 1,000 demonstrators marched in Manhattan before occupying Zuccotti Park. The movement, which eventually went global, sought to highlight corporate greed and income inequality, among other issues. It lasted from September 17th to November 15th, 2011 in New York City. It emerged in the aftermath of the 2007 to 2008 financial crisis and the Great Recession, which deepened social and economic disparities across the United States. Many younger Americans, particularly those born in the 1980s, faced declining living standards, while financial elites avoided accountability. The movement marked a turning point in American politics by placing wealth inequality at the center of national debate. The protest was conceived by Cale Larson, and Micah White of Adbusters, inspired by the mass gatherings in Cairo's Tahrir Square earlier in 2011. Larson registered OccupyWallStreet.org and chose September 17th as the launch date, while online buzz spread widely through Twitter and Reddit. By August, a group of New York activists, mainly anarchists, formed the New York City General Assembly to organize logistics. On the protest day, demonstrators were diverted from Wall Street's Charging Bull statue to Zuccotti Park after police blocked the original site. Around 1,000 people gathered, with nearly 300 staying overnight. The Zuccotti Park encampment soon became a self-sustaining hub with food, Wi-Fi, and even a lending library. Volunteers and donations supported the daily $1,000 operation, while contributions often exceeded $5,000 per day. Numbers at the camp varied between 100 to 200 protesters, but the movement's influence spread far beyond New York. Occupy protests sprang up across the United States and in cities worldwide, peaking during the October 15th Day of Rage, when demonstrations were held in more than 900 locations globally. Though New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg initially tolerated the protests, tensions rose over health and safety concerns. Attempts by the park's owners to clear the site were resisted by protesters who cleaned it themselves. However, on November 15th, police raided the camp, arresting about 200 people and banning tents and sleeping bags. While efforts to reclaim the park failed, the movement left a lasting impact through its rallying cry, "We are the 99%. This slogan crystallized public frustration with wealth inequality and continued to resonate in subsequent demonstrations. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Ubuna. Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV.
He never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Another bright morning in the world of business. Hello and welcome to the Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on Business Day Television, broadcasting to you live from our studio in Lagos, Nigeria, the nation's commercial capital. And I'm Deborah Eze. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The Central Bank of Nigeria has issued a fresh directive compelling all domestic systematically important banks to obtain regulatory approval for the appointment of successor managing directors at least 6 months before the exit of incumbent chief executives. The Apex Bank also ordered that such appointments must be made public no later than 3 months before the outgoing CEO officially vacates office. According to CBN, the policy shift is part of broader efforts to strengthen corporate governance, reduce uncertainty, and preserve confidence in Nigeria's financial system. The directive was contained in a circular signed by the Director of Financial Policy and Regulation, Rita Sike, and published on the CBN's website on Tuesday. And moving on, Nigeria's equity market is minting outsized return in 2025 with a handful of mid and small cap stocks handling investor triple digits gains, outpacing broader market benchmarks and underscoring renewed speculative appetite. According to reports, Better Glass PLC has surged 649% as at 11th of September, making it the best performing stock on the Nigerian exchange. With recent developments, a 1 million naira investment in January would now be worth 7.49 million naira, highlighting investor enthusiasm for manufacturers exposed to rising demand for consumer goods and the strong fundamentals of the glass producer. Mutual Benefit Assurance PLC followed closely with a 593% jump, turning the same 1 million naira bet into 6.93 million naira, reflecting investors' increasing appetite for low-price financial stocks. Still on, traders mourn the massive loss of shops and goods worth millions of naira following a fire that broke out at the Central Plaza in Madalas Marina, Lagos Island on the evening of September 16, 2025. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service also announced that a total of 9 victims were rescued from the fire incident, which affected the Afriland Tower on Broad Street, Lagos Island. According to the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service, the incident was reported at about 1:38 p.m. when crews from the Ebute, Elefun and Sari Igomu area stations were immediately deployed to the scene. And to end the news, the South African rand was muted on Tuesday as domestic investors awaited the release of inflation data and an interest rate decision later this week. The rand reportedly traded at 17.3725 against the dollar, about 0.2% weaker than Monday's close. According to the report, South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond was weaker as the yield rose to 3.5 basis points to 9.25% after shedding 12 basis points on Monday, trading around its best level since 2018. Analysts, however, maintained that the boost came from a survey which showed that longer-term inflation expectations has dropped to a record low after the South African Reserve Bank said it would aim for a lower inflation target. And still to come after the break, breaching finance and strategy, how startups can build scalable financial system for sustainable growth. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now we begin our first conversation where we're turning the spotlight on one of the biggest yet often underestimated challenges startup face, and that's building financial systems that don't just keep the light on, but actually support long-term growth and scalability. Now, for many startups, the journey begins with passion, innovation, and a great idea. Founders are often focused on getting the product right, finding customers, and keeping the business afloat day to day. But in the rush to grow, financial structures are sometimes left behind, records are scattered, cash flow is managed informally, and decisions are made reactively rather than strategically. I beg your pardon. Now, the problem is that as the business grows, those early cracks in the financial foundation begin to widen. Investors want more transparency, regulators demand compliance, and scaling operations require capital that must be managed with discipline. Now, this is where finance and strategy have come together. So, how can startup bridge this gap? What steps can they take to ensure their financial systems evolve with their ambitions? And how do founders know when it's time to bring in professional finance expertise, adopt new tools, or rethink their funding mix? And perhaps, most importantly, how can finance be used not just as a record-keeping function, but as a driver of innovation, efficiency, and long-term resilience? To explore these questions and more, I'm being joined by Bukola Akindejoye. She's an accountant and a project cost analyst. She'll be giving us deep insights into the world of startup finance, investment, and strategy. Good morning, Bukola. It's good to have you on the show.
Good, Deborah. Good morning. Thank you for having me here.
All right. So let's start with the basis. Why is it important for startups to link finance with overall business strategy and right from the beginning?
All right. Thank you for that question. So the reason why it's very, very important for startups to look into finance at the beginning of, let's say, from the start of having an idea, having a great idea, having the right team, having the right tech team that they need. But the reason why it's very, very important for finance is that I would say, apart from the idea, one of the key factors to actually enhance growth is actually finance. So finance, like it's popularly said, for a firm, finance is the company's backbone. And a startup cannot or is not advisable to make any decision without, let me say, consulting the finance. So because whatever the book says determine the next step, will give a suggestion on the possible step to take in making decision across board, not just by emotions, not just by what they think is right at that time, but according to what it is advisable to do, according to what the finance of the company is looking like. So I would actually say finance is a great tool that should always come first after the idea.
In your experience, what do you think are the most common financial mistakes these startups make in their early years?
All right, so I would say first off, I would say the first mistake, because for most our startup, especially for ones that before they actually got into the business, they have, let's say, great fundings and all like that, and it looks as if, oh, there's money, we can do anything, we can get anything, we can have anything that we want to have on board. But the major mistake I would say most startups get to make is not putting the funds appropriately. So I would just say like poor capitalization in that sense. So it's more like, okay, we want to go into operations, but okay, out of the 100% of funds that are available to run this business, are we using the 100% to at that instance, or how do we intend to spend it? Another important thing is that a lot of startups don't think, even though they think about the future, but not in accordance to the book. So something like maybe sort of like a forecasting, something around maybe like a scenario analysis to just give a prediction of, okay, what are the possible things that could actually happen, and how can we navigate these things with the available funds that we have, and also the ones that are going to be coming in the nearest future, according to how the operations really look like. So all of that are not put in place. Okay, so the most popular another recurring mistake is that not putting or not considering the future market. So it's going to be, it's a very, very big mistake when startup just don't consider some certain changes. It might be government, might be laws, might be regulation, but in a very on a long run, it actually take a great toll on the company's operation, and this is really a big toll on such firm.
Do you think this startup, how do you think they should start thinking about designing financial systems that can actually really grow their business as they scale?
All right. So I would put it this way, that for startup, regardless of the size, regardless of the manpower, and regardless of the intelligence, like each startup should start their company, like I said earlier, putting finance in consideration. So finance should more like should be seen as, apart from the company having like a business developer and all like that, finance should also be seen as a great tool in terms of making any strategy and all like that. So at the let's say first off, starting a startup. Okay, let me put it this way. Sorry. So let me put it this way. First off, let's say we are beginning a particular, we just have a new startup, right? And the name, the branding, everything is all out and everything. What is most important at that time is for such startup to confirm one thing. I would say that first, the nature of that business. Is it a part for a startup, the kind of industry that they are in? So if such the kind of industry they are in, it's a, let's say for example, let's take tech. Let's take tech for example. If it's a tech startup, then they have, I would not say a upper hand than every other industry, but I would say that in when it comes to scalability, tech has like a great power potential, growth potential in that area. But let's talk of, let's say, an e-commerce, for example. An e-commerce can scale, but not in the same speed a tech startup would actually like grow at the very early age. Why? Because the operations are different. And also I wouldn't say the opportunities too are different, but yes, they are different. And e-commerce will actually like want to go through certain systems, certain processes. Meanwhile, a tech startup will just more like, I wouldn't say, as long as it's a solid solution, as long as they put some certain important things in check. But a tech startup can easily just scale up more than what an e-commerce can just easily like go into, like in terms of growth. Yeah.
So let's move our focus to startup strategic direction. So what role does financial forecasting actually play in shaping their strategic direction?
All right. Okay. So in that sense, when it comes to strategy, all this boils down to forecasting, trying to like have some predictive analysis of more like, okay, for a startup, when in terms of strategy, they want to look into, all right, in the next, let me say this, it is always said that the first 5 years of any startup operations should not be seen as, whatever comes in should not be seen as a profit, so to say, because it's more like, I would call it a test running phase. So when it comes to strategy, like finance being like a strategy, is in terms of, okay, now in the next 5 years, like having a forecast around that period, and also if possible, as economic changes, everything, like when it comes or is forecasted to come, is expected that we have analysis. Another thing to put in place in that sense is also more like a risk management system. So the reason why I say a risk management system, it is expected every business, whether it is scalable, whether it has a great high potential for growth, it is even if there's this high sales drive, things are going well, the product is an excellent product, it is expectable, it is expected to have a risk management system.
Okay, so we all know, and you mentioned that many of the startups, they actually struggle with cash flow management. So what do you think are the most effective tools or practices to address this mismanagement?
All right. So I would say first off is keeping proper books. So as we all know, we have tools that can be used here. I'll make reference to the most popular one. We have QuickBooks, we have ZoBooks, we have different types that can help with management of inflows, outflows, and accounts generally. So I would really advise that for startups, there should not be any assumptions that, okay, we're not doing so much. It's just very little operations. We're just paying for few tools. We're just buying like our developers too. So there's not really any accounting to do for now. That is very wrong. There is that from that start, that little accounting that you think you can just, maybe the business developer or the CEO can just keep off, and it is important that it is documented. So something as little as you have a team of 3 and you're just paying them and you feel like, oh, it's just like a very little expense. It's very important that you keep that. You can use the software. And another thing is that you can also use, depending on the operations, you can also have such a startup can also have, if it's a startup that maybe it's more like expense, they might just want to get an expense tracker. Something like, it can be like a well-built spreadsheet that can be used, and it's all good and well-built and can be used to manage all the company's expense across the board. So we have different options available. We also have tools that can be used for forecasting. Then another error that startups should not make is also that they should not think that, okay, getting a finance personnel like at their early stage is not necessary. It is very necessary.
Yeah, that was going to like form my next question. So how early do you think this startup should start investing in this professional finance talent? Like you mentioned, accountants, financial controllers, and even CFOs.
I would say immediately, because the first question that we ask any startup that would say that they don't need that is, I would say, okay, how do you intend to make your decision? How do you intend, what backs up your decisions? Okay, if you don't need a finance personnel, you don't need a CFO, you don't need an accountant, you don't need a financial analyst, then how do you, whenever you are in a meeting and you're making decisions, you need to do this, do that, what's back your decision up? That would be my next question. Because if you don't have such system in place, even if you cannot have one as a full-time, we have options of consultants. You can have a financial consultant that you can always consult. So that also makes sense. So it can just be like, okay, as when it comes. So it is very important that startup have such a finance system in place at their very early stage, regardless of their size. Because structure is very important, and that need to, because okay, I think I would just have to end that here. Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at what's the right balance between bootstrapping venture capital and debt financing for a young company looks like. What's the balance between them?
All right. So this comes from the company or the startup understanding the kind of operations that they run. I would not expect let me use an e-commerce to say, okay, at the very age, you just want to like check what the available options for them in the venture capital. No. Pardon me. So the first thing I would say is that to really balance this, startup needs to know which works directly with their operation. It also depends on the current stage that such startup is operating on. So for a bootstrapping, I would definitely recommend it for an organization. Okay, it is always advisable for startups to actually go for bootstrapping. Why? Because at the early age, they actually want to work with the limited resources. They want to work with, okay, what they have, how best they can best utilize what is available. This comes down to, okay, let's say the available funds, the funders' capital, and also this also boils down to lean operations. It's fine that a startup wants to like it is big right from the beginning and all. But then it is very, very important that the lean operation is put in place to curb unnecessary expenses. And definitely why more reason why a finance person might be needed in this show. Therefore, a venture capital, I would say that once let me use a tech startup for example. Once a tech startup is already at the stage whereby the product is on its own, it's already like selling and it's at a particular point. They might just want to like venture into like the capital, like go into or explore the venture capital in terms of just to maybe increase their growth, like just to like give a very like yeah, increase their growth and all like that, and to just get into the market like in a certain level than what they already have. Then also I would say for the debt financing, this is what most startups always want to look into whenever they feel like there is no fund. Let's go into debt financing. I would recommend it for a startup that their operations is or their sales is fast. It's more like, okay, for example, let me say a manufacturing industry. Yes, I would recommend that for them. I'm not saying that tech has a specific option to go for. But I'm just saying that in terms of, let's say, importance or likelihood, these are the most recommendable like industry to venture into certain of these options that we have when it comes to financing. So for a tech startup that okay, it takes some time, or no, let me use for a company that they just sold it. It's not like sales is coming so much like that, but they're just in their early stage and they're trying to grow and all like that. And the next option they see is to take a loan or something. Obviously, once they are making profit, everything is going back to that loan. And it will make the company struggle so much to break out. And that is not healthy. It boils back to every single system, department in the organization, the employee, everyone would feel it.
Yeah.
Let me just put it here.
So, with all of this that you mentioned, we both understand that compliance and regulation can be very overwhelming for small teams, because that is what the startup can actually like afford in their early days. So, how do you think they can stay compliant without having to lose focus on the growth?
Okay, so first thing first, to stay compliant is I would recommend, like, first thing any startup should do is to get registered. Like, get registered immediately. And once that is done, I would also say that keeping clear books, regardless of how little it is, have companies filing their taxes, zero and all like that. So if your first operations, there are nothing to record, let there be a book that there's nothing to record. So I would say that keeping proper book, clear books, and also getting, if the organization needs to get a tax consultant, it is very recommendable. Please do. If you need more reason why I recommend having tools to manage the expenses and all like that. So if at any time there's a need to just present the books, such startup can easily go to their software that they use to manage their operations, and they share it to the necessary people. Another thing is also that let me also put this, actually a lot of organizations, something happened recently to a particular body, I wouldn't want to mention name, and there was this got a notice from the tax authority that okay, they have so tax pending, and the feedback was there are no operations, there are nothing to pay taxes on. Really, they are not to pay. The government will come up with that because okay, without the books, they could predictively state, okay, maybe what tax this person is expected to pay. It can be because of the person, such individual or corporate body operations generally. But the reason why there could be such raise was because nothing was remitted, nothing was submitted for filing and all like that. So it is always important keeping proper books, get registered where needed, like in the right body. And I think there shouldn't be any headache when it comes to taxes or any government regulatory system and all like that. Then another thing that I think that's it. Basically, everything all boils down on keeping right structure. Yeah. So that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Finally, because we're pressed with time, Bukola, what one piece of advice that you would give to a startup founder trying to bridge finance and strategy for long-term success?
Okay, so I would say the first thing to actually do is, would still be one of my previous points, is regardless of the size, regardless of the kind of industry, and get to have a good structure around your finances. Get to understand what certain forecast. I think every startup from the beginning, like the founder, should have this document, should have like a forecast that they work with, and also keeping the right books, regardless of how unclear or clear that it might be. So I think that is very, very important. Yeah, and also making sure that every decision that a company makes is backed up based on their financial operations. What does the book says? And now where can we go? Apart from the operations, spending and all like that, have a certain percentage of the company's funds, maybe in an investment or something. Something can just be happening. Not everything, not all the company's funds will just be based on operations, expense. Yeah, and also I'll just add this, and for funders too, let it be clear, this is the startup money, it is not your money, it is for the company. Put yourself on the pay if it's warrant. Yeah, it's very, very advisable to do that. And yeah, I think that should be good. And I believe the company, the startup should definitely do so good and will do very good. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your insight on the Business Morning Show this morning, Bukola. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
All right, still to come after the break, driving innovation in Africa's supply chain, the role of product leadership in building scalable tech solutions. Do stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stand Stanbic, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Africa's supply chain as complex as they are vital. They move everything from food to energy, from raw materials to finished goods. Yet, challenges such as poor infrastructure, fragmented market, limited financing, and logistical bottlenecks continue to slow down trade, increase cost, and hinder competitiveness. In many cases, these inefficiencies mean products take longer to reach the market and often at higher costs to both businesses and consumers. But where there are challenges, there are also opportunities. Across the continent, we are seeing a startup and established companies alike turning to technology to solve supply chain problems, from digital logistics platforms to AI-driven demand forecasting, from blockchain for transparency to mobile-based payment systems. Innovation is reshaping how goods move and how businesses interact. At the heart of this transformation is product leadership, the ability to design, build, and scale tech solutions that are not only innovative, but also practical, sustainable, and relevant to Africa's unique context. Product leaders are not just building apps or platforms. They are reimagining how supply chains can be more efficient, inclusive, and resilient. But the big questions today are, how do African innovators drive scalable solutions across diverse markets? What lessons can be drawn from success stories on the continent? And how can product leadership ensure that technology is not just disruptive, but transformative for supply chain? And joining us this morning is Promise Tomiwa Ayodele, a tech product professional, and we're going to be unpacking what it takes to innovate at scale and why supply chains could be the next frontier for Africa's digital transformation. Good morning, Promise Tomiwa. It's good to have you on the Business Morning this morning.
Good morning to you, and it's also great to be here. Thank you.
All right, let's begin with the big picture as usual. So why are supply chains such a critical space for innovation in Africa today?
Yeah, thank you very much. It is important to note that supply chain touches everything, right? From food security to manufacturing to retail, informal trade, export competitiveness, and a lot more, right? So supply chain, I would say, is the backbone of almost every economy, right? And Africa's market is such a fragmented one. We have many small traders, multiple currencies, weak logistics infrastructure, unlike in Europe where the bulk of the, a bulk of their countries there, spend a single currency, which is the euros, right? In Nigeria, we have, several currencies, right? And so many improvements in routing, demand matching, inventory of payment, unlocking big economic and social value, so why supply chain is critical, for Africa is because we are a blessed land, right? We have so much food, but there's a problem with producing in terms of turning our raw materials into actually consumable goods, right? And we rely on maybe exporting our materials, exporting a lot of the things that we're able to produce here, to turn them into finished produce before we bring them back here. That's then has transformed into the importance of ensuring that we have a working supply chain route, right? So successful techs here multiplies impact because it plugs into backbone of daily life, right? A lot of the things that we use today, a lot of the things that we do today in our day-to-day, supply chain plays an important role in it. And that's why hacking out to ensure that the transportation of goods, the interaction, not just transportation now, interaction between our country, the business people in our country, and in the places that we are bringing those goods from, is smooth enough. Then we go into looking at how transportation can also be improved, to ensure that goods and services meet up in time and they serve that the need that they are meant to serve. So that's how important supply chain is to us in our economy.
So how would you define product leadership? And I'm talking about in the context of building scalable tech solutions for supply chain. How do you define product leadership?
Right. So product leadership is typically the ability to define, right? The ability to define, and deliver, a product vision, right? One mistake that we always make with tech is that we believe that tech is just a way to enhance things. Yes, tech is a way to enhance things, right? But it is important that, when you want to build a product, when you're a leader, and you want to profile solution, you should ensure that you're solution oriented, right? When it comes to understanding that, whatever it is that you want to build for, and in this context, we're talking supply chain management, you understand that you're not building product because you want to build product, but because you want to solve a problem. And there are a couple of problems in, the supply chain space. Is it book, order tracking, because a lot of people order stuff from China, from the United States, from, Russia, and so on and so forth. And it takes months, it takes months for their orders to get into the country. They don't even know what happens along the line. They just know they've paid their supplier, and and so a lot of things like that, that's the problem. And when it comes to product leadership, one can decide to know that this problem, we want to solve it, and you go on to actually try to understand, from the lens view of the buyers and the sellers, right? Those are like the small business owners in Nigeria, the ones that are actually ordering those items from wherever they're ordering from, and the producers as well, the ones that are producing it from there, understand and be able to feel their pain point before you then solve the problem. So typically, product leadership in this context comes from the angle of understanding that it's about solving problem. It's understanding that it's about solving problem and not just building something because it is tech and it's the in thing right now, right? So product leadership is typically understanding, that there's a problem to be solved and being able to understand everyone that plays in that market to be able to solve that problem, right?
Now, move our focus to the biggest pain points that this African supply chains face, and how do you think technology can realistically address them?
Right. So I mentioned one the other time, right? Order tracking, right? I know these days, people and technology has moved. People have started building solutions for that, such that you could track your goods. But one of the problems that we face, is actually high transport costs, right? And empty miles, right? High transport, and we have tech companies like Cover 360 solving that. It takes a lot to move to transport your goods from one place to the other, right? From China to Nigeria, from the US to Nigeria. I work at a startup as well. It's called Prop 360. We're in product lead. We are actually also solving problems like that, in terms of technology. ensuring that people are able to transport easily and efficiently, right? Without stress, right? One other problem, we face is, poor visibility. Using ETAs and big buffer inventories. We do not. There's no when you order something, you really are able to ascertain, right? You really are able to ascertain. People are really able to ascertain that this is, this is the amount of things I've ordered, and on the particular freight or the ship that's coming to Nigeria, or the cargo, I am able to confirm that what I have ordered is what I'm going to get. In many cases, a lot of people hope, right? A lot of people hope that what they've ordered is what they get. So, and that's one gap in the supply chain industry, right? That solutions, and technology can solve this problem by ensuring that people are able to monitor, not just monitoring that the idea of their goods coming into the country, but also to ensure that as their goods are coming into the country, they are coming in intact, and everything that got on the plane or got on board with the ship, gets to Nigeria or gets to their destination safely. And trust and compliance gap as well. Of course, we're not alienated to the fact that there are goods called contraband. And I think that this is one of the very big problem in the supply chain industry, contraband, right? I think technologies can be built, and I'm sure that technology leaders are currently also still working on that, built in such a way that this is, when you're trying to even import something or trying to bring something into a country that's against the rule, you don't have to get here. Your goods don't have to get here, spend the money before you get to know that, oh, this good is, not allowed in this country. So building infrastructure systems that allow people to understand that there are some certain things that cannot, because a lot of course, they say in the law that ignorance is not an excuse, but there are some things that people don't genuinely know, right? And technology, can actually solve this problem by, even if it's just a portal, where people get to see things that are accepted or are not accepted in the country. Just like some time ago, from our government, people were able to import rice as harmless as rice is. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an harmful substance to know that this is, not acceptable, or is a contraband at this point in time, in the country. So from transportation to tracking, to the goods in themselves, understanding which good, to inventory management, those are big problems that currently exist. And of course, companies are solving it, right? People are solving it, but we're only solving it one at a time. There's still a need for people to understand that, look, we're in Africa, right? At this point in time, we're heavily reliant on, importation. That's the truth, right? At this point in time, we're heavily reliant on importation. And as such, it is important that we are able to get it right, using technology, do things that we're meant to do, with or for a month in 2 weeks. Of course, I'm not going to say we're only importers, right? We're exporters as well. Just yesterday, the first shipment of Dangote refineries crude oil, landed in the US, right? That's a big win. As much as we say, okay, it's only for Dangote, but that's a big win for Nigeria. It means that we are officially exporting, crude oil. Officially, I mean, I don't know if there are some unofficial ones going on, but we're officially exporting crude oil, right? So, in situations like that, technology can actually make things faster. Technology can make things, a lot better in terms of ensuring that from transportation to inventory management to, fixing, the cost of transportation in itself, to ensuring that rules and regulations placed. And of course, we need a more active body, right? There's only so much technology can do. When there's an active body, like the body in charge of ensuring that things that are being transported, when there are information, when there's a better PR, right? There's active communication between people and an association, the government bodies and the association of importers and exporters, those small businesses, those medium businesses, there would be smooth transition, right? You'll be able to understand what is going on in the industry and be able to act accordingly. Yeah.
So quickly, because we're running out of time, we understand that funding is actually a major challenge, and it still remains a challenge for scaling tech solutions. So what do you think innovators should know about attracting investment in this space?
So really, funding is funding is a fundamental aspect of building business. And one thing is that there's literally no investor that would see value that wouldn't invest in it. It is important that we actually solve the right problems, right? It is important. And so, as a tech product person, who's worked with startups, for a couple of years, one thing I noticed is that there's always fund if you're solving the right problems, And it only takes, looking deeper, for every no you get, as a startup, for every no you get as, an innovator who is trying to solve a problem, understand that there's something that can be done better, right? We have to be able to, and you have to know your market, right? If it's in, the supply chain industry that we're playing in, you have to understand your market. You have to be able to tell your story. We have to be able to understand that, it's not about saying I have innovation, give me money. Founders don't really just drop money like that, right? But, being able to say that, this is the problem that I'm solving for, and these are and you'll be able to give scenarios, right? You'll be able to give scenarios, being able to give scenarios as to how this problem actually affects or slows down the economy and the solution that this innovation provides, to the industry, right? So, again, like I said, there's always funding. It's about solving the right problems. It's about solving, the problem of transportation. It's about solving the problem of inventory management, right? It's about solving the problem of goods tracking and solving it the smart way, right? And definitely there'll be funding. There's enough funding to go around for that. Yeah.
Before we wrap up this segment, what's one piece of advice that you would like to give to product leaders who want to build not just innovative but scalable and sustainable solutions for the Africa's supply chain?
Right. So what is important is that one important thing is that you get on the field. What that means is that, understand the problem, because a lot of, founders or a lot of, people want to solve for hypothetical scenarios, right? Like they're really interested in just solving for, I think that this is and this is. Actually get to understand. There's something called a design thinking, theory, where you first of all try to understand the pain points of the users, not just understand it, also write down their problems, because without understanding and writing down the problems, you really do not know, what, solution you want to prefer, or you really do not know the kind of solution, that could solve the problems that they are facing. And importantly also, on understanding their problems and being, the moment you build a product does not mark the end of, your understanding the user's perspective. We need to also be able to know that, the user's interests change per time, the way they see things, their needs evolve, so sticking with them and not just building for, oh, we have built it, let us build, but sticking with them, because building products is about people. Right. And the moment you leave the people, you're no longer building for them. You're probably already building for yourself. And it's only a matter of time before the product or the solution that has been brought into market, goes away. So understanding that to start any product, you need to be in tune with the people that you're building for. And even after you've completed building this particular said product, you need to also continue to be with them to understand how their needs have evolved, so that you'll be able to keep innovating your product as time goes on. So yeah, that's my advice for product leaders.
All right, thank you so much for your insights on the Business Morning Show, Promise Tomiwa. It was really good to have you.
Thank you so much.
That has been our focus today on Business Morning, which is how startups can build scalable financial systems for sustainable growth, and also the role of product leadership in building scalable tech solutions. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with the big story with Elizabeth Musa after the short break. Have a good morning.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys, the Allah. All the ladies, the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obunna. On this day in 2011, the first Occupy Wall Street protest was held in the United States, as some 1,000 demonstrators marched in Manhattan before occupying Zuccotti Park. The movement, which eventually went global, sought to highlight corporate greed and income inequality, among other issues. It lasted from September 17th to November 15th, 2011 in New York City. It emerged in the aftermath of the 2007 to 2008 financial crisis and the Great Recession, which deepened social and economic disparities across the United States. Many younger Americans, particularly those born in the 1980s, faced declining living standards, while financial elites avoided accountability. The movement marked a turning point in American politics by placing wealth inequality at the center of national debate. The protest was conceived by Cale Larson and Micah White of Adbusters, inspired by the mass gatherings in Cairo's Tahrir Square earlier in 2011. Larson registered OccupyWallStreet.org and chose September 17th as the launch date, while online buzz spread widely through Twitter and Reddit. By August, a group of New York activists, mainly anarchists, formed the New York City General Assembly to organize logistics. On the protest day, demonstrators were diverted from Wall Street's Charging Bull statue to Zuccotti Park after police blocked the original site. Around 1,000 people gathered, with nearly 300 staying overnight. The Zuccotti Park encampment soon became a self-sustaining hub with food, Wi-Fi, and even a lending library. Volunteers and donations supported the daily $1,000 operation, while contributions often exceeded $5,000 per day. Numbers at the camp varied between 100 to 200 protesters, but the movement's influence spread far beyond New York. Occupy protests sprang up across the United States and in cities worldwide, peaking during the October 15th Day of Rage, when demonstrations were held in more than 900 locations globally. Though New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg initially tolerated the protests, tensions rose over health and safety concerns. Attempts by the park's owners to clear the site were resisted by protesters who cleaned it themselves. However, on November 15th, police raided the camp, arresting about 200 people and banning tents and sleeping bags. While efforts to reclaim the park failed, the movement left a lasting impact through its rallying cry, "We are the 99%. This slogan crystallized public frustration with wealth inequality and continued to resonate in subsequent demonstrations. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona.
gap between strategy.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story where we turn a spotlight this morning on a major shakeup in the global energy industry. All majors from Chevron to BP are slashing jobs, freezing investment and putting drilling on pause. Crude prices, once soaring after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have now halved, trading just under $66 a barrel. Analysts wonder it could fall even further below $60 with ripple effects that could last 4 years. Now, from the shale fields of Texas to the oil rigs of the Middle East and the offices of London, Kuala Lumpur and Lagos, the message is the same. The boom cycle has ended, and at least for now, we'll say. With capital spending declining, workers losing jobs, and countries like Nigeria facing fiscal strain, the big question this morning is, what does this retrenchment mean for the future of global oil and for economies heavily dependent on petroleum revenues? Well, joining me to unpack this and so much more is Dipo Oladende, is the head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk. Welcome to the show, Dipo. Hi, Dipo, if we can hear you, so we might need you to unmute your mic, please.
Yeah, hi. Good morning.
It's good to have you, Dipo. Let's really talk about and start with the big picture. Why really would you say oil majors are pulling back on drilling and investment now?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here again. So, I think what we've noticed is the fact that capital spending on oil and gas production has dropped. $41 billion US dollars. This is the first major decline since 2020, and this data was published by McKinsey. So what we're seeing is there's been a drop in capital projection for oil and gas projects. A lot of companies are reducing their drilling sites and their oil exploration plans. This is as a result of the global oil prices. So oil prices, the outlook at the beginning of the year was the fact that at September, oil prices should be over 80%, $80 per barrel. So what we've noticed now is the result like $63 per barrel, which is affecting a lot of companies to spend. So what we've noticed as well is a lot of banks that are promised to give out loans for oil and gas projects are currently taking a back foot, are currently rethinking that position as a result of oil prices. Excuse me. So, I mean, this is the major reason, and then of course, knowing the fact that OPEC oil producing countries are all also increasing supply to the markets. So we are currently witnessing a bit of glut in the market because a lot of countries are currently producing at their full capacity. So that means there is excess supply of products, and in the normal laws of economics, once supply is excess, the prices are bound to drop, which is what we are seeing currently in the markets.
Before we continue, could you please turn on your video so we can have you on video, because we've been hearing you but we've not been seeing you. Well, crude prices also, we've seen that they've dropped sharply since their 2022 highs. How much of this downturn is about the OPEC Plus strategy versus the weaker global demand?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So what we've noticed in terms of demand as well is the fact that the current demand you're saying is still peculiar. It's not a surprise because in times like this you expect increase because it's summer period and not harvest period. And so a lot of the local countries are now in demand of energy as a result of due to so many reasons, right? So, I mean, demand is always expected. I think the biggest challenge we face is supply. OPEC Plus countries as well are also, they had an agreement last month to increase supply to the markets. I mean, this is also, all of this is you definitely have an effect on price because, like I mentioned earlier, once supply is in excess, what we're going to see is prices will probably fall. Another major point that is driving supply and the case will be now, we've seen the likes of Saudi Arabia and the likes of Iraq and other major oil producing countries scale up oil production. So what they've been able to do is they've been able to revise some of the idea of their assets, and they've been able to boost production back to their peak levels, not since the beginning of the year. And so all of this is causing supply into the market. So that's the major responsibility for oil.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn our attention to the devastating flood ravaging communities in Borno and Yobe State. Entire villages have been submerged, thousands displaced and livelihoods destroyed as the region battles one of the worst flood episodes in recent years. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has been at the forefront of responding to this crisis, providing relief materials, setting up temporary shelters, and coordinating with state government and humanitarian agencies. But as the scale of destruction grows, questions remain. How effective has the response been, and what more needs to be done to mitigate future disasters? Well, joining us to unpack this and so much more this morning is Sirajo Garba Abdullahi, is Head of Operations at Borno State at the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. Thank you for joining the show this morning, Mr. Abdullahi.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you for being here this morning. Let's begin with the situation report, really. What's the scale of the flood menace in Borno and Yobe State right now?
At the moment, as we had the report from Daniel and Nisa, we are having early cessation of the rain. Presently, it's going down, but in the last 1, thousands of people flood as a result of each volume of rain in most of the high-risk areas that were highlighted earlier on.
We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes. We got the report since February, and NEMA convened a meeting of critical stakeholders, and we were able to get advisories as early as April. All the state governments were written to NEMA with the state government. So of course we had about 11 LGAs, each of the states with high risk. But hopefully, as I mentioned earlier on, we're having an early cessation. A lot of people have been affected. But the displacement is not like what we had last year. So I think we have a stable situation at the moment.
When you look at the communities which are the communities worst hit, what stands out for you? How many people have been displaced, and what are their most urgent needs?
Can you come again? You said how many people?
Yes, when you look at the communities which have been worst hit, what really stands out for you? How many people have been displaced, and what are their most urgent needs? I can hear you, Mr. Abdullahi. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? We can hear you.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Abdullahi. Can you hear me? All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military.
Welcome back. This is still the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. I was just speaking with Mr. Sirajo Abdullahi, who happens to be the head of operations at NEMA for Borno State. I was asking you just before we went on the break about what are the communities which are worst hit by this situation and what really stands out for you, and if you could just give us statistics on how many people have been displaced and what their most urgent needs are. Mr. Abdullahi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. What did you say?
All right, I'm asking to know which of the communities have been worst hit by this situation and what stands out for you. And if you could give us statistics on how many people have been displaced and what their most urgent needs might be right now. Just give us the statistics.
Okay, so far, based on our records, we have about in Yobe State, we have about 5 local government areas, starting from Potiskum. I think Potiskum is the worst affected. About 2,557 households were affected in Potiskum, and 102 were displaced. Out of the 102 that were displaced, the state government has actually provided cash for rent, while NEMA has provided food and non-food items to the affected population. In Nangere, we have about 200 households. Their houses were inundated, and they have been resettled with the collaboration of SEMA and other humanitarian partners in the shelter sector, non-food items. Shelter kits have been provided for them. Meanwhile, we also have others affected in Guru and in Damaturu local government areas. All in all, I would say we have over 10,000 households affected in Yobe State, while in Borno State we have about, I think the most affected is in Maiduguri Metropolis. Can you hear me?
Crystal clear.
It's not clear?
I can hear you. Please carry on.
Okay. Okay. In Maiduguri Metropolis, Konduga, and part of Jere local governments, we have over also, I think, close to 20,000 households affected. However, there is no displacement. They suffered this. They were affected because of the high volume of water as a result of flash floods. We had flash floods due to the high volume of water and also the overflow of Garda River and also River Gadabo. Those on the riverine areas or along the shore of the river were affected, while the most affected are in Bomari, Bulunkutu, Dala areas, Dubai. I think we have close to about 6-7 locations where people were heavily affected. However, there is no displacement, unlike last year.
Right. And if I hear you correctly, you said that the Maiduguri metropolis happens to be the one that's been most hit by this unfortunate situation. And you did also mention that NEMA has been able to provide food items and non-food items. And in that case, I would assume that then they've been able to get, you know, relief in terms of shelter and medical support. I believe so. But one thing that has been recurring is that we've heard concerns that some areas aren't getting enough aid. Why is this so difficult to reach these places?
Yes, some of the locations I have mentioned, like in Borno State, you find out that some of the buildings, there is no short-term solution to what is happening at the moment. But it's our belief that most of the state governments, more especially here in Borno, they are having more durable solutions to this problem because whether we like it or not, the volume of water as a result of climate change that we have has increased. And one thing that we have identified is that most of these locations are areas that are in a low-lying areas. There is no, for those, the states are having a survey, you know, because we are also in some of these committees, state committees, to identify the problems. Some of them is not even the lack of drainages. There are drainages, but there are no outfalls. There is no place where this water will go to. For some areas, experts are providing solutions to like creating cesspool and creating more outfalls to connect them if there are waterways along the lines. But the houses have been there ages, you know, ago. And for the states where we've had a lot of activities like expanding of those waterways, creating of more drainages and what have you. Generally, we would say also some of the building patterns that we have, most especially here in the north, you find out that most of the areas affected, in some places where houses are being destroyed or partially damaged, they are just mud houses, you know, and most of these mud houses do not really have a very strong foundation. And as a result, year in, year out, you have those houses affected. And back to your question with the issue of aid, the aid is or assistance. Sometimes, you know, you cannot reach every other person because the number of those that are affected, as I said, compared to last year or this year, we have it is somehow somehow better. Even though we are providing, we move with the states, and we have been calling on the LGAs because we can't reach everywhere. So we're trying our best to those that are reported, cases that are reported. We have an emergency operations center. Whatever information we have on areas that have been reported so far, I believe we have reported to the emergency operations center, and we are providing support for some other areas. You know, it's not only NEMA. We have other partners also providing support. So ours is to coordinate, and we identify areas that have not been assisted. We also assist, but if an assistance has already reached them, then we also get across to others. Thank you.
Ms. Abdullahi, we need to talk about the fact that we know we're talking about the Northeast here, where insecurity happens to be a big factor. How much of this insecurity has complicated your response operations?
Yes, with regards to security, of course, there are some areas that are hard to reach. They are hard to reach. However, that has not stopped support getting across to them, because whenever we have assistance or any form of support by the government or non-governmental organizations, we have the securities with us, and we also liaise with the state emergency management agencies and the local government areas to see that the assistance reaches them.
All right, and one thing we also need to highlight is coordination. In moments like this, we know that coordination is everything. So how are you working with state government? How are you working with local authorities and even international partners to keep this response running smoothly?
How we keep in touch with our key partners is that you are aware that at each of the states have their various state emergency management agencies. And also we have the local government, local emergency management committees. So we don't have a problem with coordination, because in the base states, more especially Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, even though Adamawa is not under me, for Borno and Adamawa and Yobe, we have a very smooth working relationship. We have desk officers in all the local government areas who report this incident. That's how we get to know. Then secondly, we also liaise through the state emergency management agencies. We are together with them. Even as I'm speaking with you, we're having a program with the executive secretary of the Yobe State Emergency Management Agency and the Director General for Borno State Emergency Management Agency. Whenever we have incidents like this, we have the key partners, including we have an emergency response team, which includes the fire service. We also have the Red Cross. We have the police, the civil defense. They all form part of the emergency response team. So we don't have an issue with coordination because we meet periodically. That is how we were able to, also have committees that were created by the state governments to identify even from the incidents we had last year. One, we looked at, even before now, we had a downscaling program when we got the information from NIMET and NISA. We came all together, all the partners came in together. We identified areas that were affected last year, and we looked at the high-risk areas, and we were getting advisories from NIMET and NISA almost, I think, on a weekly basis, or should I say it's periodic, to areas where they're expecting these high volumes of water. And most of the areas that were affected last year, we identify some of the reasons to like lack of drainages in some places, lack of desilting of some of these drainages, which we also carried out, expansion of waterways and some of the canals. And we also identified that there is need to dredge some of these rivers and also expand the waterways, as I mentioned. So we have been doing it, and we meet periodically with the key partners. Of course, we have professionals also amongst us, and the line ministries that are supposed to be there, like Ministries of Works, Ministry of Environment. They are all included to identify these areas, and we are always offering a solution to the states, to actually look at how they can survey, have another survey of most of these areas to identify what they need to do immediately, to avert any flooding that may come in the future.
It looks like you have everything under control in terms of smooth operations, but we also understand that relief is critical, but certainly it can't be the end of the story. So what are some of the long-term solutions that we're considering right now to help these communities to become less vulnerable to flooding?
The long-term solutions is we are looking at one. We are calling on the professionals, most especially as it's been said every day, that the
Mr. Abdullahi, do we still have you? All right, I was just speaking with Mr. Sirajo Abdullahi, is the head of operations at NEMA for Borno State, and he was talking to us about some of the activities ongoing in terms of helping the communities who have been affected by the flood in Borno and Yobe states.
They need to be desilted.
Please carry on. Mr. Abdullahi, do we still have you?
Yes, it went off, but it's back.
All right, please go on.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So we believe it's a long-term solution. The states have to incorporate their development. They need to have a survey of most of these areas that are affected to propose a long-lasting solution. One, for areas that do not have an outfall where the water will run off to, in some of these areas, sometimes they are thinking about providing a cesspool where you will channel some of this water to the cesspool. Then there are some rivers that have not been dredged for quite a long time, and we believe that those rivers would need to be dredged so that they can contain more water. And also for the existing dams, we believe that continuous maintenance of these dams, will also go a long way to avoid overflow. And but generally, we also we need to look at our buildings for areas that are in low-lying areas. The experts will have to give a proper solution, to some of these things. Even if the cesspool is something that at the moment is people do not always want to have a location, close to communities that will be containing a lot of water. But we believe if our engineers can come together and work with the various states, have a survey, and mapping of these areas, will be able to get out of the present situation.
And if I hear you correctly, I've not heard you mention any challenges with resources. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about?
Yes, of course. Funding is always not adequate. It's always not adequate. As I highlighted earlier on, we have a lot of people affected, but not necessarily displaced. So when you look at the number of people affected, of course, we cannot provide for everybody. That is why we have been calling on the states and the local government areas, because there are some local government areas that do not have local emergency management committees. And what we are saying is for those LGAs to have established local government management committees, one, to enhance the capacity building of our locals and our communities. Secondly, to be able to have a very good, understanding of emergency management itself. And thirdly, for the various governments to fund the state emergency management agencies to have adequate stockpiling, and also to reach those that have been affected, because NEMA alone cannot do it. NEMA has about 36 states with the FCT. That is why we have always been calling on the states, the various state governments, to fund the SEMAs. That way, we believe we'll be able to reach more people.
And
yeah,
we've talked about the role of the government. We've talked about the role of NEMA. We've talked about how we might also need more resources. But let's talk about the people themselves. What's the role of citizens here? How can these citizens and these communities play a stronger part in actually preparing and responding to disasters like this? In Lagos State, you hear, stay on guard, the flooding is about to happen. You'd hear that in some places in the West. So what really is what's the role that communities are playing to prepare?
Yeah, the communities and people as a whole, I think, have a much greater role to play. One, for those that are building their houses in low lying areas or riverine river banks, I believe they have to desist from that, because you can't be living in a location where there are lots of hazards, and risk. One, you could be, once you have a flash flood, those houses could be washed away because they're along waterways, and we find a lot of these houses, being built, along these areas and areas where there are a lot of erosion. Secondly, communities need to desist from throwing their waste into canals and waterways, because once you have blockage in these areas, the water goes back into people's houses. And as a result, they lose a lot of belongings, and they also lose their life. That, of course, we have seen the government's putting a lot of resources in trying to distill. A lot of resources goes into that, and even drainages that have been built or constructed, to take this water out. You have a situation where people just fill in, their garbages and what have you. And thirdly, you also have situations where those places are inundated, and even though government comes to do some chlorination and what have you, there you have the source of water, and you see their drainages, their soccerways, very close to their source of water. And thereby you have outbreak of diseases and stuff like that. So I think the communities will need to, gear up. They will need to also identify that these are problems, and year in, year out, we cannot continue like that. And even the nature of the houses that are being built, they don't have a very good foundation mostly. And as a result, we keep losing some of these houses they build every year. The same thing, next year you come out, it is the same thing. So they should adhere to government regulation. For those that have been asked, most especially here in Borno, I think they have about if I'm not mistaken, somewhere between 20 to 50 meters from the riverways. They have restricted people from building, but you still see some people doing that in some of these areas. And also with regards to boat mishap that we usually have, which is as a result of mostly here, when you have huge volumes of water, we are asking the people to actually restrict the number of people that go on some of these boats. We have realized that mostly it is overloading, that causes most of the boats to capsize. Most of the incidents we've had is as a result of overloading, and also for the boat operators, to have life jackets in their boats. I think it will go a long way.
And having said all of this, if we're looking ahead right now, if you had to highlight just one or two things that Nigeria must do differently, I mean, to avoid another disaster of this magnitude, what would they be?
Well, I would say to one, have a general survey, of the cities and places that have on high risk. We need to have that survey. And secondly, I would say maintaining of all water bodies and containers, which are the dams and other waterways. They need to be maintained, because once they are maintained, they will contain more water, and we will have less crisis on our hands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sirajo Garba Abdullahi, the head of operations for Borno State at the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. Thank you for giving us this insightful
Thank you so much for having me,
morning.
and apologies for all the hitches.
It's very well. Thank
you.
you. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
You. Yeah.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
National Finance Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the national health insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of Business Day, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DGNHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
As the African Continental Free Trade Area takes shape, promising to reshape a $3.3 trillion market, a new Pan-African campaign is pressing for a bold practical step, which is a visa-free travel across the continent. Advocates say such freedom of movement is essential to unlocking Africa's potential in trade, tourism, and employment for its 1.4 billion people. At the forefront of this campaign is Ras Mubarak, former Ghanaian MP, journalist, and staunch Pan-Africanist, who is leading a remarkable 163-day road journey across 39 countries. The campaign's mission is to galvanize support for a borderless Africa where Africans can move, walk, and do business freely. Mubarak, who once made legislative history in Ghana as the first MP to pass a private member's bill, now channels the legacy of Kwame Nkrumah in his quest for continental unity. His Trans-African Tourism and Unity campaign, comprising of a team of 8 non-state actors, is both symbolic and strategic, aimed at pushing governments and civil society toward urgent action. During a stop in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, Mubarak spoke exclusively to BusinessDay Abuja Bureau Chief Onyinye Nwachukwu. African leaders must act decisively now, not in 2063, he said, underscoring the campaign's rallying cry.
I think the best place to start will be to understand what this whole campaign is about.
That's right. The Trans-African Tourism and Unity campaign is an initiative that is backed by the government of Ghana, and the objective is to promote a visa-free policy for all Africans who are holders of African passports. And so we are driving through 39 African countries, and this is going to take us 163 days, all things being equal. And throughout the travels, we are engaging heads of government, policymakers, the media, civil society, etc.,
just so that we are all on the same page, because it's been long overdue. The unification of Africa is very crucial, and we are using this as a non-state support, to whatever is being done by all the countries and the regional blocs, to ensure that Africa is open, to ensure that our borders are ripped apart, so that all Africans can travel within this great continent without visa restrictions.
Okay, so how many countries have you visited already?
So Nigeria is our fourth country. From Nigeria we're heading to Cameroon, and then to Equatorial Guinea, then to Gabon, then on and on. From Gabon we're going to Congo, then Congo DR, Angola, Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia. Then we go to Malawi, then we do Burundi, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania. Then we drive to Ethiopia. Then from Ethiopia we come back to Central Africa and do the Central African Republic, and then we move on to Chad, and we move to Niger and drive for 40 hours from Niger to Algeria, and then from Algeria we head to Morocco, and from Morocco we do Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, then Sierra Leone, Liberia in January. So we should be in Sierra Leone on the 10th, from the 10th to the 13th of January 2026. Then from the 14th we're in Liberia, spend 3 days in Liberia, then the Ivory Coast, then Burkina Faso, and finally to Ghana.
So that's interesting, yeah. So who is, let's say, bankrolling this? How is this being funded?
Bankrolling is such a big word. Don't give the impression that we are carrying bags and bags of money around in this day and age of bad people on the roads. You don't want somebody seeing our convoy and stopping us and asking us to bring all the money. But that's just an aside. Well, so we have contributions from individual members of the campaign. There's 8 of us. We've all chipped in our bit. Of course, there are agencies and institutions. Agencies like the National Investment Bank of Ghana, the Gold Board of Ghana, Glyco. Glyco is an insurance company, so they have insured vehicles and given us a personal insurance. There's Del Cielo, there's the Ghana Investment Promotion Council, there's the Ghana Free Zones Authority, there's the National Lotteries Authority, and Stanbic Bank, Ghana, and a host of others. And we are encouraging Nigerian companies as well, because this is not just a Ghana thing, it's an African-wide thing. And so companies in all the countries we are traversing through are encouraged to support the campaign as best as possible. There are others who are giving us hotels, and so if somebody can service our vehicles when we are in their country, if somebody can give us fuel when we're in the country, would really and truly appreciate it. We sincerely believe that this is the least our generation can do to support Africa. And we all know how we struggle to get political independence. And beyond political independence, there's got to be economic independence. We've got to grow our economies, ensure that our people are prospering. And the only way we can prosper is to encourage trade and encourage tourism and cultural exchanges, and own our own country and own our continent, because we've been down for so long as Africans, and given what we have in terms of natural resources, in terms of human capital, we have no reason not to succeed. Africa is 1.4 billion people. We've got a combined GDP of $3.3 trillion. That's massive. If you look at West Africa alone, people who consume things within West Africa, whether they are buying food or they are buying, water or whatever, consumers in West Africa are about 450 million. So imagine if you are a rice producer, if you are a fertilizer producer, if you are a clothes manufacturer, if you are a vehicle manufacturer, imagine the market, the potential to grow and to expand. And with expansion comes job creation for our teeming young men and women who have finished school and are looking for jobs. So I've said time and again that Africans don't have an excuse not to succeed, and that the leaders in Africa who help us to achieve a visa-free Africa would be remembered. And those who don't, history would judge them wrongly. And I believe, the leaders would want to leave behind a lasting legacy. And so this is something that they may be interested in having us achieved. The African Union has an Agenda 2063, which is 40 years from now. I don't know about viewers, but 40 years from now, I'll be almost 90 years. And so the African youth does not have the luxury of time to wait for 90 years, to wait for 40 years for opportunities, to wait till 2063 to get opportunities. We believe, and indeed this is backed by facts, that we can become a visa-free continent by the year 2030, 5 years from now. Benin is doing it, the Republic of Benin. All Africans can travel to Benin, get visas on arrival, and stay in Benin for up to 90 days. Kenya has, opened their doors and windows, and anybody who is of African descent can come to Kenya, and stay and do business, etc. We want to ensure that, Nigeria is open to all Africans, Ghana is opened, Egypt is opened, all the countries of Africa are open, so that we are trading more amongst ourselves, because really and truly it is about us. The others don't care about us, and that's a fact, and that is why people are saying America First agenda. I have no problem with that, because the first duty of every government is the security and prosperity of its people. So if Trump says America First, he's dealing with Americans. If Europe wants the interest of Europe first, we shouldn't have a problem with that. The interest of Africa should be paramount. It should be above and over any other continent, consideration. And that means working together, breaking down the barriers that inhibit, that restrict us from, reaching each other. And I've said also this, that but for events of 1863, when the Europeans sat in Germany and drew a line between our countries and shared it amongst themselves, we were pretty much one country, one continent. We are in Nigeria now. I look at my brothers and sisters from Nigeria, and I don't see any difference. It's the same faces with Ghanaians, same faces with Ugandans, same faces with South Africans, etc. And so we should not allow colonial artificial boundaries to keep us from working together. Our youth are looking for opportunities, they're looking for jobs, and that these jobs will not come about if we are inward looking. The jobs would come about if we open the doors, if we create the avenue, for our people to thrive and do business, and also not just business, but also even cultural exchanges. It's exciting to get to know each other's food. For instance, we just ate masa with alefu. I mean, in Ghana, we eat masa with porridge in the morning and afternoon. But it's quite interesting and intriguing, and I find it exciting, that not only do Nigerians eat masa with porridge, but they also eat it with, soup, so we can only learn about each other's culture if we get to travel. But as it is now, it is very difficult for somebody from Southern Africa to come to Nigeria or Ghana. It's very difficult for West African nationals to go to Southern Africa, and so why should this be the case when we are one people, when we've got one continent, when we've got one destiny, when we should be aiming towards one currency, one African passport, where our people can pick their passports and travel and have access to 54 countries, where we don't have to come to Nigeria and change our money into Naira, or go to Benin and change our money into CFA, etc. Imagine the impact if we spend in one currency in Africa and have one powerful African passport. It is possible, we can do it, and we've got to send a strong message out there to the world that Africa's time is now, and the leaders will have to embrace the change that is coming.
Okay, so in the country, this is the fourth country you're visiting, Nigeria. So in the 3 countries that you visited, including Nigeria right now, what has been the conversation and the response you've gotten so far?
I can tell you that the response so far has been very encouraging. You know, we've met with high-level government officials in Togo and in Benin, and sadly, at the time we went to these countries, including Nigeria, your president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is in Brazil. You know, and so we are unable to meet up with him, but we've left a letter behind, which will be conveyed to him through our High Commission here in Abuja. You know, we met the absence of the Benin's President, Excellency Talon, and we met the absence of the leaders in Togo, because in these countries it is a holiday season for them. You know, the government is on recess, so pretty much everybody is traveled. But we understand the tight schedules of excellencies, and we don't mind meeting ministers, you know, who could equally convey our message of wanting a united Africa, you know, to excellencies to implement these things. Our people need it, you know, and the time is just now.
So who did you meet? Who have you met so far here?
So in Nigeria, a meeting is being set up with the tourism minister and with the Honorable Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, because as you may be aware, the president is out of the country. He's out with his Minister for Information, he's out with his Foreign Minister, and a lot of officials. Normally when excellencies travel like that, they go with their ministers so that they can negotiate certain things in terms of trade deals, etc. So we understand these challenges, and we are not discouraged by the fact that we met the absence of the leader of Nigeria. And even if he was in the country, one must understand that the schedules of leaders are fluid. They can change rapidly given the nature and the weight of the job that they are undertaking. The most important thing is that we've been here, we've engaged the media extensively. The media would, you know, echo, you know, the message, and I believe Excellency gets, you know, briefings every morning in respect of, you know, what the media in the country is saying. So obviously he may have heard about the campaign, and even if he has not heard about it, certainly the Ghana High Commission in Nigeria will be presenting our letter on our behalf to him when he returns to the country. And the other thing I want to say is that this is a grassroots movement. This is we are non-state actors, you know. So what we are doing is simply to complement, you know, the work of, ordinarily this should be the work of, you know, state agencies. This should be the job of ECOWAS and, you know, SADC and EAC, the East African, you know, community, and African Union and the various countries, you know. But as young Africans, we believe that the process is slow, and so we are selflessly dedicating ourselves, you know, leaving our families behind and traversing through Africa, you know, to send a message of positivity, you know, to people. It is possible in Africa. I have no doubt in my mind about that.
Okay, so from the economic standpoint, how do you think this campaign would directly, you know, impact, whether it's tourism revenues, whether it's trade flows, whether you're talking about cross-border investments on the continent, and again, whether it has, or how much impact do you think is going to have on Africa continental free trade area, you know, that African countries are chasing?
To be honest, I don't want to talk about after, you know, because I don't really know what they are doing. You know, they are bogged down in bureaucracy. And so what needs to be done is that we need to mobilize the masses of our people, you know, as non-state actors, you know, to get this done. But in terms of impact, the impact is monumental. You know, in terms of tourism revenue, currently, you know, the global tourism revenue is in trillions of dollars. Africa makes about $1.9 billion of that figure annually. We have no doubt in our minds that, look, we can quadruple that figure. And I say this, having traveled through several countries around the world and knowing what the impact of tourism is. And I'm happy to say that Nigeria is a shining example, given what you have done in Abuja. Abuja is a green city, it's a city of the future. Abuja is clean. It can be cleaner. I'm not saying it's perfect, but no city is perfect. No country is perfect, whether it's Europe or North America. You go to Canada, you arrive in Toronto, and the streets are filled with junkies who are high on one form of drug or another. There are places in the US of A that you cannot go to in the evening, because gunshots are ringing and welcoming you. That is a reality, and these are the realities that you would not see on TV. If you go to London, knife crime all over the place, unsafe. But more often it is the things that happen, the negative things that happen in Africa that gets highlighted, and these people ignore their own problems. So no country is perfect, but we need, as Africans, to strive for perfection. The fact that no country is perfect does not mean that we should be content with where we are. We can do better. We can go greener. We can improve upon the lives of our people and rid our streets of plastic pollutions, etc. And so in terms of revenue, the opportunities are massive. 1.9 billion can be quadrupled in tourism revenue, in cultural exchanges, and in trade. It's just enormous, and I don't know if I've said this in this interview, but if you look at Morocco, biggest supplier, producer of fertilizer in Africa. Why should Africans go to Ukraine and import, fertilizer? We are actually disadvantaging our own people. Why can't Nigeria say that, look, we want to be the country that produces sugar for the whole of Africa? Or we want to be the country to produce rice? Why can't another country say we want to be the mecca of ICT in Africa, the Silicon Valley of Africa? These things we can do. The market is so big, the port is so big that if we all carve the niche, for ourselves, we could benefit from each other immensely. South Africa is doing very well in defense, and science and technology. We could tap into that, and help build our respective countries. Because really and truly, the rest of the world does not give a damn about Africa. The sooner we get this in our heads, the better for us. The sooner we realize that the donor funding and the loans we are getting from them end up actually impoverishing us, because they end up coming to us with all manner of conditionalities, downsize, the employment, increase taxes, etc. These are some of the things that the IMF would always come back to us and prescribe, but we've got everything it takes to make us work, to make us create millions of jobs for our people, to make us prosper. And Africa is so rich, whether it's the weather, whether it's the arable land, whether it's the natural resources. But even those without natural resources are doing well. You just need to go to the Republic of Benin, right next door to Lagos, to know that indeed, even without natural resources, we can make it. So you can imagine countries such as Ghana and South Africa and Nigeria. We've got no business not to get it right.
You are traveling across 39 African countries in 163 days, which is a huge undertaking. So beyond the symbolism, that comes, with this venture, just wondering what specific commitments you would expect, from governments that you meet along this journey.
This is a very good question. The commitment would be that heads of government in Africa would agree that indeed in the next 5 years they want to see that we've got visa-free policies in their countries. For us, that would be a definition of success. A successful campaign would mean African leaders making commitments, not by the AU standards of 2063. There are many Africans who will not be around by 2063. It's a long time. Why wait till 2063 to make it happen when we can do it in 5 years? And the security concerns that countries have expressed are actually, things that we can all work together to overcome. I mean, we are in 2025, there's new technology, there's drone technology, we can share intelligence. We're even sharing intelligence with America and Europe. So why can't we share intel with our own people to make sure that our borders are secure, to equip our border patrol officers, our immigration officials, to give them the right tools to deal with crime, within the borders. So we are committed to following through the journey, to making sure that we conclude the journey, and even beyond the 163 days, we want to be sure we present reports to all heads of government that this is what we have discovered, along the way. This is what the sons and daughters of Africa are saying, that they need these things to happen now. Because you see, and I say this directly to our leaders in Africa, if we don't get it right, you may not have countries to govern over. If the young men and women cannot find jobs, the devil would find jobs for them. And so it has become crucial and urgent for us to do the things that would keep the young people busy, so that they don't become, dragged into all manner of, extremist activities. A lot of them, unfortunately, are into what they are into simply because there are no sustainable jobs and they are struggling and there are no opportunities and they've lost hope. We've got to give the African youth hope, and we've got to create the enabling environment for the African youth to shine. And so, for instance, one of the things we plan to do when all is said and done, when the curtain is drawn on the campaign and we return to Accra, is that we want to institute a Pan-African event, an annual Pan-African event where countries in Africa can bid to host it, where we could say that, we want to see the best innovative ideas for the year 2026. That would draw African youth who would want to create things, who would want to solve real problems, to come and compete and get funding from companies such as Jata Cement, such as Dangote, from Dangote, Mo Ibrahim, etc. I mean, the funding is there. Businesses want to help, their fellow Africans, to thrive. We can have competitions on who has the best food in Africa for the year 2026, 2027. And I know definitely Nigeria will come with their amala and, pepper soup and the rest of it. And obviously, Ghana will beat them with the jollof. We can even compete on dance. You see, and these are all things that would get our young people busy. And because the youth are very creative, they've got energy, and they want to. Look at what is happening on social media. They are all over the place, brimming with ideas. They are not getting the support system because we don't have a structured program that harnesses their energies and talent and ingenuity. So this is what we plan to do as a long-term thing, so that we can bring all Africans every year, just like the way they have the African Cup of Nations or something. Now we want to see an African, innovation event where our young Africans can come and test, what knowledge they have, and actually get funding for their events, where African talents can come and sing in singing competitions, in dance, in music, etc. These are the things that we can also do, to draw in the young people and to reward them for their talent and make sure that they feel a sense of belonging, because a lot of Africans are despondent, whether they are footballers or musicians or actors or actresses or even journalists, and so there's a lot of work for us to do. And if the likes of Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Modibo Keita and others, Jomo Kenyatta, had sacrificed their youth and their lives for us to get the semblance of independence, the least we can do is to spend 163 days, traversing through Africa and preaching a message of unity and a message of visa-free policy for Africa. You can just look at, the missionaries. Once upon a time, missionaries would traverse through countries preaching the gospel, preaching messages. As Africans, this is what we need to do. We need to reawaken the consciousness of our people. Africa is not a dark continent. Africa is not a third world country. We are a proud people. We are a rich continent. Our resources have been exploited over the years, but we say enough is enough. We want Africans to control the gold mines in the Congo. We want Africans to control the oil rigs in Nigeria. We want Africans to control the cocoa business and the gold mines in Ghana. If we were to give back, control of these institutions to our own people, it is us who would, prosper. Because really and truly, we are not against anybody coming here. But when they come here and they make their money, they take it to their countries. Capital flight, and that affects, our economies, because they are, moving out of our economies billions and billions of dollars every year. And so there's a lot of work to be done. And the sooner we got that work done, the better for the people of Africa.
You've spoken so much about job creation and cultural unity as part of what this campaign highlights. Wanted you to break it down in terms of employment opportunities, whether in aviation, hospitality, logistics, and all that.
I mean, this is a straightforward question and a straightforward answer. If tourism is booming, obviously you would get young people to be tour guides, right? People would want to come and sleep in hotels, which means the hotels could get oversubscribed, which means there will be a greater need for businesses and individuals to build more hotels and employ more young people, plumbers, electricians, chefs, cleaners, drivers, you name it. There's a whole long chain of, benefits that would come from, tourism, especially intra-tourism, within Africa. If it is cultural, we come here, we're talking about, Masa and Alefu. Somebody is listening or watching, they want to come to Nigeria and have a taste of Masa and Alefu, or Amala, or Eba, or pepper soup, or something. I don't know if they want to come and taste jollof, but, really and truly, there's a lot that Nigeria can showcase, and I think my Nigerian brothers and sisters really should expend energy, on encouraging people to visit Abuja, because Abuja is beautiful, and even Lagos, because what Lagos represents is something phenomenal. Lagos invokes, the tenacity, the endurance of the Nigerian people, that in spite of the challenges, in spite of the difficulties, they are going through the struggles with a smile, with a bold, smile, etc. And for us as Africans, we need that encouragement as well. Sometimes we don't have to be despondent about our situations, but we also need to make the point that the governments will have to do the right thing to empower our people. And there should be no excuse in not, providing solutions to the problems facing the people, whether it is water, whether it's stable electricity, etc. We've got to get it done now. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've got sunshine throughout the year in Nigeria. And so if power is not stable, we can do solar, we can do wind, the opportunity to do great things are great. And I'll share this idea, and I don't mind sharing it, because Nigeria picks it up and it works for Nigeria. It's for the good people of my African brothers and sisters. The government can even decide that, look, I'm encouraging the public, whether hotels or companies or whatever, especially, smaller companies, to go solar. And tell them that if you go solar, we would buy from you the excess energy that you would generate. And tell them that retrofit your homes, because homes have the capacity. We've got sunshine. If Norway, a country that gets minimal sunshine, is building solar panels, what business do we have not to build solar panels? Because government does not have the money to fix all the problems, you could actually incentivize the people and give them something to look forward to say, okay, at least I can generate my own, energy through solar and then sell some back to NEPA. I believe this is something that the public would want to be involved in terms of fighting the indiscipline on the roads, not just in Nigeria, but you go to Cairo, it's chaotic. You come to Ghana, we are having a lot of road accidents. The government could tell the police that, look, we want to do this together. And so you need to clean it up. We are taking from you the resources we give you in terms of your goods and services. But if you're able to sanitize the system, these are the incentives for your officers. And gradually, we could build back confidence, that's what this, if I decide to talk about public policy, there's so much that we can talk about, from archaeology to zoology, whether it's agriculture or energy or etc. But we're willing to share ideas, with the public and with government to make sure that Africa is growing. And there's something that I have to say, and it's very important. I must tell you that I've enjoyed my stay in Nigeria, and I must tell you that Nigeria is so charitable to the pockets. As a Ghanaian coming to Nigeria, it's fairly okay. Cost of living is not as high as my own country, Ghana, and so even though Nigerians may be feeling the pinch, but you must know that your situation is also better than others. So there are positives, there are negatives. We need to work on the negatives and improve upon them and maintain the positives and build a strong Africa. The Africa we want to see by 2063, 40 years from now, after we have had a visa-free Africa in 5 years, should be an Africa where there's minimal acts of corruption.
But are you concerned, that a visa-free Africa, could have negative impact in terms of security, in terms of policing?
No, I disagree. I completely disagree. I was in the UK when a lot of Eastern European countries became members of the EU, and initially there were so much concerns that they would flood their countries, etc. Look, nobody wants to live in another person's country. If they are coming only temporarily to make money and go back to their countries. And we have to improve upon the securities. We have to improve upon the living conditions of our people. If living conditions in Nigeria are better, who would want to go and live in Trinidad and Tobago? Far away place from home. Who would want to go and live in the Philippines? And I've seen Nigerians in these places. Who would want to go and live in Finland? Very cold. Who would want to go and live in all of these crazy places if the conditions are right? So we, the citizens, and this is where I sometimes get into trouble, because more often the African feels that, it's the government's job. It's not only the government. You have to be the change you want to see in Niger. I have to be the change I want to see in Ghana. Somebody else who is Congolese or Malian would have to be the change they want to see in their country. And if we all do our bit, put together building blocks, our country would be a greater place. Because who is the government? The government is us. Power rests with the people. The president is there because the people got him the power. And the people can take the power as well if the government is not, playing to the rules and doing what the people want. So this is something that a lot of Africans, the power that a lot of Africans don't feel they have. You have the power to kick out the senator and to bring another senator who would get the job done. If they can bribe all they want, if the people say they don't want them, it would happen. So this is what we need to have, at the back of our minds, and know that as Africans, the continent belongs to us. Nigeria belongs to Nigerians. Imagine, how you people, all of us, we guard our phones jealously. We have a screen protector, we have a phone, whatever. We don't want the phone to fall down because the phone belongs to us. And if you are protecting your phone with a protector, etc., after a screen protector, you have the cover as well to protect the phone. How much more your country? A land that belongs to you. A land your children and grandchildren will inherit. if you leave it tattered, if you destroy it through corruption, through bad activities, it is your kids you are bequeathing, a broken country to. So we want all Africans, my brothers and sisters, to put our shoulders to the wheel, to recognize that it is ours. Nigeria belongs to us. Let's make Nigeria better. Ghana belongs to us. Let's make Ghana better, etc. If we do this, then nobody can come anywhere and even draw a wedge and even divide us in our own respective countries. But because we have often seen our countries as, it's government business, even if the thing is destroying, it belongs to government. So we turn a blind eye. And that is why somebody is able to come to Europe, or a Chinese man is able to come to Ghana and get involved in illegal, mining and destroy our water bodies and forests. And so we've got to take responsibility as citizens of Africa.
So who takes care of the external borders? Of course, we know that Schengen visa policy, that's also one of the challenges. So how would they...
So a borderless Africa does not mean that there would be no personnel at the borders. It doesn't mean, immigration officials will not be at the borders. What it simply means is that you are a Nigerian, you are traveling to Botswana or Lesotho or Egypt. You get there, an African citizen, go in. That's what a borderless Africa means. It doesn't mean we would destroy because there have to be checks to see that people are not coming in with fake passports, etc. And so, there will still be immigration officers, but countries would also have to train and retrain immigration officers, because even within ECOWAS, we are feeling it. And I've experienced it in one of the countries where we got delayed for about 45 minutes. As citizens of ECOWAS, travel within the ECOWAS sub-region should be seamless, but it is not the case. And if we are going through this, as high-ranking officials, I've served as a member of parliament, served in government, my colleagues, there's a UN ambassador amongst us, etc. And we're going through this. You can imagine the ordinary trader. You can imagine what they're going through when they get to the borders. So immigration officials would have to be trained, and they would have to be retrained. But beyond training and retraining, we've got to give them the tools and pay them well. Because in Africa, we pretend to be paying people, and the people also pretend to be working.
Okay. Visa, U.S. visa policies. Trump's, I would say quickly, visa policies. Have those policies influenced your campaign?
Absolutely not. We are tireless Pan-Africans who believe that Africa has what it takes to, be where it is. I've been talking about African unity for years. From when I was a broadcaster with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation nearly two decades ago. And, we are not influenced by what is happening in Europe or North America. We are simply saying that, look, we got to take care of ourselves first before we think about Europe and North America.
You are coming from Ghana. I know that, Ghana for Africa. But how much support have you received from the government of Ghana in terms of this campaign project?
So the government fully endorses this campaign. There are public institutions like the Gold Board of Ghana, like the National Investment Bank of Ghana, like the National Lotteries of Ghana, who have all contributed their widow's mite to the campaign in spite of the challenges, and there are private companies who have done same as well as mentioned earlier. In Nigeria, I would be happy to receive some support from individual Nigerians, from businesses, from the government, in a manner that would make the campaign seamless and easier for all of us.
Okay, maybe lastly, so we have regional blocks. In terms of whether ECOWAS, whether it's SADC, South Africa Development Community, where we have this partial visa-free arrangement and all that. But there's still this difficulty, scaling. So what do you think is the challenge really, and how is it going to impact this project, and what would be your advice to government?
So that is number one, lack of political will. because those with a political will have done it. Kenya recently, has taken a giant step to make it happen. Kenya wants all Africans to come to Kenya without, acquiring visas. That's brilliant. Benin is doing it. Ghana last year announced that all Africans can come to Ghana without visas. Implementation will take about 24 months. And so we are comforted by the realistic timelines that we've given, that Africa can get this done in the next, 5 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. for this opportunity.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for very, very insightful conversation on this project. I wish you the very best and as you progress.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Bless you.
The MBA Students Conference themed Executions as a Competitive Edge, Skills, Systems and Partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out
in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls back. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Depot deserted as Dangote begins direct petrol sales. Nigeria needs $100 billion yearly to achieve 2050 growth target, says Bagudu. NAMA seeks upward review of 11,000 naira per flight charge. UK and US agree $42 billion tech pact to mark Trump's visit. Mourinho close to succeeding large at Benfica. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where private depots in Lagos and surrounding areas were largely deserted on Monday as the Dangote Petroleum Refinery began direct supply of petrol to marketers, reshaping dynamics in Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector. According to reports, many depot operators recorded skeletal operations, with industry insiders attributing the decline to expectations of benefiting from the refinery's direct supplies. Chief Officer of Petroleum Price, the NG, Olatide Jeremiah, described the move as a turning point for the downstream market. The CEO added that for the first time, global oil prices are rising while domestic depot prices are falling, crediting the Dangote refinery for reshaping local market forces. Minister of Budget and National Planning Atiku Bagudu has revealed that Nigeria must attract at least $100 billion in investments to annually meet its ambition of becoming a middle-income country by 2050. Bagudu revealed this on Tuesday at a one-day policy dialogue on deepening legislative-executive synergy for effective economic governance in Nigeria, organized by the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies in Abuja. The minister insisted that the Nigeria Agenda 2050 was not an over-ambitious program, but rather a realistic pathway to prosperity, stressing that President Bola Tinubu's administration had already begun taking bold steps to reverse years of weak fiscal capacity and systemic distortions. Bagudu explained that the Agenda 2050 framework is broken into 6 medium-term plans, starting with 2021 to 2025 and advancing in 5-year phases until 2050. Still on, the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency has called for an upward review of the 11,000 naira fee currently charged airlines per flight, describing it as outdated and unsustainable. Director General of NAMA, Farouk Umar, made the appeal on Tuesday in Abuja, organized for members of the House of Representatives Committee on Aviation. Umar explained that the fee introduced in 2008 had not kept pace with prevailing economic realities, even as the cost of air travel increased significantly. The NAMA chief stressed that the agency operates at a cost recovery institution and has made major investments in surveillance, landing and communication systems to enhance aviation safety. Also, Minister of Transportation, Senator Saheed Akali, says the Kaduna-Kanu standard gauge rail project is now 53% completed, while the Kanu-Maradi line will reach Katsina by December as part of efforts to fast-track rail modernization across the country. Speaking at the Second International Railway Conference on Monday in Abuja, Alkali says the project is central to President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which has given special priority to transportation in recognition of the above reality credited to transportation as a gateway to the nation's economy. The minister explained that the Kaduna-Kanu project has moved from just 15% completion at the start of the Tinubu administration to 53% today, with a target date of December 2026 for full completion and inauguration. Alkali stressed that the two projects are crucial trade and integration corridors, describing it as a gateway to West Africa's markets, opening access for Nigerian goods into the Republic of Niger and beyond. To end the local news, President Bola Tinubu has commended the National Identity Management Commission for clearing a backlog of 2.5 million records and enrolling over 126 million Nigerians into the National Identity Database. Tinubu revealed this at the 2025 National Identity Day in Abuja on Tuesday, organized by NIMC. The president, who was represented by George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, says the enforcement of the National Identification Number and SIM card linkage has significantly reduced fraud and improved national security. According to him, working with the NCC, NIMC has enforced the NIN SIM linkage, which has significantly reduced fraud and enhanced national security.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I must pause to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Poka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, her impact has been both profound and enduring.
For me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it, let we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
We are today united.
We'll go on a quick break now, and when we're back, the news continues.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, Britain and the United States have agreed a technology pact to boost ties in AI, quantum computing, and civil nuclear energy, with top US firms led by Microsoft pledging £31 billion in UK investments. The tech prosperity deal is part of the US President Donald Trump's second state visit to Britain, which includes a day of pomp at Windsor Castle today, hosted by King Charles and the royal family. Britain says the pact included joint efforts to develop AI models for healthcare, expand quantum computing, and streamline civil nuclear projects, adding that it would support economic growth, scientific research, and energy securities in both countries. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, however, revealed that the deal had the potential to shape the future of millions of people on both sides of the Atlantic and deliver growth and security. Also, prosecutors has alleged that the man accused of fatally shooting Charlie Kirk confessed to killing the right-wing activist in a message to his roommate as they announced 7 charges against him. Utah County Attorney Jeffrey Gray revealed that Tyler Robinson, 22, left a note under his keyboard for a roommate to discover, adding that the roommate was the defendant's romantic partner. According to Gray, the notes reads, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." The prosecutor also shared text messages between the roommates, including one in which the defendant allegedly said he shot Kirk because he had had enough of his hatred. The prosecutor also shared text messages between the roommates, including one in which the defendant allegedly revealed that he shot Kirk because he had had enough of his hatred. Now to sports. Jose Mourinho is in talks over a return to Benfica as their new head coach. The 62-year-old was sacked last month by Fenerbahce after just over a year in charge at the Turkish club, but could be set for a swift return to management at the club he was briefly in charge of between September and December 2000. According to reports, the Portuguese is in negotiation to replace ex-Wolves boss Bruno Lage at Benfica after he was sacked following Tuesday's shock Champions League home defeat to Karabakh of Azerbaijan. Benfica president Rui Costa, however, confirmed Lage's dismissal in a press conference following the loss. To end the news, former Arsenal footballer Thomas Partey has denied raping 2 women and sexually assaulting a 3rd woman. The Ghanaian midfielder pleaded not guilty to 5 counts of rape and 1 charge of sexual assault when he appeared at Southwark Crown Court. The alleged offences took place between 2021 and 2022 when the 32-year-old regularly played in the Premier League. He was charged 4 days after leaving the North London club following the expiration of his contract at the end of June. Partey was granted bail until his trial, which is reportedly due to start on the same court on the 2nd of November next year. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Emosigui. Keep watching BDTV.
capital town, Korean comes to 1,000 children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ugana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na nema na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yadda kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kaka ta muke anan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
To
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to ritual learning practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep.
But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for Al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that the federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Al-Majris. Even the other Al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work. And we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so that they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government the state, at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. I'm in your Bonky work. President Bola Tinubu has embarked on a wide range of economic reforms since assuming office. The reforms are aimed at repositioning the economy. Many Nigerians agree, of course, that are necessary. These reforms are necessary and what we need to reposition the country and move the country forward. Fuel subsidy removal, naira devaluation, among others. Of course, it has also triggered rise in cost of living and deepening public frustration. At the same time, insecurity remains widespread and confidence in our institution by Nigerians, especially the National Assembly, appear to be waning. Ahead of the 2027 general election, there are also questions if Nigeria's democracy is on the right path. Are the current reform delivering real change? Joining me today on Inside Politics to speak on these pressing issues is Vincent Nwama. He's an economist, award-winning journalist, and he has authored several books. Among those who are reporting business and economy, a handbook for analysis and journalists, among several others. Dr. Vincent Nwama, good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics.
Thank you, Ini. It's my pleasure to be here.
Good to have you. You are not all, you write columnist, several newspapers. I've read one of your books recently, and let's start from the democracy in Nigeria, where we were in 1999, and where we are now. What is your thought on the state of democracy in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you, Ini. In 1999, we transitioned from military government to a civil rule or democratic rule.
Yes.
Which means that people had to queue at polling units to go and elect those who should rule them. And since then, we have remained a democratic nation. This is what we refer to, I think, as the Fourth Republic, which describes the journey of this nation as we experienced for many years intervention by the military.
Yes.
And each time they came, they gave a reason or reasons for the intervention, the failure of the civilian regimes or administrations. We have moved from where we were to this time. Somehow we have made progress. Yes, we have made progress in the sense that we now select or vote those who should rule us based on the political arrangements as enshrined in the Constitution 1999 that has been amended a couple of times. So that is it. We have built, or we are still building our political institutions, raising them so they can become, they can mature and function like the way they should function, laying the rules of the game, not removing arbitrariness that marked the military administration. So now we are in a situation where there are deliberations, there are consultations, but here and there you see some deviations from that, and that raises some questions over the structure or nature of
obviously. Are we where you thought about 20 years after? Are we where you thought we should be? Where you expect Nigeria democracy to be? Some people have said, some scholars have said, we looking at our institutions. Our institutions are weak. If our institutions are weak, then you can't say we have democracy cannot deliver. Some scholars have said we are sliding compared to our peers. If you look at Ghana, some other countries, our democracy is not where it should be. And one of the reasons they have said is our institutions are weak. And if we don't do that, probably we'll be deceiving ourselves. Do you agree? Do you agree that our democracy, we've not made any progress? Or the progress have been minimal?
Well, yeah, we in some ways, depending on indices we are looking at, we will say we have made some progress. At least we have the institutional framework now within which we are being governed. But as I said earlier, those institutions have not shown enough maturity in the way they are functioning. Basically, you are looking at broadly, the components of the institution, the democratic structure. You look at the seat of power. You look at the government. You look at the legal system. You look at the presidency, for example. You look at the
other agencies of government
who make laws, and you look at those who interpret the laws. These are the three major branches of democratic structure.
Yes.
You find that in some ways, each of them is behaving in ways that make people ask, is this what we bargained for? If you look at the lawmakers, say at the federal level, you find that their interest doesn't seem to be in consonance with the interest of the people they are supposed to represent. You look at their lifestyles, you look at the gap between them and the people out there. You look at the amount of money they apportion to themselves.
Yes.
And the gulf between them and the rest of us. And you wonder, are we in the same country? What is their interest? And then you look at those who interpret the laws and they should safeguard the interest of the people. They also, by the ways they take decisions and behave, they are also making people ask questions. So across the three broad departments of the democratic structure, we find that there are questions people are asking, and this question borders on whose interests are they representing? People believe that a lot of the things they do are not in consonance with the people's overall.
It appears, Doctor, it appears you agree with me that these institutions are weak, and as such, have affected the way democracy has grown in Nigeria over the years. Do you agree with me?
Sure. In many ways they have. In many ways they have. And democracy runs on checks and balances. Democracy is not the essence of moving away from military rule is to avoid any form of arbitrariness in governance, which was their own modus operandi. And in some ways, you find that that particular virtue, or if you like, is it really a virtue, is appearing in the way our democracy is working. Sometimes there are elements of arbitrariness. There are elements of lack of checks and balances.
Where do you put the role of having before our time, we don't have much time, where do you put the role of having a free and fair election in all this, the conduct of our electoral process, before we round up on this issue?
The role of that is incumbent on these three establishments of the government. You understand? The executive should ensure that the laws are there. The executive should be interested in a fair playing field, and the legislature should ensure that there are rules to back that up. And if there are infringements at whatever level, federal, state, or even down to the local level, they should raise their voices and say, no, this is outside the box. This is tending towards infringement, and this is what the law says. And then if there is any case, any reason to go for the interpretation of the law, those who interpret it should also be seen to be fair. So for fair elections to hold, it is everybody's responsibility as far as these institutions are concerned. If once there is a slack on one or more of them, then there is a problem. So that in case there is an infringement in the electoral process and there is a reason to go for interpretation, then those who are saddled with that responsibility should be found to be fair.
Our elections have not grown over the last 2 decades. What we saw what will happen in 2023, in 2019. Our elections have been controversial, marred by irregularities, and a lot of people feel that if we don't get that right, we can't say we are having democracy. And there is no 2027. Some of these reforms that are supposed to be done within the electoral process. It appears the incumbent administration is not keen on doing that. So we can say that in 2027, the election itself may end up the way what we have saw in the past. What would you say to our elections?
Well, we hope
about the way we conduct election here.
We hope that will not happen. We hope that let me believe that those there now are interested in the stability of the nation. So I wouldn't speculate or say that they don't want the reforms. I believe that every person who is in authority now at whatever level has interest of Nigeria at heart, and that they will want to do everything. Talking about the reform, the greatest reform we need today, if that's what you are referring to, the greatest reform we need today is a reform that will ensure the acceptability of electoral results. the fact that you and I will on that day go out, join other Nigerians and vote, and our votes will count. What we need is a process that will ensure that when I go to my polling unit and cast my vote, and others who are registered at that polling unit, that all of us will vote there, and the law will state the best way to transmit the results from that polling unit to the collation centers. And that is what Nigerians need. From there until INEC announces the results. All right. The final results.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. You are an economist. You've written several books about the state of the economy, what should be done, what should not be done. What is your assessment of these administration reforms?
Yeah, thank you. Your preliminary remarks, you talked about the reforms and the fact that these reforms are necessary. Yeah, let me explain. I've written a couple of things about reforms. Reforms are continually necessary, especially for an economy at this level of development where we are. We're a developing nation.
Yeah.
You know, we have not attained economic stability in any form. I just did a piece which is in BusinessDay today, looking at the target we have to achieve an economy of $1 trillion in the next 5 years. And in the course of doing that, I found that the biggest growth, GDP growth we achieved was in 1970, 25%. And for us to achieve this target we have set for ourselves now, we will need to grow our economy by about 26% in the next 5 years, each year, compounding.
Yes.
But beyond what we did in 1970, we have not achieved 20%. We have not achieved anything beyond 15%. And each time we do that, we go into the negative region, which brings us down again. That's the economy, the GDP falls. Why am I saying this? Reforms are necessary. We need to reform. And we must also accept the fact that reforms by their nature are painful, because things that were being done or that are being done that need to be changed may have to be done, that will induce some inconvenience to a number of people, depending on their position on the social strata or on the economic scale, you know. So in that sense, the reforms that this government and this administration embarked on, we are necessary. Some of them are long overdue. For instance, the removal of fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy was something that very many people did not understand it. It was like robbing Peter to pay Paul in the name of subsidy. And it had to do with price. The two reforms had to do with pricing. And you know that in the market economy, pricing is key. The other one is the reform in the foreign exchange market. You found that before that announcement, we had multiple exchange rates. We had what is known as round tripping, where some people will have access to foreign exchange, especially the dollar, at a very ridiculous rate.
Yes.
And then turn around and go and sell it at a very high rate. And that's what we call rent seeking. People will just sit as I'm sitting now. You know, I collect dollars with my left hand and somebody is waiting. I give it to the person with my right hand without adding any value. I'll make so much money. Rent economy is a destructive economy. So the government had to do something about that, which it did.
But we've seen the consequence of that. Obviously, there's been a high cost of living. The poverty, according to the World Bank, has been on the rise, and the next 2 years is also going to rise again. Multi-dimensional poverty. Nigeria is part of it. But Arnold Okonjo-Iweala was in Nigeria recently. He said the government, despite the fact that the reforms were necessary, the social safety nets that the government, the issues, things that the government is supposed to put in place to make programs, to make life more affordable to Nigerians. And the government, the Tinubu administration is not implementing them, or a lot of people do not have access to them. What do you think the government can do in terms of
yes,
social safety programs?
That was the fundamental challenge in the reform, especially in the sequencing, in the timing of the policies. That point has been made, and I think that even the government probably has admitted that that timing and the sequencing were not properly done. Over time, even if they were done, if they were properly timed and sequenced, reforms, as I said earlier, since they bring discomfort, especially to some people, the vulnerable group of people, what policymakers should concern themselves with, what economists advocate is that government should consider social protection. What is social protection? Social protection is that we know that things have become more expensive, and as a result of that, some people will be affected more than others because the ability to purchase differs depending on people's incomes. And so what governments do is that they look at these and identify such groups of people and make provision for them so that they can be protected socially. And one of the easiest ways of doing that is some form of cushioning in for example, some cash transfers, so that these people can be guaranteed some minimum level of living within a period of time.
But
government did it.
You're calling for, you do say about cash transfer. We know the controversy that has created in Nigeria in recent time. The government is transferring money to some certain people. We can't see them. Who are these people who are government transferring money? Don't you think the government should try to think of other programs rather than cash transfer? That people that you can't really see, who are the beneficiaries of this cash transfer? Are you proposing that as an economist for the government?
No, the government has already. I did a story maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, the government is doing that, but a lot of Nigerians are criticized that they are not benefiting. They are not seeing. They can't benefit. They can't see who is benefiting from this cash transfer. It's an issue that generated the controversy.
That we have not. I haven't seen anyone myself, but that does not mean that it cannot be improved upon. The government can, with all the power that government has, government can increase the credibility of its social programs. What we need is to create institutions that have the power and the political will to deliver. If the government decides to do, I believe that probably government withdrew it following the criticisms, and they've said they are going to come back to it. And in doing that, I don't think that they will just come back the way they did it. I'm sure probably. I should think that some reforms are going on now. People are not saying that it is bad to protect the vulnerable. What they're saying is that we want to see that it is credible. And if the government wants to do that, I will urge them to show credibility in doing that. Let the people, if where I live, if there are people who have benefited, there should be some ways of making people believe that it is real.
I don't know anybody who have benefited. I've not seen, even in my area, nobody have told me they benefited from the cash transfer. We only hear the minister say it on radio, on TV.
Maybe we need to transfer money to some people. When they resume, we will now maybe be on the lookout for that. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that sincerely they want to improve the mechanism for that.
Our time is almost up. You proposed the National Assembly to amend the Nigerian Constitution. They are about going around to Nigerians are proposing actually to create more states. Different groups are submitting memorandum and a normal state, so several of these states. But you, in your analysis some weeks ago, you proposed that rather than Nigeria create states, Nigeria should create cities. What do you mean?
Okay. State creation is the agenda of politicians.
Yes.
We know that one. Those who are in the forefront of canvassing for those states now, you see them becoming whatever representatives, either as senators or House of Rep members or speakers of the state assemblies or governors. And so there's nothing wrong with that, really. But my contention is that I was young when Nigeria was a three-region country.
Yes.
Then the fourth region, and then we became 12 states. Then from 12 we added 719. Then we added I think 2 at a time, 21.
Yes.
And then we became now 36 states. My contention is that this has not, in real terms, really brought development closer to the people, which was the argument. But it will be a different thing if we go out and say, let's create cities. Cities in today's world, in this urbanizing state of the world, cities have become centers of growth, centers of business, centers of prosperity. So if we create cities, these cities will become like hubs. We become like hubs. We are talking about creating businesses, small businesses that can sprout and spread their tentacles and become centers of growth that will create opportunities, downstream activities that will support the center. Depending on, we can create specialized cities, ICT cities. We can create
more like what we our time is up. Our time is up, sir. More like what we have in Lagos, where the Lagos state government created 37 LCDAs to take governance closer to the people, and that have actually a lot of people will see it as help in taking governance to the grassroots. That's what you're proposing, sir.
No, that's not what. That is not. That I'm not talking about local governments. Really, local government is equivalent to state at the state level. Creating states. These things are political instruments. I'm talking about cities that can galvanize the people. I'm talking about cities that can, a local government chairman or the people can decide on their own to make their local government a functional entity and create markets. But if you're just talking about local government secretariat, and so that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll leave it. We'll probably have to invite you again to the program. Thank you very much. I'll be speaking with Dr. Vincent Wama, award-winning journalist and author. Thanks for joining us today on Inside Politics.
Thank you. It has been my pleasure.
All right, sir. That's been the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bonkiwok. Stay tuned to BDTV. Thank you. You can.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country and dissect them to your understanding. Today, we'll be discussing two topics, and that is the expected return of suspended Governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, to Government House on the 18th of this month, and of course, the recent warning by Sheikh Gumi, an Islamic cleric, to the military and other security agencies in Nigeria not to provoke the bandits in Katsina State. These are the two issues we'll discuss today, and of course, as usual, I have in the house two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon.
Thank you for inviting me.
And of course, Mr. Chukwuroko, the assistant editor at Business Day here.
Thank you for inviting me to the program.
Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Like I said, the suspended governor of Rivers State is expected to return to Government House, Rivers State, on the 18th of this month. I think that's Thursday. I mean, just a couple of days down the line. Having been suspended and removed from office on the 18th of March, 2025 by Mr. President, President Tinubu, who imposed emergency rule following a political crisis in Rivers State, sparked by disagreement between the Fubara and, of course, the 27 lawmakers in the state who are loyal to the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. You'll recall during the recent local government election in the Rivers State, Wike, who was on ground to cast his vote, actually said that Sim Fubara was expected to return to Government House on the 18th of this month. So we are looking forward to that. The president is back in the country. We are too, and perhaps maybe that's one of the reasons the president had to cut short his vacation overseas to come back to Nigeria to maybe supervise that return of Fubara, or maybe leave the suspension in order to leave the emergency rule in order to allow Fubara and the members of the State House of Assembly to return to the office. And so let's get into it. And I will start with you, Zeb. Ibo Ete Ibas, who was appointed the sole administrator in Rivers State following the imposition of emergency rule by the president, said he has achieved the mandate of the president. And people are wondering, what really was the mandate of Mr. President to Ibo Ete Ibas? Zeb, what was his mandate? Can you?
Well, thank you, Josh. The military sole administrator said he was given a mandate, and many of us are not privy to the mandate given to him. So it may not be correct for me to now say he has achieved or not, or he has not achieved. But from what we could see, what he did, and when this emergency rule was clamped on the state, people hazarded a lot of things. People alleged that the presidency in cahoots with the minister of FCT just wanted to grab Rivers State, and riding on the crest of alleged lack of peace or disturbances, saying that Rivers State is an oil bearing state, and that whatever that happened to Rivers State may disrupt oil bearing or oil exploration activities and the revenue. So EBOC may have been foisted on Rivers State to restore peace.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know if there was any threat to peace in Rivers State. What they had that time was political disagreement. They had political disagreement. Governor Fubara was not agreeing with his godfather, who has gone to Abuja as the FCT minister. And the standoff between both politicians divided the rank and files of the people in the state. And that may have been the reason why they termed that the state had become ungovernable, and they took it away from the governor. Restoring peace, people also accused Ebas of enriching himself, going beyond his remit, because people are saying that going as far as approving without the National Assembly had to approve bogus budgets running into billions for him. Where he spent this thing, nobody knows. In fact, people are calling for his probe to know how he spent and where he spent all those money. So the onus still lies on him to tell the world what those mandates were and what he has achieved, because the jury is still yet out. I am sure that when Fubara comes, people will be able to speak out to say the sole administrator should come up and tell us what he has done with a lot of millions. By the way, people are still not happy that a sole administrator went ahead to appoint a REC chairman for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission and went ahead to supervise the election. And in the course of
and swore them in.
A sole administrator. So he really went beyond his remit. But like I said, the jury is still out on what were his mandates and how far he went in delivering on those mandates.
Thank you, Zeb. Let me come to you. Don't you think that Ibori Tebas perhaps has achieved, has brought about peace? Because you recall that one of the immediate things that triggered the emergency rule by the president was the explosion that rocked a pipeline in the River State, and I think that was the immediate thing that made the president to step in immediately. And then, of course, so all throughout the period of Ibori, in the 6 months that is ending in a couple of days, we didn't hear any such thing. It means that perhaps he was able to do something beyond all of the political things that we have seen. But he was able to at least stop further explosion in the Niger Delta, or maybe oil pipeline.
Thank you so much, Zeb, Josh, for your question. But just like Zebulon has said, it's difficult really to say this is the mandate given to the sole administrator to achieve. But if somebody tells you you have achieved the mandate of the president, well, we were not there to know what was the mandate given to him. Perhaps just to go and stay on the seat there for 6 months and make sure that this young man doesn't come near that place. Perhaps it also means go and do the things he has just done, all the things he has done that are in normal circumstances aberrations in a democratic setting. He's going to appoint REC, who will outlive him. That man will be there while he goes.
Yeah.
He has installed local government chairman who will stay here when he goes. He has been given over 1.something billion trillion budget.
Yes.
And then since nobody knows, has seen, Rivers people cannot pinpoint, or people from even outside the state cannot say these are the things that this man did with this money. It is still perhaps part of the budget, because that budget was given accelerated approval.
Yeah.
So somebody wanted the money. When you get it, keep it. So this is just know that it is not for you to spend. That could be a possibility. So if the man tells you he has achieved the mandate of the president, don't forget that that man was not supposed to be there in the first place. And he has run his 6 months. And if absence of explosion in a state means the same thing as peace in that state, I think he might achieve something because there was none all through his 6 months stay in a Rivers. But everybody knew that in some other parts of the country, worse things happened. And yet nobody thought about declaring state of emergency in such places. So there is more to what happened in Rivers than the eye could see. But let us just hope Fubara will return as planned, though there are indications that perhaps he's going to come back. If the president says that cut short his endless, what do you call it, vacation, the president is eternally on vacation. There's no time where the president is not on vacation because he's more on air than in Aso Rock. So if he's coming back really because of that thing, it means they mean well. And I think they will do that because it is also something for, they have already stationed everything they need to make the governor come back and just watch them. Well, I think we'll still come to that.
Okay. Okay, just before Zep, during the Thanksgiving, what Ibagete called a Thanksgiving for a job well done in Rivers State on Sunday, we saw that, from what we are hearing, a lot of people that were supposed to be there did not show up during that Thanksgiving, including even some traditional rulers. A lot of them did not actually, except for the chairman of Rivers State Council of Chiefs. The rest actually didn't come. So many people did not. People are wondering, could this be an indication of the people, so to say, letting the sole administrator know that, look, we were not too comfortable with the fact that you were imposed on us, or what will you attribute the?
Whatever anybody may say now may amount to guesswork, because in as much as I have not gone to those who were absent to ask them the reasons for their not being there. It may be uncharitable on my side to say they boycotted the event because they were not happy. That may not be okay. But what I may say generally is that it's unfortunate that we have reduced the churches to a place of mockery.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anybody can just go into church to say whatever he likes and to say, I've come here for Thanksgiving for what? Many River State indigenes are still not happy about what has been going on in the state in the last 6 months. And the peace you are seeing in Port Harcourt or in River State generally in the last 6 months, it just could be described as the peace of the graveyard. Everybody just maintain what is going on. My colleague here alluded to the fact that there has not been any explosion in any oil field in the River State since Chevron came on board. But it could be that just people were just quiet. People kept quiet to say, well, let us watch out what is happening. And everybody is maintaining his peace. So staging a service, Thanksgiving, is just the way we have really moralized everything, and we go to church to hide our sins, pretending that we are very, very churchos, and when we are doing a lot of evil. For Christ's sake, why not start going to church to do whatever Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving for what? Thanksgiving for who? Thanksgiving for Ebas, because he was never expecting that after retiring he will be called upon to come and chop for whole 6 months, and nobody is probing him. If you know what that man must have made for himself within this short period, the way and manner Nigerian politicians do their things, you'll be shocked that he may have gotten more than he got all through his service here. And nobody is probing him. So to that extent, he could be justified for going for Thanksgiving, to thank God for remembering him when he has even retired after retirement. It was a plus, huge plus. So, and he remember his strength. So that is, to that extent, going to church to say, let's throw a party for what has happened. I think he was right.
To the extent that he went to bring his brother from Cross River State.
Yes, I can imagine that to come and be a chairman of
So
in Rivers.
The tap is turned on. Even I would still be turned on after him.
Everything is, in fact, those he never helped while he was in government, in the military. He was able to carry them along this time. So everybody congregated to say, to God be the glory. So that's what I can say on that.
Let me just say, Josh, I once had cause to ask one pastor. I visited so many churches, and I find that every church door is wide.
Yeah.
There's no church door that is narrow. He said that the reason church doors are wide and thrown open is that everybody and everything can come in. It is now left for God to know who to choose and identify those who actually worship Him in truth and in spirit. So, jokes apart, that man's visit to the church is a liberal. Otherwise, person should be chased out of the church for coming.
Why? I mean,
because
he didn't do anything wrong.
Let me just lie.
Because he was appointed by the president to go do a job, which he had
everybody has is in agreement that his appointment is an aberration, especially given the circumstance in which Rivers State was. There was no justification for his appointment. But to the extent that maybe,
in your opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, to the extent that, I already resting on my own. We see how God just wants to help person. I was just on my own. And they say I should come and do this kind of
Come and chop.
Come and chop. I've been invited to chop. And I have chopped, and I think I believe I'm satisfied. Therefore, let me go and thank this God that made it possible.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Rivers people not being satisfied with what he did, and perhaps that explains why they were not in church. How do we now explain the absence of the key actors? And especially the man who masterminded his, allegedly, masterminded his appointment. Wike, even if Fubara was not there, perhaps somebody can say, that man is annoyed. This was somebody who usurped my seat for 6 whole months. Why should I go and rejoice with him? So Fubara, to that extent, is justified for not being there. But this man who said, we need somebody to come and sit here while we resolve our differences, for not being there, a lot is, that speaks volume.
He may have avoided, you are referring to Weekend. He probably may have avoided that place because of what people say, but of course, we can't, it's neither here nor there.
Wike is not somebody.
For Fubara, we hear that he was out of the country, but I don't know whether he's returned as to speak, but Fubara was not in the country. And I would not also know whether Fubara would have attended even if he were in the country. But that's let me move on to Fubara himself. He's expected to return on the 18th, which is Thursday. If the president is able to lift the emergency rule. What are your expectations as Fubara is expected to return on the 18th of this month? What will you say should be his focus when and if he returns?
Thank you. I see a governor that will return castrated. Someone that will return, mines have been laid around him. Someone, when he was not around, local government chairmen have been appointed in his absence. They say they were elected. 23 local government chairman. He didn't contribute in the emergence of any of them. Then the members of the House of Assembly that will come back, Amawule Fashion,
yes,
is the one that is working in cahoots with the FCT. Those that we are giving him so much love in the first place. Those that the State Assembly that will return. We do not know the agreement he reached during the so-called reconciliation
meeting with
that brokered the last reconciliation meeting with the president. If it was agreed that the FCT minister will also appoint all or substantial number of the commissioners. So if that would be the case, and the FCT minister appoints commissioners, it means that Fubara will be surrounded by enemies completely. And under that situation, you don't expect the man to function. And the best thing expected of him now to do would be just to declare that he has jumped into APC, because he can no longer function as an opposition over the way it is. So for anyone to expect Fubara now to perform the duty of office the way he used to do before emergency rule was clamped on, before he was shoved aside, maybe expecting so much, because he will not have that opportunity to perform the way he was doing it without anybody dictating him. Because what brought out the problem was that he tried to extricate himself from the apron string of his godfather, but which really did not work out fine. Now it is left to be seen how he could begin to come and say, okay, I want to go back to that way of life that caused problem. So what I'm seeing a returnee governor that will lose a lot of support base, because many of his supporters are no longer in tandem with what is going on. Yeah. In fact, they didn't even support his going back to do this reconciliation. Yeah. In fact, some people were saying, why? In fact, he should resign and say, I'm no longer interested. So he has a whittled down support base, and now the state will be very hot for him, and people are alleging that the target is for APC to take over the place ahead of 2027. So I don't see a Fubara that is performing excellently and breathing down on things that he believes that this is suffocating enough for me. Right. So
thank you. Before we go on break, we're going to go on a quick break now. But before we go on that break, Mr. Roko, do you see the local government chairmen who have been elected and have been sworn in cooperating with Fubara upon his return?
You know, George, most of the things we are doing here are mere permutations.
Yes, sir.
It is difficult to say exactly what is going to happen when Fubara comes back. Just as he just conjectured a lot of things that may happen, but nobody knows what agreement. Since that agreement was made secret, it's just between the three of them, who know exactly what they are coming in to do.
Okay, let's even look at. So, if there was an agreement, right? Do you see that agreement standing? Do you see both parties actually this time around obeying and respecting the terms of that agreement that may have been reached?
That is where I'm going to, because if Fubara comes back as executive governor with all the executive powers, he may try to exercise those powers. The only unfortunate thing there is that, as Zebulon has pointed out, there are too many things that are laid on his way, unfriendly terrain that he's coming back to. The local government chairmen are predominantly people from the other party. let us say the opposition party now.
Yeah.
So they don't bear any allegiance to him. Is it the only three PDP local that can make things happen? The only way he can control those chairmen to a little extent is because of the fact that local government and states have common purse. It may be the one to disburse money to them. So it is your own best interest as either APC local government chairman or PDP to obey the governor so they can get your whatever is your due. But for them to be very loyal to him as in ordinary situation where a governor controls everything in the state, that is not going to be, it may not happen.
Okay.
And I think myself, I ally with the thinking that the best way for him to even survive the remaining 2 years is to join the bandwagon.
Join the APC.
Join the APC so that he can have his peace and then run the governor, the term that that's the number of years he still have remaining.
Yeah.
But it is still a very dicey situation for Fubara when he comes back, because when before he went for this reconciliation, he had the support of his people. Many of them were talking tough. Oh, you cannot do this. And even before the emergency rule, oh, yeah, the state governor, for Christ's sake, why not wield the big stick against those who are against you? But he never knew that kind of thing was coming from the other side. So,
all right,
it's neither here nor there for anybody to say.
Thank you so much. Well, there's this people have this conjecture whether he will join the APC or remain in the PDP, and in whose interest would that be if he joins the APC, and in whose interest will it be if he remains in the PDP? Well, we wait to see, but we hope that the emergency rule will be lifted by Mr. President to enable Fubara return as the governor of Rivers State. I mean, for the last 6 months, well, it's not been so much been piece of the graveyard, like Zeb said. And we've seen some level of political stability, as it were, but what about economic progress? How much of that have we seen? But we hope that as it returns, hopefully, that we begin to see some level of both economic and political progress in the
state.
Because at the end of the day, governance is all about the people. It's not really about the political, the politicians that we talk so much about a lot of time. We're going on a short break. When we return, we will be discussing in a very short moment the warning, as it were, by Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi to the military to not to provoke the bandit, and wondering what that means. So as we return, we will talk about that. We're going on a short break now. Welcome back. This is still bdtv Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our country and then try to put them in perspective, now bring some analysis to it for better understanding of those who may not actually be in the know of some of these issues. This time around, we're going to talk about Sheikh Gumi. Of course, he's a popular Islamic cleric, controversial, as it were. I mean, on Sunday, we saw where bandits were calling to a peace meeting, and of course, agreed that, look, they're going to stop kidnapping, killing, and all of that in Katsina State. And then, of course, after that, we saw a Facebook post by Sheikh Gumi warning the military to abide, I mean, with by the agreement that the bandits have signed, and then not to provoke them. And one is wondering, is this coming from a patriotic mind, or is it? I'm just wondering, because for a long time we've seen Sheikh Gumi, I mean, especially under the previous administration, Buhari, always coming in between, the government and the bandits, a lot of time negotiating on their behalf. And then we are wondering why it seems as if, this man is just talking for the bandit. And that, because these are supposed to be criminals, right? People who have killed people, and then you see him warning the military not to provoke the bandit. Zeb, I'm wondering, is Nigeria that weak to the extent that we are being warned, so to say. Because when I say we, because we are all involved, really. I mean, the military is being warned not to provoke bandits.
Yeah.
I can't understand this.
It's not strange. It's not strange. If you have read some of the things happening across the globe, there are people who understand how these bandits and how these criminals operate. And they are the people that are in the right position to advise government.
Really?
Yes. Gumi had been very close to these bandits and has helped government in time past unraveling some of the mysteries surrounding these things. You see, when a state fails, a lot of things come up. It's obvious that the Nigerian state have not been succeeding in the fight against banditry and all these other sister organizations, this
ISWAP,
and Boko Haram and all the terrorists. So this man Gumi has understood what is happening. Our correspondent 2 Sundays ago, we ran a story, what is happening in Katsina. Local government chairmen, traditional rulers went into the bush to meet these bandits, and they signed an agreement. And these are the bandits that have been killing people, because the people have come to their wits' end and they believe that the government can no longer do anything. And they gave themselves up and say, please, bandits, we want to sign an agreement. Don't kill our people. These are what we are going to do. So Gumi is just simply saying to the government, since you people cannot help your people, do not make any noise. Do not say anything that will aggravate the situation. Allow the people, what they have sorted out has been the best way to go about it, to have peace. Allow them to have peace, since you cannot provide any peace on your own. So it is a new thing. Look at the Zamfara state governor recently said he knew where these bandits are. People know them. They are not spirits. People know them. One politician of APC member, a highly placed APC member living in Abuja, recently came on channel to say that his life was in danger because he spotted out that some people, even in government, were sponsored, some of them, on camera, on television screen. So people know these people, they are not hidden. So what Gumi was just saying is a sarcastic thing, so to speak. If you people cannot help Katsina people, allow them the peace they have entered in with this peace accord they have entered into with these bandits. Let it work. That is what he's saying. So whether he was misunderstood or not, people should see his advice as what it is. He said, government has failed. People should be allowed to okay, when a minister has told you to go and learn how to defend yourself, is that a best advice? It shows you that they are tired. Things have gone out of their hands. So Gumi is saying, when we have come to this point, allow people to choose whatever method that they feel that could help them.
That could help them.
Yes.
I mean, Chuka, in light of what Gumi said, and of course in the following Zeb's analysis of that statement, can we then say that perhaps we should go for the bandit to protect us as against the military that is supposed to be security forces that should protect Nigeria? So should we then say, okay, look, bandits, come and protect us? I mean, what's your view on this?
I think the whole thing is very, very disappointing, frustrating, if you ask me. That a non-state actor like Gumi is not new to terrorism. It's not new to banditry. It's not new to Boko Haram activities. But the fact that that man says whatever he likes and goes free, he walks free. It's only in Saudi Arabia he went for Hajj, and they said, no, you can't perform it here. And that's a decent society. This kind of character shouldn't be allowed to mix up with decent people. But here, somebody does that kind of thing, and it goes to show you how much importance government attaches to the lives of the people. That people can rise and kill as many as 130 people in a day. And not even a word came from the people who are supposed to protect us. Because governance is about protecting the people.
And you know, so what is worrisome, right? In this case, on Sunday, during this peace meeting, is that some of these bandits actually came to that peace meeting with their
that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to say that.
They sat down, and then after they left, nobody was able to arrest
what I want to say in that is that we have kind of resigned to fate in this country. That this is, when you call somebody, calling them bandits is the instruction of the government to euphemize the idea of, oh, these are not terrorists. They should not be called terrorists, in a way to pacify them. So call them bandits. Whether terrorists or bandits, they are killers, which everybody knows. Then these people came like any other human being to a meeting, even though they were carrying their gun, and then they were negotiating how to stop killing innocent people. We are not in a war situation. Where people have decided to be killing other fellow Nigerians. Then government is negotiating with them how to stop killing people. Because negotiating with them means, what do we give you so you don't do this? And we, in actual fact, we are not supposed to do it at all. That anybody who kills
should face the law.
Face the law. But these people are, what it means that they are above
the law.
They are above the government.
That's what it means.
That's what it means. Before any country pulls out its military to go and fight, it means it is the highest of problem. Insecurity in the situation, in the system. But here we are, where soldiers are frequently sent, and many of them don't come back. Yet those people continue to operate. Now they come like people coming for labor union coming to negotiate salary with the government, and nobody says anything. Why not, when the meeting was going on, you surround them with whatever power, military firepower that you have, and arrest all of them, and then to get, because once you arrest their leaders, the other ones will be weak. So it means, but your proposition is an extreme case. They are not trained to kill people. They are not trained to protect us. They are not security men. These are wicked, deadly men who have taken up arms against their fellow human beings, unprovoked. They just kill. And they kill thinking that they are getting at the government. They don't kill the people because they have stolen any of their property. They kill so that government can attract attention. Then somebody is known to be negotiating with these people. Somebody is known, because if he negotiates with them, it means he can even supply arms to them. But it's unfortunate.
All right. I think we are completely out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Broko. Thank you, Mr. Zeb, for joining me today on the BDTV Roundtable. And I think this is where we are going to draw the curtain for today. I want to thank you, viewers, for watching. We just hope and pray that the government would do whatever it is that they need to do to arrest the insecurity situation in the country, and give that level of protection that Nigerians truly need to be able to go about their lawful business, because we can't continue like this, a situation where bandits are being, or someone is warning the military not to provoke bandit terrorism, because that's what they are actually. I mean, it's so sad to see or to hear such a statement coming from a cleric. But that's where the country is today. But we hope that the government will rise up to the occasion and then stop the killing of Nigerians wherever they are, in any part of the country. This is where we draw the curtain for today on BDTV Roundtable. I want to thank you for watching. My name is Joshua Bassey. Join us next week when we come your way again.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind.
Somebody will eat first before changing phone.
This is Market Pulse, your window into price trends and, of course, realities of the Nigerians. On this episode of Market Pulse, we fix our gaze on the gadget industry, from phones to laptops, digital devices and accessories. Join us as we go to survey the bustling Ikeja computer village in Lagos, Nigeria. The market is bubbling, bursting with life, but behind this hustle lies a very dull ache.
When they die early, it's like all the beats.
Behind the noise are vendors dealing with the ache of the economy, but still striving hard. The evolution and dependence of technology and smartphones make them not just a luxury, but a lifeline essential in every sector. How do Nigerians cope when this supposed oxygen becomes too expensive to access? It seems like the demand remains strong even with the challenge of affordability. Customers are adapting and brand loyalty no longer exists as there's only a pocket loyalty. The depth of your pocket is the determinant of your favorite gadget brand in the economy.
I've been in market over about 15 years now. The current challenges that we have experienced because of the situation of the exchange. Sometimes it goes up, it's come down. When you tell your customer this is the price, it look like maybe somebody is not a sincere person. That's why sometimes the market will not flow. It look like it does. Sometimes when you understand, the market will still be moving gradually. The step the federal government need to take is that they should try the possible best to make sure the dollar rate is one place, not frustrating. When the dollar rate is still going up, coming down, people will be losing, people will be gaining.
Recently, we have seen a growing demand for UK, US and foreign use gadgets, and it seems like it's here to stay considering our economic realities.
Like 25 years, last 2 years, things are more better because the way the business is moving is quite different than the way it's moving now. Due to economic situation in this country, customers are no more buying. For example, I have some company or some school where I normally supply systems, laptops that they are using. But if you go to that company today, they have restricted some of their staffs. Maybe the company that have like 15 staff, now you go there, you see 5. So they are selling some of their gadgets back to we that have sold to them like last year, last 2 years. The way customers are coming now is they are just like struggling. It's not flowing like now. Laptop is not that trending like that because phone has taken some position of its place. So phone, let me just say for now, phone is trending. And you now see like some of these gadgets they are using to do content creator. Instead of like buying a camera or buying a laptop, they will buy a bigger phone. For 11 Pro up to 16 Pro. For like laptop issue, Dell and HP is a name that, let me just say for Africa, the customers, they will always like that HP or Dell. I didn't import anymore. It was like 2 years ago because of the the clearing cost. So I buy from importers. Yes, some are over there. We talk to them, we call them, what they bring. They will not direct you where they drop it. I can't adjust more than the way I adjust because it will affect me too. It will affect me because, for example, now maybe in a situation whereby in a day you make like, let's say 300,000, for example, in time that things are going. Presently now, maybe in a day, in 3 weeks' time, you haven't made 300,000.
Even though the term used might seem unappealing to an outsider, this is now the pulse of the gadget industry. As we continue to find more second-hand goods in good condition, sometimes refurbished, the catch here is that these gadgets are significantly cheaper than newer ones. For many vendors and customers, it offers balance between affordability and quality.
I've been in this business for over 15 years. I did learn computer accessories, phone accessories, and gadgets. Talking about your shop depends on the size of the shop. So, well, if you want to stock up my shop, I think with 5 million, the shop was stocked up. 2 years ago, we were something like 10 million. It's double now. In a month, when I make my business, I'm making about 300,000, 500,000 in a month. Now, I must be sincere with you. Now, sales has drastically dropped. You know, now if you make a month 300,000, you're trying. And once the person comes to your shop and price you market, what's important is that stability in business matters a lot. Once you're stable and you're priced, and they know that this guy's price, and once it enters the crisis, it increases. When they come there, they say a price is okay. That make sure you don't over cost. You give me normal price. If you say it's not buying, you go to elsewhere and it's the same price. And something tells you that this guy is right. You go to 1, 2, 3 shops, you will come back. If it's your customer, you come back and give it to me. But when you now put it like 10,000, and go to the house and say 5,000, you know important. I stopped importation when the dollar increment starts. So if you want to survive in business, when the dollar starts being unstable, you have to pause and be careful. So but now that the dollar is a bit stable now, we want to resume again. Importers varies. The people that can stop importing because they've started importing in millions and billions. So all they will do is to keep on importing. But we that are still at the verge of starting, if that kind of dollar issue come up, you have to pause. Go to days that have been in a duty of importing. If you want to die early, you fly all the goods, so you die. But every goods that you fly, there's a goods that rates you educated on ship. You come in 3 months time. You don't say that are light, anything like this, all these things, anything like all these things, airport and all these ones. They come, all these ones. Other that plate, like smartwatch, earbud, iPhone chargers, all these things are here. You can fly these ones.
This trend has become the heartbeat of the gadget industry, especially in markets in Nigeria, where brand new electronics are becoming increasingly out of reach for the man on the streets.
Like more than 9 years, I sell mobile phone during the time of maybe, let me say, Buhari regime. Things are a little okay during that time. Even the dollar rate is okay during that time. But this period, also this is international business, so we always buy it in dollar. But this time around, because of more high of the things, so people are not demanding like before again. So the things is not moving again. So I bought from Dubai and we carry it in hand luggage. And when we reach at the airport, then they will clear it. Cannot tell you the amounts they used to clear it, but now things are high. There's no business anymore. There's no business. People are complaining that things are high. Somebody will eat first before changing phone. So it's not okay. In fact, that's what I can say. People are coming because when you sell better, maybe when the thing that you are selling is okay, you will have more customers. And business is when you are okay with what you are doing, when you are good with anything you are doing, so people will like to patronize you. If you are good, it's okay, but if you are not selling things that they don't like, they will complain. Like sometimes the fault will not from us, it will be from the factory. Sometimes you will buy phone like this, maybe sometimes the battery will not be complete like 100%. You understand? So they will complain why I bought this, is not charging very well, or maybe all this one. But that one is from factory, not us, because we bought it like that.
To crown this episode, let's give you a breakdown of the prices of gadgets, so the next time you head to the market, you are fully informed.
Keyboard for laptop Apple system is about 2 years ago, it's about 35. Now it's 6,000, 7,000. Travel stand 2 years ago, 2 years ago it started coming in vogue. So 2 years ago, it depends on the size of the travel stand. This is at my back, I first stands. First stands start coming out early this year, not much of 2 years ago. On the kind of the phone stand, there's one of 2,000, one of 1,500, one of 3,000, one of, you see, according to the value of it or the quality of it. One of, let me say 1,500. One of 2,000. It's a plastic, but it's very good. Those people that sell phones use it to stand their phone, and those people that do online stuff like TikToks use it for stand their phone. So the brain of 5,000, 4,000, looking like this. It's a more quality, it's iron, so it's more strong and it's at 360 degrees. So the area that the phone stand is, the more the quality, the more the price. I'm not for 50K. I don't know what to say. I know 54. It's okay, but I don't know. But you would say phone sell by the gig and by the RAM. So if it's a 1 gig, 2 gig, I can see it. At your mercy. So everybody go with phone that's 8 gig, 12 gig RAM. So it's more the RAM. The RAM is the speed. The more the RAM, the more the speed. So those ones are 150K. You can see, but you can see on Tokumbos. Phone that has made the market more that is, even say Nigeria is crazy about is iPhone and Samsung. No, you that the trend now. So the youth go for iPhone. Is iPhone your phone that you can use now, sell now, use buy now, sell now. You buy as if it's a hello. The Samsung also sells, but I'm telling you, iPhone and Samsung are the bomb. The iPhone is your god of the all.
Of course, there is a phone 50K, but it's those used one like second hand.
Let me also like iPhone 11 Pro now, new one, you can see like 700,000-800,000. Why fully used, you can see like 350,000-400,000. It depends the gigabyte on it. Then iPhone 12, you can see 450,000-500,000 for fully used. Y16 is 1 point something million. And you can see the cheapest laptop, like let me just say dual core, 500, 4 gig RAM, you can see like 80,000. As for last 2 years, to clear 20-feet container, you have like 5.5 million. You can confidently clear 20 feet. But as present now, if you don't have up to 15 million naira, you can clear 20-feet container.
That's it on today's episode of Market Pulse. Stay tuned for more as we bring you the heartbeat of market, one episode at a time.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira strengthens to 1,484 Naira per dollar at official markets. NAMA pushes for tariff hike, airlines kick. CPPE, consumer confidence still fragile in Nigeria despite easing inflation. Federal government, Nigeria needs $100 billion yearly investments to hit middle income status. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Norma Obuna. Nigeria's Naira gained strength at the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday, closing at 1,484 to the US dollar. That's 13 Naira stronger than Monday's rate, according to figures from the FMDQ exchange. However, the parallel market told a different story, with the dollar trading between 1,520 and 1,530 in Lagos, showing persistent pressure outside the official window. Analysts attribute the stability to the official markets to reduce demand through bank-issued Naira debit cards. Meanwhile, the central bank's policy consists with a fifth straight month of easing inflation, now down to 20.1% in August. The drop has provided some relief to consumers and raised hopes of mid-term stability of the currency. On the global stage, the euro rose to its highest level against the dollar since 2021, climbing nearly 14% this year as investors await a key U.S. Federal Reserve policy decision later today. Moving on, the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency is pushing for an increase in its service charges, a move already drawing resistance from airlines. Director General of NAMA, Farouk Umar, speaking at a House Committee on Aviation Summit in Abuja, said the current fee of 11,000 Naira per flight has remained unchanged since 2008 and is no longer sustainable. He explained that inflation, exchange rate pressures, and supply chain disruptions have pushed up the cost of maintaining critical navigation infrastructure. Omar faulted airlines for opposing a review, while frequently raising ticket prices, stressing that NAMA's charges are strictly for cost recovery to ensure safe and modern air navigation services. Committee Chairman Abdullahi Garba, represented by his deputy Festus Akimbaso, called for stronger collaboration to drive growth in the sector. But analysts warn that while low fees threaten NAMA's sustainability and safety, higher charges could worsen the burdens on airlines and passengers already battling rising fuel costs and foreign exchange shortages. Meanwhile, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise says consumer confidence in Nigeria remains fragile despite a slowdown in inflation. In a policy brief released Tuesday, CCP Chief Executive Dr. Moda Yusuf welcomed the decline in inflation but noted that many households are yet to feel its impact. He explained that food prices and weak spending power continue to weigh heavily on ordinary Nigerians. The group urged federal and state governments to sustain economic reforms and expand targeted interventions such as input subsidies, storage facilities, and mechanization programs to cut food production costs. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, headline inflation eased to 20.1% in August, its fifth consecutive monthly decline. But food inflation remains elevated, keeping pressure on family budgets across the country. Up ahead, federal government, Nigeria needs $100 billion yearly investment to hit middle income status. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The federal government says Nigeria must attract at least $100 billion in investments every year to reach middle-income status by 2050. Minister of Budget and National Planning Atiku Bagudu disclosed it at a policy dialogue in Abuja, describing the country's long-term economic blueprint, Agenda 2050, as a realistic pathway to prosperity. He said President Bola Tinubu's administration had introduced reforms to boost fiscal capacity and restructure the economy, noting the stronger collaboration between the legislature and executive will be critical to success. Bagudu explained that Agenda 2050 will be implemented through 6 medium-term plans, starting with the 2021 to 2025 phase. He also revealed that Nigeria's revenue to GDP ratio has risen from 9% in June 2023 to 16%, though it still trails the global average. And away from that story, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has linked stricter visa restrictions against Nigerians abroad to the activities of internet fraudsters and money launderers. EFCC Chairman Ola Olukoyode, represented by a youth sensitization program in Port Harcourt, warned that online fraud continues to destroy young futures, costs Nigeria billions of naira, and tarnishes the country's global image. He cautioned that digital footprints never disappear, stressing that those who engage in so-called Yahoo risk losing both their freedom and reputation. Other speakers from the NEDLA and Civil Defense Corps also raised alarms over drug abuse and vandalism among youths in the South crimes. They say fuel insecurity, damage the environment, and weaken agriculture. The EFCC reminded Nigerians that it set up a special unit last year to tackle immigration fraud and pledged tougher enforcement and stronger community collaboration to shield young people from financial crime. Moving on, the Anambra State government has approved a major road and bridge project valued at 37.95 billion naira. At its 19th Executive Council meeting in Awka, the Council awarded a contract to Leptec Construction for the dualization of the Ekulobia-Ufoma Road and the construction of a new bridge. Officials say the project will ease travel, boost connectivity, and stimulate economic growth across the state. It is the biggest of several contracts approved this week under efforts to expand road networks and modernize infrastructure. Other projects include new school roads in Onitsha, upgrades at Nnewi Building Materials Market, rehabilitation of public facilities in Awka, as well as works at Chinua Achebe International Airport and the Ekulobia Stadium Complex. The government stressed that the contracts were chosen for their long-term economic value, not election cycles, and will significantly improve daily life of residents. Also, Abia State Governor Alex Oti has granted automatic employment to 9 former members of the National Youth Service Corps who received the Presidential Honors Award. The governor made the announcement while receiving the awardees in his office alongside the state NYSC coordinator Gladys Adama, and directed the head of service to issue their appointment letters immediately. He commended the honorees for their outstanding performance during their service year and urged them to sustain the same dedication in their new roles. Governor Oti also praised the NYSC management in Abia for nurturing young talents, saying the recognition would inspire others to strive for excellence. Speaking on behalf of the beneficiaries, Chinomso Nwogu thanked the governor for the gesture, while the NYSC coordinator applauded their achievements and expressed gratitude for the governor's support. The 9 awardees include Promise Anyanwu, Ezieme Uba, Ezinne Emmanuel, Grace Abia, Chiemela Mwafike, Mark Ugwa, Miracle Eke, and James Chukwebuka. Still to come, at least 40 fuel tankers burned in Al-Qaeda-linked attack in Mali. These and more after this commercial break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. UN investigators are accusing South Sudanese authorities of looting the country's wealth on a massive scale. A new report by the UN Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan says the government paid $1.7 billion to companies linked to Vice President Benjamin Bol-mel for road projects that were never completed. The commission described the scheme as grand corruption, pointing out that South Sudan's per capita income has fallen to just a quarter of what it was at independence in 2011. It also noted that the president's medical unit received more funding than the nation's entire health sector. South Sudan's Justice Minister Joseph Geng rejected the report, saying the figures don't match government data, and blamed the country's economic troubles and conflict, climate change, and declining oil revenues. South Sudan has been racked by repeated violence, including a 5-year civil war that killed an estimated 400,000 people. Just last week, the government charged the first president, Riek Machar, with crimes against humanity, escalating political tensions and sparking fresh clashes. And in Senegal, the authorities have intercepted 112 migrants attempting the dangerous Atlantic route to Europe. The group was found aboard a large wooden fishing boat known locally as Pirogue, drifting off the coast of Dakar on Tuesday. According to Wakam, District Mayor Abdulaziz Guye, local fishermen first spotted the vessel without an engine. They provided a motor to help bring it closer to shore, where it was intercepted by the Navy. Officials say all those aboard are young men. One migrant had said the group had set out from Gambia and had already spent 5 days at sea. The interception highlights ongoing challenges with irregular migration from West Africa to Europe, particularly toward Spain's Canary Islands. Despite tighter patrols and cooperation with European authorities, experts say economic hardship, political instability, and climate change continue to push people to risk their lives on overcrowded, unsafe boats. And now we move to the foreign scene. Global markets are on edge today as investors await a widely anticipated rate cut by the U.S. Federal Reserve. The dollar slipped, stocks softened, and gold surged to fresh highs on Wednesday, with traders watching closely for signals on the Fed's policy path. The central bank is expected to trim its benchmark rate by a quarter point, bringing it down to 4.00 to 4.25% range. But the bigger question will be what Fed Chair Jerome Powell says about the future cuts. Analysts warn markets may be overly optimistic, setting the stage for volatility in the dollar and gold. The euro hit a 4-year high on easing bets before easing slightly to $1.187. The yen held steady at 146.52 per dollar. Oil prices also remained firm after Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian refineries and ports. And in equities, European and US futures showed modest gains. The Euro Stoxx 50 up 0.35, DAX was up 0.4%, and FSTE up by 0.2%, while US S&P 500 E-minis edged higher by 0.1%. Also, the Pacific efforts to seal a landmark defense treaty between Australia and Papua New Guinea have been delayed. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese met with his counterpart, James Marape, in Port Moresby on Wednesday, but instead of signing the long-awaited treaty, the two leaders settled for a defense communique. Marape said Papua New Guinea could not defend its vast land and ocean territory alone, calling Australia the nation's security partner of choice. The communique confirms both sides have agreed on the treaty text, but final approval is pending cabinet processes in Port Moresby after a recent meeting failed to reach quorum. And this marks the second setback by Australia's Pacific strategy this month. Just last week, Albanese returned from Vanuatu without signing a $326 million security pact after political partners there called for a future review. Canberra has been pushing for deeper defense ties in the region amid concerns over China's expanding influence, particularly following Beijing's security deal with the Solomon Islands. Up next is the sports news after this break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The dancer? Or the art of a troop. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Now to sports. In the Champions League, Tottenham's Hotspur opened their campaign with a 1-0 win over Villarreal at home, giving new head coach Thomas Frank victory in his first match in charge. The breakthrough came early as Villarreal goalkeeper Louis Jr. fumbled a Lucas Bergvall cross into his own net in just the 4th minute, Spurs' fastest goal in the history of the competition. The hosts dominated the first half, but momentum shifted after the break, with Villarreal pressing forward as Spurs grew sloppy in possession. Defender Mickey van der Ven had a late scare, conceding a dangerous free kick and a yellow card after bundling Georges to the ground just outside the box. A VAR review upheld the decision. Meanwhile, midfielder Thomas Partey made a late substitute appearance for Spurs. He is due in Southwark Crown Court on Wednesday, facing 5 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault, charges he denies. And now to end the news, the Carabao Cup, Brentford advanced to 4th round after a 4-2 penalty shootout win over Aston Villa, following a 1-1 draw in normal time. Villa finally ended their goal drought of more than 509 minutes when Harvey Elliott struck just before halftime, capitalizing on a mistake from Brentford's goalkeeper, Hankin. But Hankin redeemed himself in the shootout, making 2 crucial saves from John McGinn and Matty Cash to turn the tie in Brentford's favour. Mikel Damsgaard converted the decisive penalty, sealing Brentford's passage to the next round for the 4th time in 6 seasons. For Villa, the frustration continues, despite ending their long-scoring drought. Their wait for a much-needed win goes on. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Haruna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
To give us the welcome address today, I'd like to please make welcome the editor of Business Day, Mr. Tayo Fagbole, as he comes to give us the welcome address. Please, with a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your time. As Elizabeth said, I'm the editor of Business Day. My job is to just welcome you all and get out of the way so that the experts that are gathered in the room can begin to give us and share their experiences. From where I sit in Business Day, we see a lot of the things that you talk about, but we don't know because we don't really run those factories. Some of you have mentioned some of those problems today. I mean, energy, but I also like the energy also in the room about the resilience, about, okay, fine, being hopeful. But I'm going to share some things with you that might be disheartening. Please don't be disheartened. But I also share what we see in Business Day as also hope about the opportunities, which is why we're having this gathering, and that's why you are here. If there was no hope, there were no opportunities, you wouldn't be here. Manufacturing as a slice of the economy comes to about 34 billion naira, okay? 35 billion in annual output. That's 8.4% of the GDP as of the first quarter, I think, fourth quarter of 2024. Now, 35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background, okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy worth $20 billion. So compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go. So big elephant in the room is energy, obviously. Oh, by the way, you should subscribe to Business Day. Since Monday, we've been running a series called The Paradox of Power, running Nigeria on empty, and I think you'll find it very insightful. I think we have some stories already today in the copy, but to get to the whole gist, please subscribe to Business Day. Also, during the course of the week, I bumped into two articles. One was on manufacturing in China. 10 years ago, the president of China started this Made in China 2025. This is 2025, and they're looking at how it has been successful. There are pluses, okay, they're doing very well, and also there are also negatives. There's serious fiscal deficit because they were just throwing money, a lot of money, into improving in some certain sectors. They have achieved it, really. They become number one in some certain things. They have achieved some of the things they want to achieve, but it has come at a cost. Okay, that's when government gets into the driving seat of trying to push industrial policy. It comes at a cost. We're trying to borrow more money, and we're all screaming, are we going to ask government to borrow more money again and push industrial policy? I don't have the answers, but let us find out. But of course, there's an advantage to that. China finds itself at the cutting edge of some manufacturing sectors, which is good for it. Now, we are also complaining because they've generated so much, they have to start exporting, which makes competing here in Nigeria very difficult. Hence, you understand the tariff wars. China really was the goal by the US. The target was China, but again, they've come to the negotiation table and they have to reduce tariffs because the US has realized because it can't do without China, because China has found a way to make sure it relies less on imports to drive its manufacturing exports. So it has an exporting dominance in the world. These are factors we have to think about. What has it used? It's invested a lot heavily in robots and automation. Nigeria's population is large, but how many of them are ready to go into labor-intensive manufacturing, talk less of competing with automation? Do I have the answers? I do not have the answers. But we know what to look at. The experts are here, and they'll be discussing that. But what I think we are not looking at, and probably we will find out today, and this is a personal opinion, is that for the manufacturers that are thriving very well, in Nigeria at least, I've coined up something that I think they are doing. It's called shared infrastructure as service. So you find that the big manufacturers, in my opinion, are spreading the costs of operations across. They're sharing those services, whether it's energy, whether it's logistics. Those two big cost drivers, they're sharing them across their companies. How are we studying this? How can we replicate this at scale, given those opportunities? How can the power distributors and generators crash the cost of power so much that all the factories, all the hotels, the biggest buyers, users of energy can cross over to the grid and free that money that they spent in generating, manufacturing their own power into manufacturing. These are thoughts, these are challenges that I'm throwing at the experts today, and I hope they will address. And finally, this is the role of Business Day, to put together all of you who are the experts, have you talking, whether from the policy perspective, the business perspective, government policy, private sector demands, and hopefully fashion a way out that we can amplify through our platforms and put that right in front and center of those who make the decisions, whether in the private sector or public sector. So thank you all for your time, and I hope we'll have a wonderful and happy deliberations. Thank you all to our sponsors also for making this happen. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that lovely welcome address. So I'd now be welcoming for the keynote address today. For our keynote address today, we have an esteemed professional who is renowned for his profound expertise in policy advocacy and formulation, his strategic thinking, and dynamic industry leadership. So he is armed with a master's degree in international relations from Obafemi Awolowo University and a Bachelor of Science in Political Science from Ahmadu Bello University. He stands as a distinguished alumnus of Nigeria's highest government think tank institution, the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, and he embarked on his illustrious career at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He swiftly ascended the ranks, showcasing unparalleled expertise and leadership prowess. His exceptional performance as Executive Secretary for the Northwest and Southeast branches and the Ikeja branch of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria earned him recognition, which led to his pivotal role as the Director of Man's Liaison Office in the Federal Capital Territory, where he served as linchpin between the association and the federal government. Please join me as I make welcome the Director General of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir, as he comes for the keynote address this morning. You can do better with the applause. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and I'm happy to be introduced as somebody who comes from the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, because that's what we do. And there's no difference between the two, because I had some murmur at the back whether we have changed the name. No, they mean one and the same thing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do not have any protocol to stand on, and I'm very happy because Business Day is really business-like, and we shouldn't be here confronted with challenges and then try to hype each other. So I will just go directly to making my presentation. I have a prepared speech. I would like to start by conveying my deep appreciation to Business Day Media Limited for inviting me as keynote speaker at this esteemed 2005 Business Day Manufacturing Conference. This year's conference themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potentials, Strategies for Sustainable Growth Amid Economic Turbulence is apt and timely. This is because we operate in an era of economic uncertainty, global supply chain disruption, and rapid technological change. Therefore, unlocking the evident potentials of the Nigerian manufacturing sector is not just an economic imperative, it is a strategic necessity for sustainable national development. Permit me to state an African proverb which says, "Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors." Within the context of I interpret the proverb to mean that it is during times of socio-economic and geopolitical turbulence, such as we are in now, that good leaders are proved. Those that possess bold vision, decisive action, and innovation that build resilience. All of us must play the part. This is the central point of my address today at this conference. To this end, I would like to start by situating my presentation within a global perspective. The global industrial landscape has changed as governments around the world are reordering policies with uncertainties around investment, production, and trade flows reaching new highs. The global economy in 2025 is navigating a turbulent terrain, marked by a slowdown from 3.5% growth in 2022 to 3.3% in 2024. In January this year, the IMF projected a modest growth of 3.3% by 2025, but recently a downgrade to 2.8%, the lowest in the last 5 years, buoyed by the Trump 2.0 spillover. The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon. As a matter of fact, it is only national economies that prioritize industrialization and build a vital manufacturing sector that are better placed to withstand the global shocks. China, the United States, India, South Korea, and Malaysia have all witnessed remarkable industrial developments, mostly due to their vibrant manufacturing sectors. These 6 industrial powerhouses collectively command 60% of global manufacturing output. In the last 2 decades, China manufacturing value added has skyrocketed from 625 billion to 4.6 trillion. In Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa are the leading industrial giants with manufacturing value added of 59 billion only. 55.9 billion and 49 billion respectively. That is, Egypt has 59 billion, Nigeria 55 billion, and South Africa 49 billion. They collectively contribute 49.2% of the continent's manufacturing output. In Nigeria, the manufacturing sector is a vital engine of economic growth, contributing significantly to value-added GDP, employment, government revenue, foreign exchange inflows, and technological advancement. In 2024, the sector recorded a market value of 37.4 trillion, representing 13.9% of the country's market size and accounting for 8.6% of real GDP. The sector employs an estimate of 12.7 million people, contributing 12.5% to the total employment, generating significant tax revenue, with manufacturers paying over 578 billion naira and 626 billion naira in local, import VAT and CIT respectively in 2023. The sector's linkage with agriculture, construction, services are evident. Despite the hostile macroeconomic environment and the persistent depreciation in Naira, the sector still generated over $6.7 billion through manufactured exports in 2019, above 1.5 billion export earnings in 2024, and attracted 1.5 billion in foreign investment in 2023. This according to the NBS in 2024. International efforts at scaling these critical contributions to forex inflow are vital for the stability of the local currency, of scaling employment generation, and enhancing economic growth. In addition, the sector earned $2.2 billion from the export of medium and high-tech manufactured products in 2022, due to the low but steady process of adopting new technologies that support improved productivity. Undoubtedly, these contributions underscore the sector's critical role in driving currency stability, employment generation, and economic growth. Unfortunately, despite its importance, the full potential of the manufacturing sector remains untapped, operating below its capacity due to macroeconomic headwinds, deficient infrastructure, and inadequate supportive government policies and incentives. I'd like to briefly tell you about the status of the manufacturing sector. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is generally accepted that the manufacturing sector is the engine of Nigeria's industrialization. Yes, its current performance is suboptimal. Its performance has remained lackluster due to numerous familiar binding constraints like unstable exchange rate, inadequate power supply, high cost of energy, high inflation, insecurity, multiplicity of regulatory agencies at high regulation costs, high interest rate, and poor access to credit, deficient infrastructure, high logistics costs, unfavorable trade policies, and low patronage. Available data shows that manufacturing capacity utilization plummeted from 73% in 1981 to 57% in 2024. And contribution to the economy has shrunk from 29.9% to 8.6% over the same period. Real growth has decelerated from 14.7% in 2014 to 1.38% in 2024, while non-oil export contributions have nosedived from 82.3% in 2019 to 25.13% in 2024. As at 2023, 767 manufacturing companies have shut down operations, and over 18,000 jobs were lost in 2024 alone due to the hostile business environment. This is evident in the country's ranking of 97th in the Global Competitiveness Industrial Performance Index, and uninspiring 44 places below South Africa. The sector is worst hit by the prevailing economic downturn. It is now facing the combined storm of forex losses, rising raw material costs, high energy prices, multiple taxation, escalated borrowing costs, infrastructural deficits, and policy uncertainties. Market access and integration remains limited due to inadequate trading, information, and infrastructure deficits. The poor transport system has escalated logistics costs, making Nigerian manufacturers less competitive. Insecurity has elevated business risk, increased costs, and made the investment environment uncertain. Agro-allied industrial activities have remained challenged by insurgent activities and farmer herders clashes. From the foregoing, it is evident that the business operating environment is constraining Nigeria's industrialization. Urgent action is therefore required to address these challenges and unlock the growth potentials of the manufacturing sector. The current administration's commendable efforts at improving production capacity, and reform the operating environment need to be accelerated and effectively coordinated. Time will not permit me to expatiate on the challenges that I've listed below, and I'll make it available to the organizers. I really do not think it is necessary for me to do so because we are all aware of what they are. I will therefore race to the part that talks about the imperatives for a vital manufacturing sector that will guarantee sustainable development, which is actually the main objective of this gathering. I've titled it here, Manufacturing Sector Development as a Strategy for Sustainable Growth. To unlock manufacturing potentials and foster sustainable economic growth, individual stakeholders have a role to play. I will start with the media, as this is your event. You have a crucial role to play in redefining the manufacturing trajectory for improved economic performance in the country. The media must leverage its influence to promote the manufacturing sector, work with MAN and other business organizations to champion the reforms necessary for the sector's survival and sustainable growth. In particular, the media should amplify MAN's advocacy because the media serves as a powerful tool to project these priorities and ensure manufacturers' concerns are put in the front burner of public and government discourse. The media should hold the government accountable in the implementation of its economic policies. The media should expose structural constraints that limit the performance of the sector. Media should actively participate in the annual conference on the National Council of Industry, Trade, and Investment. This engagement is strategic because it is a platform for critical shaping of the national industrial agenda and amplifying stakeholder perspectives and reinforcing accountability. Media should share our success stories to attract domestic and foreign investment in the manufacturing sector. It should support local content development and advocate for policies that prioritize local sourcing of inputs. This will help to reduce dependency on imports and strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base. It should also facilitate stakeholders' dialogue, such as we are having today, and I commend BusinessDay for this initiative. And lastly, it should promote evidence-based policy engagements, because we have seen that in recent times, particularly NGOs that are sponsored by international organizations trying to influence the direction of government without situating the context of their plea within what we are facing as a nation. I've also listed here what government should do. The Nigerian government holds the primary responsibility for creating an enabling environment to unlock the manufacturing sector's potentials, a task that requires strategic intervention across infrastructure, fiscal policy, and regional integration issues. In this regard, we should commend the federal government for the passage of the 4 tax reform bills aimed at restructuring, streamlining, and establishing unified tax processes. The government should equally be commended for pronouncement on the Nigerian First Initiative. The nation anxiously awaits the expedited consummation of these initiatives and effective implementation. Other must do for government include the following: effective engagement and inclusion in policy process. I will just run through because I see that I have 15 to 20 minutes if I'm lucky, but I believe most of the issues are fairly known. Government should gazette the Nigerian First policy and make it a binding imperative. And I say punitive measures should be put in place for violators. We have traveled this part before. Executive Order 003-005. Unfortunately, it has largely been observed in the breach. So there should be consequence. For instance, for any CEO of a government ministry, departments, or agency that fails to comply. And it's been mentioned earlier today by my colleague, it will be a delight to see the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria driving a vehicle that is assembled in Nigeria. 360 members of the House of Rep, 109 senators driving vehicles that are assembled in Nigeria. What we should do is to institute mechanism for gathering and disseminating export market intelligence to enhance our market access. Provide a stable and predictable policy environment. We should go away from policy inconsistency and be transparent in our policy making and implementation. This will bring investors confidence and long-term planning and industrial growth. Government should urgently improve infrastructure and logistics network. They should invest heavily in critical transport infrastructure, particularly roads, ports, and industrial corridors to reduce logistics bottleneck. We appreciate the recent development in the sector, but with only about 37% of roads in good condition, manufacturers still face delayed access to markets and increased transportation costs, making local products uncompetitive both locally and internationally. Should fast-track Ajaokuta, Kaduna, and Kano gas pipeline. The project, which is targeted for completion in 2025, is poised to add 3.6 gigawatts to the national power supply. This boost will reduce the current reliance on diesel generators among manufacturers and improve capacity utilization. Protect local industries against unfair trade practices. Stronger enforcement against smuggling, dumping, and counterfeit goods will safeguard local manufacturers and level the playing field. One of the greatest challenges that any manufacturer can face is competing against smuggling and dumping. No matter how strategic you are planning, these guys will come in and drive you out of the domestic market. Should tackle insecurity to protect industrial zones and investors. By our last calculation, we had lost 60% of our members operating in the Northeast, majorly due to the activities of the insurgents, who have made it practically impossible for them to operate their industries. Should support local content and value chain development. And this should be done even across our borders, because the ETLS and the AFCFTA have created a good atmosphere for this kind of cross-cutting engagements. Should address the financial gaps and reduce borrowing costs. With the significant gap between loan application and fund allocation, coupled with average interest rate exceeding 30%, manufacturers are deprived of affordable long-term funding. I would like to pause here to briefly say those low-hanging fruits, because what I've said before have largely related to the broad environment in which we operate. But there are some specific things that governments can do immediately, because we all know that in politics there's very short memory. It's not only happening in Nigeria, but most part of the world, and we look for immediate fixes. So we are making recommendations can be fixed immediately. So there will be a unity between our aspiration and what government can do. To demonstrate commitment to industrial growth and reduce the mounting cost pressures, the government should urgently consider the following low-hanging fruits. As a matter of fact, I think they are no longer low-hanging. They have literally fallen on the floor. It's now the issue of picking them up. A nation without a clear industrial policy is like a ship without a rudder. We must adopt a comprehensive policy framework that guides our industrial development, foster growth, and propel us towards a brighter economic future. Adopting the report of the 2024 Manufacturers Summit on rethinking the Nigerian manufacturing sector and MAN's Blueprint 2.0 as working documents will fast-track this process. As we speak, we do not have a holistic industrial policy that serves as a compass for determining our engagement, those domestically and internationally. I believe the time is ripe, and Nigeria should urgently do this. The CBN to prioritize forex sales to manufacturers. honor the unsettled 2.4 billion forex forward contracts, and restrain commercial banks from harassing manufacturers. I'm sure you'll have seen in the papers how some banks are freezing the accounts of manufacturers on account of a problem they didn't cause. It is important that we halt this situation before it degenerates into a bedlam. This will restore manufacturers' confidence in the market and peg the exchange rate for calculating customs duty on raw materials, spare parts, and machineries that are not available locally. The Nigerian force policy must quickly move from initiation to government policy, lest it suffers the same fate as the Executive Order 003 and 005. Nigeria must seize this moment to transform its manufacturing sector by prioritizing the patronage of local products. If we fail to nurture our own, we will forever be at the mercy of others. Government should cut the benchmark interest rate and actively deploy moral suasion and regulatory guidelines for commercial banks to prioritize lending to manufacturers at single-digit concessionary interest rates. Should leverage the country's partnership with the BRIC nations to further diversify its export markets and products and reduce dependence on the US market. Should fast-track the deployment of the National Single Window Platform, strengthen interagency collaboration at this crucial period of tariff war in order to safeguard the economy against possible aggravated smuggling and dumping. Should inject life into the manufacturing sector by implementing the 1 trillion stabilization fund and facilitate the increase in the capital base of Bank of Industry to meet the credit demand of industries. Remove the 4% FOB levy permanently and address the concerns of importers who already paid the levy before the suspension. The 4% freight on board surcharge on exports is an avoidable burden that confronts government fiscal incentive and compromises the competitiveness of made-in-Nigerian products. Eliminating it will directly avert the looming price escalation of goods in the face of dwindling disposable income of the average Nigerian. It will enhance the viability of Nigerian exports and promote non-oil revenue generation for government. Manufacturers who already paid the levy should either be refunded or allow the use of the sum to settle future payments. We should halt the astronomical annual charge imposed by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, as it imposes a heavy charge on non-listed entities. This imposition is unwarranted and should be withdrawn permanently. Stakeholders' engagement should be conducted with the aim of addressing the concerns of impacted companies and align the charge with the principles of the current tax reform agenda of government. Government should also immediately reverse the 15% increase in port charges by the Nigerian Port Authority. The recent 15% hike in port charges by NPAC is ill-timed and will lead to an escalation of the already high cost of imports. It is at variance with the prevailing situation around West Africa, and this is coming at a time that other ports are lowering costs to boost patronage and improve efficiency. We should address the 240% hike in electricity tariff. This massive increase in electricity tariff and the threat of further hikes are unsustainable for manufacturers. Government should work with NEC to ensure service-reflective and genuine cost-reflective tariffs. The DISCOs should be compelled to make the needed investment in infrastructure, meter availability, and commitment to evident improvement in power supply. There's also a role for the consumers, and I believe many of us, if not all of us, are consumers. Nigerians should patronize local products to strengthen domestic manufacturing. Consumers should prioritize and actively support locally made products, helping to stimulate demands for domestic manufacturing. By choosing Nigerian-made goods, consumers can contribute to the sector's resilience and growth, fostering economic development and job creation. Should also empower Nigerian brands through constructive feedbacks and reviews. Active consumer engagement through feedbacks, review, and constructive criticism can drive improvement in the manufacturing process. By sharing genuine experiences and expectations, consumers play a critical role in pushing manufacturers to meet local needs while enhancing product standards. I will not conclude without saying what responsibility the manufacturers themselves have. While advocacy and stakeholders' engagement are vital, our manufacturers themselves must take deliberate steps to position the sector for sustainable growth and current economic headwinds. We should be more proactive and flexible. In today's volatile environment, agility is a strategic advantage. Manufacturers must anticipate market shifts, adjust swiftly to policy changes, and adapt policy models to seize emerging opportunities. Prioritize production efficiency by investing in modern technologies and embrace lean manufacturing tools. Recommit to high-quality products, improve packaging, leverage cross-border value chain, invest in workforce development, adopt an export-oriented mindset, embrace ESG principles, strengthen research, innovation, and product development, deepen digital transformation, build consumer confidence and brand loyalty. Because of time, I didn't expatiate, but like I said, I will make the paper available, and I think to everyone who is gathered. I would like to conclude so that I don't bore you too much. Unlocking Nigeria's manufacturing potentials requires collaboration from all stakeholders: the government, the media, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves. The destiny of a nation is shaped by the choices it makes. And for Nigeria, repositioning its manufacturing sector as Africa's industrial hub should be a manifest destiny. I thank you all for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir. Thank you very much for highlighting some of the challenges. You had mentioned insecurity, high interest rates, and high logistic costs, as well as the energy crisis, amongst others. But you also did well to highlight some of the current administration's efforts to develop the manufacturing sector, as well as some of the low-hanging fruit present. And we'll be deep diving into these conversations during the panel sessions. But right now, please put your hands together for him once again, please. Right now, we'll be welcoming another very brilliant individual, because every single person here present is very brilliant, and she'll be coming to give us a presentation. She's an accomplished professional with expertise in external relations, corporate communications, and stakeholder management. She is the External Affairs Director at British American Tobacco West and Central Africa, where she leads communication strategy across the region. She has a legal background, and as a chartered secretary, she joined the British American Tobacco in 2006, where she progressed through various legal and external affairs roles. International assignments span Indonesia, the Americas, and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's a trailblazer for women in leadership, and she is one of 3 female leaders on BAT's regional board. I thought we would clap for that. She champions gender equality, mentorship, and women's empowerment, where she inspires others with leadership and advocacy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in making welcome Odiri Erewa Megason. She is the External Affairs Director at the British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa. Please, another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll first like to thank Business Day for this opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about what we as manufacturers are doing, using my company, British American Tobacco, as an example of how you can succeed in Nigeria. My presentation is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you so much. I also like to say thank you and good morning again to my brother, Mr. Ajayi Kadari, who's director of MAN. He's been very close to us, really championing the way for manufacturers in Nigeria, charting a course and making sure that there's a close divide between what government is doing and making sure that they address manufacturers' concerns to make sure that we take manufacturing to the next level. So we need more people like him championing the cause for us in Nigeria so that people can really appreciate and understand and help us to make Nigeria better. So let's give him a round of applause as well, please. Okay, so the theme for the session today is Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential. Strategies for sustainable growth and amid economic turbulence. So I'll first of all, like I said, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today to speak about manufacturing and especially about what we're doing in BAT and how we can collectively unlock the potential. There's a lot of potential in Nigeria. People outside see it, investors see it when they come in, they don't want to leave, but a lot of manufacturers, like Mr. Ajayi Kadere explained in his presentation, have not been able to weather the storm and have closed and left. But there's a way to stay on, and it's important that companies like ours who have succeeded over time are able to share examples of how we have succeeded, how we are succeeding, as a best example and template for others to learn something from. So my presentation is going to talk briefly about what we are doing as BAT and what we think that we can take from this. It's not moving. Okay. All right. So the manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs, and when we export, we are creating jobs as well. And also, when we manufacture, it's important that the president now is saying, put Nigeria first, right? In terms of this Nigeria first policy, it's very important that we're all keen to that because nobody can do better than us in terms of if you don't own and promote your own, you can't expect people outside promoting your own for you. You have to, charity begins at home. When we look at the population that we have in Nigeria, we have so many, we're blessed with so much resources, vibrant young community as well. There's a growing demand, there's a huge demand for goods. We consume a lot, we're a consuming economy. So there's a role for Nigeria manufacturing sector to play here and be very significant in ensuring that not only do we untap this potential that we have, irrespective of the challenges that Mr. Kadiri has explained in his keynote address. We have a lot of materials, right? We have what it takes for transformation of the industry, promoting both the domestic and also providing for the future markets. However, we've seen that there has been a lot of infrastructure gaps, there have been regulatory inconsistencies, a lot of manufacturing companies, like he said, have left Nigeria, right? Manufacturing sector, from my research, shows that We contribute approximately 9% of Nigeria's GDP on an annual basis, and it holds a lot of potentials to drive employment. There's no reason why we should have a huge amount of employment that we have at the moment. There's no reason why we should be largely dependent on imports. And there's a great opportunity for us to boost exports. Now, this sector, irrespective of all the challenges, has shown resilience despite the huge economic winds. And then there's also, with the coming of AFTA, there's opportunity for the future for Nigeria to play a pivotal role as well. So we can leverage the relationships across border, the markets, to make sure that we are very competitive in pricing and in quality and having the right mix when we send our products across board. So it's important that for us to tap into this full potential that we have, we have a clear vision, we have a clear strategy tailored towards how we can have a long-term goal and long-term sustainability. So I'm going to walk us through in terms of what I mean by this. First of all, I would like to use BAT, like I said, as an example to show how we have been resilient and how we have continued to. BAT, we've been in existence for over a century in Nigeria, but we've had this factory in Ibadan for over 2 decades. And out of this world-class factory, it's amazing. Anytime we bring people to the factory, they are blown away to see how we can have such a world-class factory in Nigeria. BAT is a multinational. We operate in over 150 countries globally. And irrespective of whatever country you go to, whether it's in the Americas, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Asia, the standards are the same. The factories are the same. The only difference is the location itself. So we invested a lot. This factory cost us over $185 billion to date. And we have been producing made in Nigeria cigarettes from this factory. We have now expanded our borders from beyond Nigeria. We export to 11 countries, and recently this year we started exporting to the United States of America as well. We also hedged a lot in terms of we plan a lot. We plan 5 years, 10 years ahead. We are able to, all through the time where we're having a lot of issues with Forex, we are able to generate in excess of $110 million per annum in terms of Forex. So we are one of the few companies that doesn't rely on government for Forex. We generate our own Forex. And we're top 10 non-oil exporters in Nigeria, but consistently. We're very, we pay our taxes. We've paid over 450 billion in taxes and levies. We've put back over 2 billion naira in terms of CSR into the country. We are #1 tobacco manufacturer with over 55 share of market in Nigeria. We've created over 350,000 jobs across the divide, both direct and indirect. So from this factory, we've been able to do a lot. We've been able to put made in Nigeria goods, not only top quality in Nigeria, but we've been able to put made in Nigeria goods on the map across West and Central Africa. So we're very aligned with Mr. President's put Nigeria first policy. In terms of the people, we can't do anything without the people. So we're very big on the people. We realize that human capital is pivotal to the success of who we are and are the most valuable assets that we have. So we foster an inclusive environment whereby we retain and train top talents. BAT is a huge poaching ground for talents across Nigeria. We have Nigerian inclusion score. So we are basically moving from company whereby, even though it's a multinational, whereby it's predominantly led by foreigners, to whereby it's Nigerians who are now running the multinational company in Nigeria and West and Central Africa, which is great. So to date, we have about 86% of Nigerians running the operations in this multinational. We have over 600 employees who are trained annually, and we send people across all the countries in which we operate. We have 67% of the future, and we keep on training them. Now we're moving into the digital age. We need to make sure that we continue to remain relevant from a digital perspective. we're also transforming our business beyond tobacco to a multi-category business. So it's important that our employees are ready for the future as well. And technology is in the center of everything that we do in terms of our operations. Now, when we look at sustainability, Mr. Kadiri spoke about this. Sustainability is very important because for us to succeed and for us to be sustainable into the future, as a manufacturing entity, you have to take sustainability very serious. It can't just be a nice to have. It needs to be pivotal to everything you do. For us, it's in the center of everything that we do as BAT. It's not just a nice to have. 2 years ago, we were the catalyst that started driving what we called an ESG, that's Environmental, Social and Governance Forum, Pan-African in Nigeria here. And the whole idea was that we wanted to be the catalyst to say that how can we make sure that manufacturing, not just manufacturing entities, but private governments come together and we actually take ESG more serious, because we need to make sure that the planet from which we derive our livelihood from is future fit and preserved for the future, for future leaders, and for the sustainability of the country as a whole. So we actually came up with this, took sustainability as very important for us, and we realized that we needed to also showcase what are we doing, within BAT as sustainable in the ESG platform. What are other companies similar to us doing? How can we showcase that for other people to learn as best practices, and also pledge how we want to take ESG forward into the future? So I will just give you a little bit of a scorecard in terms of what it is that we have done in this regard. We've set some very stiff targets for ourselves. We said that by 2050 we want to be net zero, 50% reduction of CO2 from our factory. We've said that we want to be 100% in terms of waste to landfill. We have achieved that. We've said that we want to recycle the water that we use in the factory. We have done that to 30%, we've achieved that, and so much more. Just to give you a simple example of what we've done in the factory. Everyone knows that in Nigeria, you have to generate your own power, and that's a huge cost of production for manufacturers. We have installed a 1.4 mega solar plant in the factory. We've also transited from diesel to gas. So today we don't rely on diesel any longer. Diesel is now like a backup. We use gas as a main source of power, and solar panels as well. Just from a cost perspective, just to put it in for you to understand what it means. On a day, we generate about 4,500 kilowatts per hour of solar power in the factory. What does this mean from a cost perspective for us? You know what the cost of diesel is today. It's what, over 2,000, right, per liter, or close to, if not, yeah? The gas that we generate, it costs us per unit of electricity between 230 naira to 235 naira per kilowatt per hour. With solar, we're spending about 35 to 40 naira per kilowatt hour. That's saving us about 200 naira per unit. So you can see that from our factory alone, we have, and the cost of power for us is about 20% of our total cost of production. So you can see that from that, strategically reducing the reliance on diesel, how much is putting back, how much is helping us to plow back into our business, and helping us to be more efficient for the long run, and as well as protect the environment. You know, we're no longer using diesel that is polluting the environment as we were before. Transportation, there's huge issues with transportation, because ideally, especially because we export to West and Central Africa, currently it takes us about 20 days for us to go through ports, clearance and all of that, which is a lot. It impacts our lead times. And we are aspiring to have this reduced to 1 week, right, for more better efficiencies. And then it's also important that there are eliminations of port congestions, eliminations of bureaucracy at the ports, the eliminations of change in regulations. For example, early this year, we heard that customs wanted to bring an additional 4% levy charge on imports. You can imagine what that would do to the manufacturers, and it was just announced without interaction with stakeholders. So what we're saying is that these regulatory changes, have a negative detrimental impact to operations. It's important that there's always a stakeholder dialogue. There's always a convergence of minds in terms of what government is trying to achieve and what is tenable. And why is this important? For us, we are the hub for West and Central Africa. So we compete against Kenya, we compete against South Africa. Cost of production here is already very high. So if by the time we get our goods to the end market, if the pricing is too expensive, there's no reason why the consumer will pick us versus products that can come in from Kenya or South Africa at a cheaper cost. So it's very important that the government looks at the current context in which Nigeria operates and how we can make sure that our goods are competitive so that when we take it out, we can bring back the forex, we can create jobs in Nigeria. That's very important. When we talk about taxes, it's great to see that they've consolidated and they're harmonizing the taxes. But before you start listening to external advice on how you should come up with taxes, tax systems, excise, and all of that, you have to look at it in the context of your local economy to make sure that your goods are competitive for the consumers. The consumer doesn't now jump from picking a competitive product to an illicit product that does not pay the relevant tax to you. Now, apart from all this that we've set ourselves and the targets that we're achieving, leveraging on this ESG forum that we also spoke about, we've been able to bring a lot of public and private sector together. Last year, we continue to showcase best practices in terms of what it is that we're doing, what it is that our partners are doing for others to embrace and to learn something from. And we've birthed a young professionals forum where we are currently mentoring young professionals in the way of sustainability, because we believe that we need to play this forward. And the whole idea is that at the end of it's a 6-month mentorship program. At the end of that 6-month period, we should be able to find them some form of internship within the partners that they can learn, and they can now play forward the sustainability practices that we have agreed on. Now, ESG Forum, like I said, it's a platform whereby we want to showcase best practices. It's a platform whereby we want to make sure that everyone that comes together is able to see what role can I play to protect the environment from which we derive our benefits from? What role can I play in terms of giving back to the society? And then how can I make sure that my practices are done with the right governance structures in place? The world is becoming so small now that governance is very important in terms of how your business operations are being conducted, the kind of higher standards that were held to account, not just locally, but also on a global platform as well. So we're bringing everybody together to see, what can we do to make sure that Nigeria is, up its games. Nigeria protects the environment. We can see that things are changing, the impacts that how it's fighting back, against environmental degradation. We can see all of that. We're not insulated from that. So what role can we all play in making sure that we protect Nigeria's environment is very important in this regard. Now, when we talk about sustainability growth and strategies amidst the turbulent situation and environment we find ourselves, what exactly are we talking about in this regard? For us, I think that my key message here is that sustainable growth demands a coordinated and long-term approach that is anchored on market-driven strategies. So we have to have a strategy. We have to think long-term. How do we want to drive this? And we think that to be able to achieve our ambition, we need to look at some strategic pillars, right? We need to see
how breaking barriers to growth, mitigating the impact of multi-layered taxation, infrastructural deficits, and reliable power supply. And on this panel, we have got Mr. Olushola Obadimu, FNSE, FCIOD, the Director General at the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Thank you very much for sustaining the applause. Also on this panel, we've got Mr. George Olutokpe Onafowokon, FNSE, the Managing Director and CEO of Coleman Technical Industries Limited. Thank you very much. Please sustain the applause till they get to their seats. Thank you. Also on this panel, we have Adetunji Aderito, the founder of Zetamind Consulting Limited. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Esther Williams, the Director and Procurement Officer at Williams Dabo Group Limited. Thank you very much. Please do better with the applause, please. Thank you. And moderating this panel is Dikpo Oladende, the head of the energy desk at BusinessDay Media Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we'd like to please implore you to share our streaming links with your community. So this event is being streamed on BusinessDay's TV channel. Just so you know, we have a BusinessDay television. And if you aren't subscribed, please do well to subscribe to our channel. Please just type on your phone right now. If you give me just give me 2 seconds to bring out your phone, please, and search for BusinessDay Television. BusinessDay Television, you would see us. It's on your screen. Thank you so much. So you can scan the QR code and then please do well to subscribe. So we have conversations like this every other day because we have shows that are very beneficial to you. And we'll also hope that when we call on you to be a guest on any of our shows, we hope that you would oblige us. So please subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much. And please do well to share the link, just as I mentioned earlier, with your community as well. Once again, please put your hands together for our panelists as they delve into this conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good to be here once again. And it's been a very, very interesting conversation about Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And so my job here is basically to moderate a conversation about three major topics or 3 major issues. Now, these are not new issues. They are old, but then again, we discovered that a lot of people are mitigating or innovating around some of these challenges, and that's what we are here to talk about. So we'll talk about the solutions, we'll talk about how we are solving some of these challenges, and then we'll also talk about the way forward. So that's the main aim of this conversation. And of course, there'll be questions from the audience as well. So the 3 things we are talking about today is, the first one is about multi-layer taxation, which we all call multiple taxation. The second one is infrastructure deficits, and then the third one is issues around power. So again, so we won't focus on the problems, we'll focus on the solution. We'll talk about people who are innovating around it. We'll talk about things we could do better, and then we'll talk about what will be the expectation from the next 10 or 15 years. Now, to start the conversation today would be Mr. George. Sorry, can you please up? Okay, so I have it's 2 in 1 question, right? So the first question is, you were introduced as the CEO and Managing Director of Coleman Technical Industries, so which means you're more like a manufacturer in the cable and power business. Now, I would like to share with us how you've been able to navigate issues around multiple taxation, issues around infrastructural deficits in the course of doing your business, and what will be your main main talking points or major takeaways as you've navigated these challenges?
Good morning, everyone. From a manufacturer's perspective, when you look at how do we navigate multiple taxation, the unfortunate part is that we're the worst hit by multiple taxation because we cannot take our machines or carry them anywhere. We're stuck in one place. And the unfortunate scenario is that multiple taxation is normally at your doorsteps, from local government to states to federal government, all having different agents. And the sad part is that they have multiple agents, so you don't even know who's the actual benefactor, who's the person taxing you, or who is directly or indirectly represented. So, but you're a manufacturer stuck in your area of production or in your area of location, which is really unmovable at the time. And you have to deal with each state's local government multiple taxation. The unfortunate part is that those that are actually trying to tax you are the same people looking for jobs for people that are related to them in your business. That's irony on its own. It doesn't make sense. You want to actually benefit. It's like eating your cake and having it at the same time. But you are also the guy literally at the doorstep of every manufacturer trying to collect money for one funny thing or the other. I'm sure quite a few manufacturers transport their goods from left to right of their different locations. And you have things that are simple things, which I still don't understand in this country, like haulage charges, that tells you charges that for every vehicle that goes in and out of your location, I must collect a fee. I think Nigeria has lost the plot when I heard that one. At the end of the day, are you telling a manufacturer to improve business or to derail in business? So multiple taxation is an hindrance to business, is an hindrance to growth. But until we actually see that the location of a manufacturer is to the benefit of that community and the state and the country as a whole, I think we would have a better viewpoint on generating growth, wealth, and employment. Now, if you now take that multiple taxation and then add on the infrastructural deficit. I was in a conversation with a gentleman some time back who happens to say, was asking, we're in a discussion, and he said, how many local governments are in Nigeria? And the man said, I said 774. He said, no, every business, every individual is a local government. Why? We're all providing our own infrastructure. So we'll get back to us, who is the local government? So you have a business that you have to provide your own water, your own road, your own power. Then I ask, what am I paying the fees for? But these are infrastructural deficiencies or hindrances to businesses that it's literally on the face of every manufacturer. But take the inefficiencies, take the deficiencies of the infrastructure. The fortunate part is that Nigeria seems to be just resilient in the ability to take every shock and still survive. Now, what I mean by that is that as much as we have this deficiency, this poor infrastructure, you still see investment coming into Nigeria, and you still see them making profit. And you beg to ask, why are they not all running away? And this is where I always try to encourage Nigerians, because we tend to look at things all on the negative rather than the opportunities over the negative. And the success of any business is to be optimistically positive over and above what you see that is negative. And what I mean by that is that it's a sad case. I'm a chairman, my dear DG, who's my friend and brother, I'm the chairman of Ogun State branch of man also, apart from what I do. And I look at this, it's as much as is, I've been there for 3 years, looking forward to my last year. You don't like telling me, saying that, but when you look at it, it begs to differ. Ogun State happens to be the state where the most manufacturers in Nigeria are coming into, because sincerely, location, cost to land, it's close to Lagos, it's an exit into the whole of the rest of Nigeria. So it has the largest amount of numbers of increase in new manufacturing development coming into the country. But you have to look at it that every time you're signing up a new member, and we have quite a bit, I still tell us we're number one in the country, but my brother will argue with me on one location, but irrespective, when you look at the number of people that one has to sign in as new members and do a comparative analysis of how many are indigenous Nigerians and how many are foreigners, you see the infrastructure problems, and you start to say that 7 out of every 10 is scaled to the foreigner. Wow. Only 30% is scaled towards the local guy. So when I make it a point of call because I have to sign the final approval before it goes to the HQ. And the first thing I'm looking for is what's the name of the proprietor or the founder. And I see one foreign name and I just say, you see. Now, if we say Nigeria is not good, and 7 out of 10 manufacturers sitting in this place or becoming new members are foreigners, then something is wrong somewhere. So the opportunity is instilled in the country. It's for us to now actually see beyond the infrastructural deficiency. Now, you take that, that's why I said, we have it. But we have to then take it away from where we are. So I was starting from the inefficient tax system, the deficiencies and the infrastructural problem, then tail it up to the opportunities. And that's the way I'll drive it. Now, tailing it up to the opportunities is really looking at everything in Nigeria on the long. If you shouldn't be manufacturing in Nigeria if you're thinking.
Thank you. Can you use?
It just went dead. Sorry. You shouldn't come into Nigerian market if you're thinking like a trader. It's just not going to work for you. The position of being in manufacturing in Nigeria has to be on the long. Any short process of your vision, it's really, you're going to be hindered by the amount of policy flip-flops, inconsistencies in the direction of government, change in government, FX issues, as my brother has. One thing will kill you. If it doesn't kill you, you have survived a lot. And most manufacturers are either on the tail end of being killed as a business or surviving every scale of attack, basically, to be killed. So we have to look at it on the long. And what I mean by that is that no matter what, I inherited a business on a negative balance sheet of 20 million, more like 20 plus years ago. And at the time, everybody looked at it as a disaster of a business to inherit. Now, it took us, but we had to have a long-term view. It took us 2 years to actually just come out of that. 3rd year to actually see a position that was better. But the long-term view was that, what did we want to become? What did we want to do? Which basically means you have to reinvest. It has to be deliberate. Whatever you do, if you're not deliberate about being a manufacturer in Nigeria and taking the long view, which is where the delayed gratification issue comes in, and taking out the lifestyle issue from your business, you actually have the prospect of being able to. I mentor quite a lot of people. And when I look at it, when I mentor people, I ask them when they're in manufacturing, what is your 10-year goal of that business? If you don't have an answer for where you see that business in 10 years, even where you're working, please leave, because there's no staying power. And when you don't have a staying power in anything, that thing, you will actually collapse quicker than you think. So for manufacturing, the opportunities can be there. It's there. It's the long view that we have to take over and above the infrastructural deficiency, the policy inconsistencies. And I think the more of us shine in this business, and I mean, the more Nigerians we push into the face of government and they see as success story in manufacturing, the more they'll be forced to actually move policy in the right direction that does enable the manufacturers do a lot better. I'll just keep that while I come back, I'll allow other people to come in. Thank you.
Okay, so it's clearer now. Okay, so I think my major takeaway from all you said is 7 out of 10 coming into Nigeria are mostly foreigners and 3 are Nigerians. So yes, you highlighted the opportunities and there's a pathway for growth despite all of the challenges. So speaking of opportunities, let's talk to Dr. Esther, and you've been around for a while. And so in 2 minutes, can you share with us how have you been able to survive the macroeconomic headwinds that the country have gone through?
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Okay, so in spite of all the challenges, running a manufacturing business in Nigeria is tougher. Number one is the issue of power. One, we've been able to go off grid, either with the hybrid system or the standalone system. Like in our manufacturing plants, we are setting up in Yola for sack production and all that. It's going to be 70% battery backup systems and 30% on the national grid. This is just to ensure continuous production line, because the machines are designed in a way that it has to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And once it is shut down, for you to kickstart the running of that machine, it takes a whole lot in terms of cost, in terms of the manpower that you need to bring in to begin to fix these parts together. So it simply means we had to find a way to make sure that we have consistent power so that these machines can run continuously. Then in another area challenging the manufacturing sector, and being particular to my business, we are in several areas like the solar business. I think that's when we have a leverage over our manufacturing plant at Yola. Another area is in the area what's it called, the area of financing. It's actually not easy, bringing out your raw finance, your equity. Though there are challenges there, but it simply means you have to make a long-term plan. So it doesn't matter that you're doing the business today and you have to impute the finances today. You have to make a plan. If it means 3 years, 4 years, that's what happened with the plant we are setting up in Kano for the ginger manufacturing and spices as well. It's a long-term plan, knowing that even getting loans from the bank is a whole lot, which is the double digits. So how do you mitigate that? It simply means you have to be strategic in your planning, and it has to be adaptable. Also, in the area of government coming in, it helps. One, collaboration with industrial collaborations, people in the same field, bringing ideas together helps in running this business, because it is actually not easy running it alone. No man is an island. So you need this input in terms of resources. You need input in terms of experience to ensure the proper working of your plant. What about the supply, the local supply content? Reliance on external supply is actually not feasible. We've done that over the years. It is not feasible. You have to make sure that you develop local suppliers so it can mitigate against raw materials, for you to get your source for raw materials, because over dependence on external sources, it simply means you run shortage of your inventory. And once there's a breakdown, it affects your cost, it affects your profit, and it affects your end users, because customers are not really loyal. Once they find out there's an alternative, don't give them that chance. They simply move to the next. That is the truth. So make sure you don't break that circle. So with these three major areas, we've been able to manage our manufacturing lines in relation to our business. Thank you.
Okay, so I think one consistent thing I've heard this morning is long-term planning and being deliberate about your investments. So we'll move to Mr. Adetunji, and can you share with us how businesses can reduce their risk exposure to some of these volatilities we've seen around, and what are those 1, 2, 3 things they need to put in place for more sustainable long-term businesses?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I think one of the things, especially manufacturers need to do, is adoption of technology. And we have seen this advantage, just like Mr. George mentioned, that 7 out of 10 investors that come to Nigeria, they are foreigners. So that means they are seeing opportunities in Nigeria we are not seeing. And that means opportunities are there. But how do you mitigate against all the challenges that, like Mr. Kadri have explained? And this is by probably look at the use of technology. One is in the case of cost, which is okay, so one is cost. So how can you reduce cost in the midst of rising cost as we are seeing? The first thing you need to do is see where you can automate things. Because you have a lot of overhead costs. We've implemented something similar to like digital transformation for a company, MUCA. I want to give MUCA as an example. And what we did is we implemented Internet of Things. We have this IIoT, whereby they are able to reduce the cost of handling their items at the production floor. And this reduced the overhead cost by 40%. So that means that 40% is saved from the cost of security that will check goods, counts. We have people that count. Then we have people that move items from one place to the other, that check the quantity of the items, that do the recording. So with the Internet of Things, with the IT, they are able to have all this information streamlined and transferred to the system. So at the end of the day, their information is accurate, and it reduces the numbers of men that checks all these items at every point of the movement of the item. That is one. And also in the case of integration of like payment, where a customer makes payment and this information is transferred into the system. Now take for example, if you have to employ like 4 or 5 people, somebody will check the banking environment. Let's say for example, you are making payments, customer is making payment, and you need to transfer this payment into your system for the customer to get credit and then for you to deliver the goods. Between that process of when the customer make payment and then when the credit is given to the customer, you can cut back the speed, the delivery time, the time when those information will be transferred to the system, and the numbers of people within that checking list. So at the end of the day, you reduce the overhead. So instead of employing somebody that will probably call the customer, have you paid? And then somebody that will check the banking platform, whether the payment has dropped, and then somebody that will now post into the system, you have eliminated 3 people. So now imagine that you just implemented your system once. And with this, you're able to cut the costs of all this overhead. You can plug that cost into your system, into your production process. So one of the things that we are advising manufacturers is look at your system. Look at things that you can automate. Because the more you automate your system, the more you can scale up. And then the more you become more efficient. Let's look at the example of quality. For example, now, people still use manual ways of checking every quality at every point in time, rather than just implement a system that can check your quality And once you invest, if you can go through I know it's not that cheap, but if you can incur that cost once, the implication is you'll be able to scale up and then you'll be able to get the return on investment of those automation. And also in terms of data analytics, like you said, because like you said, we have opportunities, we have population, we have youth. So why are we not making use of this, taking advantage of these opportunities? One is we have data, but we are not making use of it. And that's one of the problems of manufacturers in this country. You produce and you discover that you are not selling. So that means what you are just doing is you are just using your instincts instead of using your data. So why don't you do your customers' expectation? Do your research, know exactly what the customer wants. So if I produce to what customer wants, so do I need to start looking for buyers again? Because the buyers are there. So these are the things that those foreigners are seeing that we are not seeing as Nigerians. And one of the major problems why most organizations in Nigeria, especially manufacturers, die is because they don't use data. You don't before you start producing, are you not expected to research to what exactly customer wants? Are you not supposed to check even the quality? What is the essence of producing extra quality when people are not ready to pay for it? So you have to produce exactly the quality people want to buy, and then also you sell exactly the quantity people are ready to buy. And then also in terms of price, have you done your market research? These are some of the problems, and for me, especially from technology point of view, if we can adopt technology, just like you can see the case of financial institutions, nobody can imagine that you have like 6 banks in my palm, just on this. So I can do my transactions in all these 6 banks without stepping to their whole banking hall. So we should, especially for manufacturers, should think of this as well. Think of how you can use e-commerce, for example, to go beyond the borders. If I produce my item somewhere in Ondo State, I can have my product available in US, any part of the world. So these are the things I think manufacturers should imbibe into their operations. And this will reduce costs, increase their market shares in terms of availability where, people want their products, even in terms of the supply chain as well. Because the cost of moving your items up and down is very expensive. So why don't you find a way of selling your things online, whereby people can actually get to know your products from anywhere and they can order for it? There's a lot of ways you can actually make people even request for your item, and so that at any point in time, at any day, maybe 24 hours, people can order your products. Then you can put it across to any logistic company, and then they can get it delivered wherever they are. So with this, you can cost your cost. Then 2, you can make your items available from anywhere. At the same time, you can also increase your revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we are gradually achieving what we set out to achieve. So we need to leverage on technology. We need to make use of automation. We need to, sorry. Yeah. So we need to make use of automation during the course of our business. And then, of course, leverage technology. I think one major area we've been silent about is the issue of multiple layer of taxation, multiple taxation. So how do we solve that? I remember Mans DG made mention of the fact that we still don't have a holistic industrial policy in Nigeria. So I'd like to hear Mr. Olushola. So what major policy shifts do you think would solve the issue of multiple taxation in Nigeria, especially considering the fact that this is one of the biggest challenges everybody have alluded to today?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. First of all, while I congratulate BusinessDay for organizing this very useful forum at this particular time, I would have expected, or let me encourage them to when next they are organizing this, to invite some government representatives. It will be useful because it's like all of us in this room, we are private sector people. I stand to be corrected. And we are now talking to ourselves. Because government agencies, they need to listen to some of this opinion. They need to respond to them wherever necessary. I know it's been beamed or streamed live, but that notwithstanding, it will be useful to have some of them here. Now, taxes. My brother, Mr. Ajayi Kadri, spoke about there is recent reforms which have now been passed by the National Assembly, and we wish that the implementation will start soonest. But as Mr. Onofokon said, the fact is that there are truancy behavior, truancy attitudes at local government and state levels, which we cannot pretend not to know. You drive a sales van in the Edo or wherever, and some people appear from nowhere with some wood with nails in front of your vehicle, or they even threaten to impound your vehicle. I mean, a sales vehicle, for God's sake. I think, and that's why I'm saying, we need government representatives here. We need to move away from the desire for immediate income generation by governments at all levels to long-term visionary planning if we want this country to develop. There is this hasty move when any new administration comes in at any level, local government, state or federal, to raise revenue from wherever sources. And politicians even boast that when I was here, I tripled IGR. What did you do with it? And how did you impact on development? So we need to, have a visioned focus for development for this country, so that all agencies can key into it, and even private sector agencies like banks can key into it. If they know that we have priority areas that we want to develop, we have like the solid mineral sector, for instance, that is yet to be fully formalized. I mean, the development of that sector is still hanging. I think for that sector, you can employ far more people to process these various minerals that we've got, and government will even realize more taxes if that area is formally developed. So it's not just about taxes on the surface. Truancies at those levels, they have to be dealt with, and there is for bad behavior by these local government and state government officials who collect below the table, taxes in quotes. Some of these things are not even going to the pockets of the government. Anyway, they are truancy. That's the only word I can use for it. It's not. They are not being patriotic. They are not keen in generating income for government. They just want to make money by all means. Now, talking about bank rates, there are specialized development finance institutions that are focused on financing capital projects. We know them: Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, Development Bank, and so on. And they are to be empowered to lend money at single-digit rates. For commercial banks, normally you are supposed to go to commercial banks for working capital anyway. And it will be difficult for a commercial bank to lend money to anybody below the inflation rate, because that means they'll be losing revenue themselves. So if inflation is not tamed, the CBN can be setting the NPR rates for all they care. It will be irrational for any commercial bank to lend money to anybody below the inflation rate. So it behoves on government and the CBN to tame inflation. Inflation is a problem to individuals and to businesses. I recall in the past, businesses used to run yearly budgets as well. I mean, which will now key into their medium-term and long-term goals. And when you run yearly budgets, you have figures for your inputs, that's your raw materials and so on. And we have projected figures for your outputs, that is what you intend to sell, realize from sales. In Nigeria of today, where prices change on everyday basis, your prices of inputs, they change from, on everyday basis. How do you run corporate budgets sustainably? That is a problem. So we have to find a way between the federal government and the CBN to tame inflation on a serious note. I think these are basic, and then of course, for the energy, permit me, Mr. Moderator, the discos are running monopolies. Yes, you may create alternative forms of energy, but we know that to some level, we also rely on the public grid system. And because they are monopolies, for example, let me use my own company, my own organization. We used to pay averagely $350 for within the GRA Ikeja. But in the last 1 month, they came, they deactivated all the meters in the building, and they said we must run a single meter from the pole. I had to pay 1.35 this last month. You know, we are not manufacturing anything. It's just an office with computers, maybe a few ACs, and so on. So I can imagine if you're a manufacturing facility and all of a sudden within a month, your charges are being tripled for no justifiable reasons. So these are critical elements which can, hit hard or impact significant, particularly on small businesses. The BATs of this world can take care of themselves. The Shells of this world and Chevrons of this world can take care of themselves. But the small businesses will be badly hurt by these small decisions that are very important to their operations. So back to taxes, I think the only way for me, the only recommendation I may have is for government to try and reduce the corporate tax. Because I understand from Mr. Vaughan of Falcon that there is an extra 3% education tax as well. If you can bring that down, maybe it will help industry and enterprise. I think those will be my few comments for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll still stay with you, Mr. Olushola. You made mention of we need to prioritize small and medium-scale businesses because they are the engine room for any vibrant economy. So my question is there a possibility of your chamber engaging with governments at different level for any major policy shifts? Because yes, the government officials, I agree completely with you that they should be in conversations like this. But then again, if we don't offer harm of approach, or we don't offer to collaborate with them, it's difficult for us to solve some of these issues or challenges we've talked about. So my question is there a possibility of collaboration in terms of solving any of the problems you've identified? Even the transient behavior of the local government or the state's government officials you paid attention to?
Thank you very much. I'm glad the DG of Man is here because we work together under the aegis of the organized private sector of Nigeria, together with NECA, NASI, and NASMI. And let me go to specific examples. A while ago, we were meeting, holding meetings on engaging the Lagos State Parking Authority, or whatever they are called. There was a time they were clamping vehicles indiscriminately, and that became something of a problem. We had issues with water charges at a point, and then we had to engage collectively the Lagos State Water Authority. Sometimes it might be the Environmental Protection Agency. We are always engaging these bodies. But like I said, there is this deliberate income generation mindset by government bodies. If I become the GM of a government agency, I believe that the best way for me to prove myself to my master or leader is to increase my income generation. We are not development focused. No, whatever we do with this income that we generate is another issue entirely. Nobody knows. So it's difficult to explain to people why people should pay more for anything, because the impact is not visible. So it is a continual engagement thing that we have been having with them for ages. But you see that their mind is made up. All they are interested in is raising their internal generated revenue. And that seems to be the only thing that is priority in their minds. And that's why I'm saying maybe we need to have some government agencies here so that they can listen to us as we speak. Because manufacturers are here, people from the media, they are here, people from the organized private sector bodies are here, and maybe they will be able to understand these issues better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Dr. George, I go back to you again. So yes, so policies can be unpredictable, but I mean, you would agree with me that no matter how unpredictable they are, we still need to, you need to obey the law. The law is the law. You need to obey the law at different points in time, whether we are comfortable with it or not. So as a business, how do you balance obeying the law, especially when you're uncomfortable with it, and then surviving as a manufacturer in Nigeria?
Now, being factual, obeying the law is something you cannot even contend with. The law is the law. The rule books of what you're obeying in business, you have to adhere to it. Now, I'll give examples. Now, the standard says whatever we do, we have a standard, especially for the cable industry. We work by the SON, NIS, Nigerian standards to actually make cable. Proud to say that we're the only industry that every Nigerian will say, go and buy made in Nigeria. Nobody wants to buy an imported product because we've kept standards. Now, the law and the institutes and the agencies that enable standards actually have protected Nigerians long enough to believe that made in Nigerian cable is the best for them to buy. But be it may, in between that, then you still have the unscrupulous ones. In the old days was all about importation of substandard cable. Immediately everybody knew that made in Nigeria was the actual cable to buy. You then had people that will import cable and put Nigeria on top of it just because they actually just want to sell. Now, but the implication is that you have someone selling below the standard and actually trying to sell below the cost of what another manufacturer producing locally is actually being able to do. The sad part is that, yes, for the local manufacturers who have to adhere to standards, there are the elements that don't want to adhere to the standards. But you have to want to believe that whatever you're doing is you have to innovate your business to actually be able to be more efficient, to actually be able to be in business. So efficiency really is the key to actually to overcome all regulations or laws that actually put you into the business that conform to what you do. So for me, quality is something you cannot compromise on, because I'm selling cable to people putting it in their houses that 15% or 20% of this total investment could burn down 80%. So you cannot afford to even be objective of that. It is either I want to go to sleep at home or not. And for me, I rather want to go to sleep. So the reality is that for every business, there must also be the consciousness of what do you want to sell as a standard? Do you want to be known for the standard of quality of what you do? Or do you want to, because of certain laws, certain standards that are set by the government, actually cut your specification to, I want to disagree with a bit of my friend here, say make the cable according to the quality of the customer requirement. I don't think those might be the wrong way of us thinking, because in any business you are, there must be a body or a standard governing what you do. And as a manufacturer, and once that is there, you are not allowed to go below that specification. If you do, then something is wrong somewhere. So for me, as a rule book, we must first follow the standards that are generated, that has created an industry that every Nigerian is proud of today. And secondly, once you've done that, the key thing is then to actually be able to fight the regulators to do their job, for God's sake, sometimes. So you have to fight SON to, as much as they want to instill standard on the local manufacturer, they should instill standards on the importers. So if you're importing rubbish and you're busy chasing the local manufacturers and going to their place 3-4 times a year, charging them fees to check their standards, charging all sorts of fees from local government to check, from the guys checking weight and measure, guys checking on standards of the cable, to the guys even on implementing contracts. So those are the things that we have to guide against, to actually look at how do these influence the decisions of the pricing of the product, and how do we mitigate as a business, as a manufacturing sector, against this unscrupulous end of the market. So the key thing is that really manufacturers will maintain standards, and I believe manufacturing standards in Nigeria are actually quite high. It's sad that sometimes we go out of Nigeria and everybody's looking at made in Nigeria as being the bad egg. But sincerely, you go out of Nigeria and you find that made in Nigeria is actually far better. But the perception is so wrong that we're getting into those countries. We went into Ghana, we saw that, and everybody, someone said to me, can you not write made in Turkey or made in India for something coming from Nigeria? And I said, I don't think anything you guys are producing, and we checked the standards. What we're producing is even actually higher in standard than what they are using. And I said to her, it doesn't make sense. If we cannot come into your country with my tag made in Nigeria, I'm not coming into your country. But I'll break down the barriers of the made in Nigeria with our product, and we're able to do so. But you have to be deliberate that you're not going to change your made in Nigerian status for anybody, because you actually know the standards and the level of which you have attained to actually go into those countries. So key function of regulators is for us to try to adhere to the regulators, but for us to tell the regulators, to tell those outside the manufacturing sector to adhere to the same rule book, so that the traders, the importers that are competing with you or dumping goods are not doing specifications. And unfortunate part of business in Nigeria is that most people look at price first. And that should be the last thing. Because it's so easy for me to look at price and I've played you. Now, for instance, in my own industry, everybody thinks of a coil of cable. But the standards organization standard rule book for a coil of cable is 100 meters. 99% of people buying a coil of cable don't even know what the length of that coil should be. So to them, they just see something is round, it's called, it's cable. Okay. But if I sell you a cable at 80 meters and I make it 5% cheaper than in other Nigerian cable, I've made far more profit than you think, because I've got 20% off the cable. So there's so many unscrupulous ways that people actually think. So they look at the price, but they're actually not looking at the specification. They're not looking at the standards. And those are the things that either have, we shouldn't be penny wise, pound foolish. 10% investment should not be something you see as saving money on, because it's going to either burn your 80% or 85% of your investment down the drain. Okay. And those are the things that we need to keep educating. We, even in our industry, keep re-educating the consumer that don't look at the price first, because the price might actually look cheaper, but it's not. Because if I've reduced 40% of the material and giving you an impression that it's 5% cheaper, I've made 35% more profit plus on the profit.
Exactly.
So the opportunity for the person actually, I would say one thing is, the reality is anybody that is a criminal is not doing criminality for normal profit. He's doing criminality for abnormal profit. You're not a criminal that wants to make normal profit. Otherwise, you'll be the distributor. But because you want to make abnormal profit is why you are the criminal. And those are the things that must set us aside when we are thinking of the standards and the regulator and us as manufacturer to actually be able to keep ourselves in business. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. So, Dr. Esther, can you speak in 2 minutes about issues of quality? Since I know, of course, you're in the procurement arm of the manufacturing sector. So how do you maintain quality in an environment that is very, very, everybody is just moving along very quickly, and yeah, so that's it.
Okay, the typical Nigerian is price sensitive. That's what the last speaker just made mention of. You can actually make profit reducing your quality, and to them, you have outplayed them actually. But for you to maintain quality, it has to be a deliberate act. Number one, the quality control department must be effective. It is very important. They keep it to standard, because in your business, you're not looking at just the short run, you are looking at sustainability. It has to outlive the times. What happens afterwards? Because by the time it outlives it, and that's when you begin to reap your profit. So if you want to, like the local parlance, want to eat with both hands now, you may think you're winning. So in terms of quality, you may not win at this time, but in the long run, it will even be on autopilot. So for us, we are big on quality control. Then in terms of the supply chain, that is an area we have to look in. That's the areas of procurement, because in sourcing for your raw materials, the quality starts from that process. So you have to make sure your raw materials are of high quality, high standards. The truth is that once you're an expert, you know the difference between substandard and the standard raw materials. So which do you source first? So from the ground, make sure your raw materials are of good quality where you procure them. Then your quality control in terms of the finished product, it is very, very important. They're looking at the control organizations, like the last speaker I just mentioned, like the SON, and you have to make sure that those things, they meet up to standards. It's not just for your own good for the organization, but for the face of the Nigerian manufacturing economy. It transcends beyond just your factory. It goes in, even on the international stage, it can stand the test of time. So these are the things that you can actually put together to make sure that you maintain quality in the face of challenging issues.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So we'll take one parting shot from everyone, and then if there is a question, we'll take 1 or 2 questions before we round up this panel session. So, in 1 minute, I would like, starting from you, sir, I'd like you to give us just in 1 minute, summarize where you would want Nigeria's manufacturing sector to be. Okay. What would be your dream manufacturing sector in Nigeria?
Okay, so my advice is for them to take up automation, because it's a way to reduce your costs. Is a way to scale up. So look at technologies like cloud, where you can work from anywhere, so that means you have your information stored on the cloud. Then you can, your MD, anybody can access your information. You have a kind of lean operation. So you reduce your overhead costs, so you don't have to, as your business grows, you continue to grow your back-end, staff. So that means you can have a very small overhead staff in terms of maybe admin staff. Then you have more of your production team, So you don't have to continue to grow your business with numbers of staff, of having accountants, having HR manager, because these are actually these are not critical to your operation. So you face your entire, in fact, you can even outsource some of the things that is not really critical to your operations, like accounting, like IT, like tax, like security, any other thing, so that you face exactly what your business is all about, which is production and selling. And so, everybody believe here that their potentials are there. So, and the best way for us to do is to look at technology, look at things you can automate to scale up your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, next. I think for me, it's all about innovation. We need to innovate our businesses. Now, I'll take automation not from the digital perspective, but from the process of engineering. Now, what that basically means is that we need to automate our process of production. The more we automate that, we actually inbuild QA, QC into the process, where you take the human factor out of that process of production. The assumption that we have is that labor is cheap, labor is cheap, you can start production easily. But believe me, because labor is cheap, labor thinks they're doing you a favor at that cheap level. Which means that every error that is created is greater than the loss of the total cost of paying that person for 1 year or even 5 years. So it's not recoverable, because at that cheap labor, the person is doing you a favor. So I always say, look, target in 8 hours of work. If you're a manufacturer and you cannot get your guy to sit down for at least 4 to 5 hours, it's a very costly labor for you, no matter how cheap that labor is, because the cost to error is higher than your profitability, and it's not recoverable from that labor in terms of payback. So if that person makes a mistake while in production, believe me, you can't take it from their salary. You deduct first month, that person will leave the next month, and there's nothing you can do about it. So the reality is, make labor as easy as possible by automating your processes. The capex at the beginning might be high, but it's better for you. Reinvest in powers of alternatives. Lady from BAT said it. We're totally off the grid for the last 5 years. I don't even know what diesel looks like. I'm not on the grid. I'm not. So, but we deliberately, in 2015, expended and took a fund to actually put into gas power. Today, we have over 25 megawatts of power that is embedded for ourselves only, both in gas and in solar. So you need to be deliberate about your alternative to power. That, if I'm still using diesel today, believe me, I will have been closed down by now, because the number of trucks of diesel I'll use per month, it will just not be possible for me to be able to do business in Nigeria today. So innovate. As you innovate, think on the long term. And most importantly, in Nigeria, please take your view, if you're in manufacturing, on the long. Don't take a short position. And what I mean by that is retain as much as possible of your profit in that business in the first 10 years. If possible, 90 to 95%. It's delayed gratification that reinvest into expansion and capacity efficiency that guarantees you tomorrow an early retirement. So if you think about it in that way, you actually can survive a lot better in Nigeria by doing those few things. Thank you. Thank you.
My last message will be to say chin up to all manufacturers. We appreciate them for their contribution to this economy, their capacity to create jobs, and that's why we are keen to see them grow, because if they grow, they will definitely employ more hands. And of course, the government also needs the money they are collecting from them as corporate taxes. So they're a critical element in this economy. So we encourage them, we thank them for the wonderful job they are doing, and we say, just chin up. There is a silver lining ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my last word. As a nation, for us to make progress, we need a 180 degrees turn, a reorientation, and I'm really happy with what you're doing. Yeah. So we need to have confidence in our products. So it simply means our hands must be on deck to ensure that the quality of products we put out there, they are up to standard. They are of quality that it can withstand the test of time. So with this, the orientation of made in Nigerian goods are not good begins to erode. It may take time, but it will fade gradually until it disappears. And we are back to accepting our goods. Like the fashion industry, they are doing so well. The average Nigerian woman puts on Ankara. We want to make our local clothes. On the international stage, our designers are doing so well. So you can see there's a turn in that area. So that can happen in every other aspect of the manufacturing sector, irrespective of the area that you are. And with time, Nigeria will be great again. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take just one question, and before we wrap up, just one. Okay. Yeah. So just briefly, your question in 30 seconds. Please just be as brief as possible so we don't.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibka Michael. I'm a book vendor and a radio presenter with Jordan FM. My question goes to Mr. George and the man sitting beside him. Sorry, I don't know your name. How do you fight the government? I heard when Mr. George said we need to fight SON, and I saw his body language. So the reason for that question is this.
The fight is not a physical.
I'm coming now. Let me land. The reason for that is last week I was privileged to be in a conference, Federal Ministry of Trade Investment, and for the first time I wanted to join the government because they fed us for like 4 days. We went to Dangote refinery. That's the first time I'll go on a convoy in my life. Last month, follow us. Mobile, ambulance, security. I said, this is a very sweet experience. I've never been. So my question now is, I spoke with one of them. I tried to ask her questions. She won't answer. She said that public servants are seen. They are not heard. That's the first time I will hear. That's a director in government. I said, ma, I want to. She refused to give any answer. She said public. So how do you now fight this government people? Because to me, they are enjoying.
Okay, okay, thanks. So, thank you for your question. Mr. George, will you take the question in 30? No, just.
It's a difficult ask. How do you fight government? None of us have the resources to fight government. The reality is we have to go through advocacy of man, Nasima, as much. You have to be collective. You can't fight government on your own. You're very right. The lifestyle in government is we get paid whether we do it right or not. And the next thing they're doing is what my brother said earlier. It's all about IGR, internal generated revenue. Once they make money, nobody cares what else is happening. But we have to be deliberate. When you're fighting government, look at it this way. Unfortunately, government doesn't see you when you are doing anything, but they see you when you are big enough to make an impact on whatever they're doing. So what you have to do as an individual, build your business to the level where and when they are forced to see you, they're forced to hear you. So for me, government is all about force them to hear you. So if you are a DG or a minister, I have built myself as a Nigerian to the level I can force you to sit down. Because I am employing 800 Nigerians and I'm still increasing in employment, and you must sit down to hear me. Because where you are sitting is because I am paying those taxes. If I'm not paying it, you cannot be talking to me anyhow. So we have to be deliberate. We grow ourselves to force them to hear. And once they don't hear, you can openly, as long as you know what you're doing is right, you can come out to the paper and literally call out. I've called out a minister before, and literally I was called to actually person's office to say, why are you calling out our minister? I said, the minister is not doing what she's supposed to do. I don't need a minister parading herself all over the place. I need the impact of that minister. So I can openly call out the minister. And I'm not a politician, so I have to think of the workforce we have. So we as Nigerians have to be deliberate, because if we are not, all we're seeing is our selfish gain, then we cannot make any impact. Our impact has to be selfless and has to be the gains of everybody and not individuals. Thank you.
Anyway, that's a wrap, and thank you all for listening to us. I'm sure you've learned one or two insights on how to break barriers and how to survive in the times we live in. Thank you all once again for your time, really. Yeah.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
I am Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.